Chapter 442. Harry is truly kind. Albus Dumbledore found himself lingering at the Holmes household far longer than he'd intended. Mrs. Holmes's boundless hospitality was disarming. Even the greatest wizard in the magical world struggled to navigate her relentless offers of tea, cakes, and homemade preserves. Every time he tried to demur, she simply bustled into the kitchen and returned with another tray of goodies. By the time he finally rose to take his leave, his pockets were stuffed with scones, her world-famous lemon tarts, and a jar of pickled plums, just in case he fancied a midnight snack. He and Sherlock didn't manage to step outside until they reached the corner of King's Road. At last, Dumbledore paused, resting a hand on his noticeably rounded midsection. He gave Sherlock an amused, rueful look. "Honestly, Sherlock, your mother could give Minerva McGonagall a run for her money, at least in the Muggle world." He chuckled softly. "Sometimes I admit I'm almost afraid of her." Sherlock grinned, but didn't argue. If they hadn't already been summoned back to Hogwarts, or on to their next pressing engagement, Mrs. Holmes would undoubtedly have invited the headmaster in for dinner as well. As it was, those few slices of tart had already provided Dumbledore with a feast fit for the Great Hall. And as he waved goodbye, he couldn't help but look forward to the next time he'd brave Mrs. Holmes's kitchen. But ahead lay more urgent matters. Tonight, Harry awaited them at Hogwarts, and it was Harry's kindness, Dumbledore reminded himself, that would be the true light guiding their way through the challenges to come. "Sir, I'm afraid your self-control leaves much to be desired," Sherlock remarked matter-of-factly. "You simply can't resist sweets." Harry stifled a laugh, then chastised himself for his rudeness. He cleared his throat and busied himself pretending to admire the surrounding portraits. Sirius, however, had no such reserve. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Well said, Sherlock. When we were students, our dear headmaster was exactly the same, and I never would have guessed that, 20 years on, he'd still be drooling over candy." Professor Dumbledore shook his head with gentle amusement and turned to Sherlock and Harry. "You haven't passed your apparition test yet, have you?" Sherlock opened his mouth, but said nothing. Harry was quicker to answer. "No, Professor. You must be 17 to take that test, I believe," Dumbledore said with a nod. "In that case, you'll both need to hold tightly to my arm." "Wait a moment, Albus." Sirius burst in, his voice edged with panic. "What exactly are you planning? Are you about to apparate them all the way to see Horace Slughorn?" "Precisely," replied Dumbledore serenely. Sirius sprang forward, eyes wide. "But that's madness. It's hardly safe." "On the contrary," Dumbledore reassured him, "it's the most convenient and quickest route, unless you have a better suggestion." Sirius gaped at him. "Of course I do," he exclaimed, but already Dumbledore was reaching for his wand. Harry swallowed, glanced at Sherlock, and braced himself for the familiar tug of magical displacement. "Okay, so you'll apparat them over. What am I supposed to do? Just stand here and watch?" Sirius grumbled. "If you don't want to see it, you can always close your eyes, Sirius," Dumbledore replied serenely. "Pfft," Sirius snorted. Harry bit back a laugh, realizing it might come off as rude. He forced his lips together and glanced around at the castle grounds. "That's outrageous," he protested. Sirius's cheeks flushed. He recognized that familiar twinkle in Dumbledore's eye. Surely this was payback for all the teasing he'd endured. "I'm coming too," Sirius declared, taking a step forward. Dumbledore shook his head. "I don't recall inviting you to join us for a visit to Professor Slughorn." Sirius folded his arms. "There's no rule against changing your mind." "I'm sorry, Sirius, but I don't think this is the right matter for your involvement." "You say it's not suitable. So just hush up and leave me out, right?" Sirius shot back. "For now, yes," Dumbledore confirmed gently. Sirius's lips tightened. "You—" "Godfather, please," Harry interjected quickly, sensing the tension spike. "Professor Dumbledore must have his reasons." Sirius glanced first at Dumbledore, then at Harry. Harry's green eyes were earnest, unwavering. With a reluctant huff, Sirius backed down, at least for the moment. Sirius's expression softened immediately. He turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, what do you think?" Sherlock met his godfather's gaze with cool detachment. "I agree with Professor Dumbledore. This isn't something you should be involved in." The air grew so tense it felt as though it might crack. Harry, drenched in cold sweat despite the summer heat, trembled uncontrollably. His hands and feet were ice. Sirius had boldly offered to help, and Sherlock had bluntly shut him down. Yet instead of flaring up, Sirius looked uncharacteristically crestfallen. "All right," he sighed, conceding. "If even Sherlock thinks I should stand aside, I'll wait at Grimmauld Place." Harry swallowed hard, realizing just how high Sherlock's authority stood in his godfather's mind. Sirius glanced back at Dumbledore one more time. "Headmaster," he said quietly, "if you don't need my assistance, please send Harry back to Grimmauld Place when you're done." Dumbledore shook his head gently, his voice measured and polite. "There's no need. I will personally take Harry to the Burrow." True to form, the headmaster's careful choice of words left no room for argument. Sirius gave a reluctant nod, and the heavy atmosphere lightened just enough for Harry to draw a shaky breath. "The Weasley family has invited Harry to spend the rest of the summer holidays with them at the Burrow," Professor Dumbledore said evenly. Sirius Black sprang to his feet, his dark eyes blazing. "What are you talking about? Harry should be spending the summer at Grimmauld Place, not traipsing off to the Weasleys." Dumbledore remained calm. "I know, Sirius, but with the Quidditch World Cup only weeks away, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have kindly offered to bring Harry with them directly from the Burrow. They believe it would be more convenient." "Convenient?" Sirius snapped. "Since when does convenience override our responsibility for Harry? He belongs under our roof." He spun to look at Harry. "Harry, were you informed of any of this?" Harry shook his head. "No, Sirius. Ron mentioned the World Cup before the holidays, but I haven't heard a thing from Mum or Dad Weasley." Sirius ran a hand through his hair, exasperation etched on his face. "See? They've arranged this without so much as asking us." Before he could say more, a flurry of wings swept into the room. A bedraggled owl struggled to stay aloft before fluttering down onto Dumbledore's desk. Feathers askew and eyes half shut, it was unmistakably Errol, the Weasleys' infamously underachieving mail carrier. Harry and Sherlock exchanged amused glances as Errol let out a sighing hoot, a single envelope dangling from his beak. The question of the summer's arrangements would soon be settled, whether Sirius approved or not. An exhausted owl swooped in, landing unsteadily on Sirius's shoulder. He winced as the bird's talons dug lightly into his robes, then gently untied a rolled parchment from its leg. Unfurling it, he squinted at the neat, looping handwriting and cleared his throat. "Dear Sirius, I imagine you've already heard that the Quidditch World Cup takes place the Monday after next. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Britain hasn't lifted the cup in 30 years, and tickets are nearly impossible to find. Thanks to Arthur's connections at the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Games and Sports, we've secured some of the best seats in the stadium. I would be delighted if you and Harry would join us to watch the match. We understand that Professor Dumbledore will be taking Sherlock and Harry on some important business beforehand. If it's possible, could you send Harry directly to the Burrow afterward? Ron, Ginny, and the rest of the Weasleys are all eager to have him with us for the remainder of the summer holidays. We hope to see Harry and you very soon. Your friend, Molly Weasley. P.S. Please give our warmest regards to Professor Dumbledore, and to Sherlock as well." Sirius let the parchment drift to his lap. A slow smile spread across his face. Even after everything they'd been through, the chance to watch the World Cup with old friends, and to know Harry would be safe and happy at the Burrow, felt like exactly the bit of magic they all needed. He looked up, caught the owl's tired eye, and offered a soft, grateful whistle. The bird ruffled its feathers, then took off into the evening sky, leaving Sirius alone with a promise of brighter days ahead. After Sirius finished reading the letter, Harry noticed the Weasleys' elderly owl, Errol, huddled in the corner, utterly spent. He hurried over and explained, "Errol's not as spry as he used to be. That's why he was so slow getting here. Last year, if Hedwig and the school owls hadn't pitched in, he would have collapsed halfway and needed days to recover." At Harry's reassurance, Sirius's stern expression softened. He reached out to ruffle Errol's drooping feathers and offered a wry smile. "Right, you don't want to overexert yourself when you're old." Turning back to Harry, Sirius said quietly, "The Burrow really is a wonderful place. If you'd rather stay with the Weasleys, I wouldn't dream of arguing with you." He paused, as if weighing his next words. "But, just think about it. Ever since last Christmas, I've poured a lot of effort into restoring Grimmauld Place. If you ever want a different kind of home, you know where you'll always be welcome." Sherlock Holmes and Professor Dumbledore, standing nearby, exchanged a brief, knowing glance. Then each gave Sirius a half-smile, an unspoken show of support, leaving Harry in peace to consider his choice. Harry cocked his head and looked up at his godfather. "So you'd rather I not go to the Burrow this weekend? You want me to stay here at Grimmauld Place?" Sirius Black gave a rueful shrug. I didn't think you'd want to. The Burrow's much livelier, the Weasleys treat you like family, and Molly's cooking is second to none. I just thought—" He trailed off, clearly disappointed. As he watched Harry's face, Sirius realized that aside from being his godfather, he had little else to offer. No warm kitchen laughter, no bustling household, not even a daughter to dote on him. His shoulders sagged with the weight of that thought. Harry's answer, when it came, surprised him. "What are you talking about? Of course I want to stay with you, and if you're worried about missing out, the Weasleys are welcome to drop by Grimmauld Place any time, especially once the Quidditch World Cup is over." Sirius stared, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "You'd really rather stay here?" "Absolutely," Harry said, smiling. "The Burrow is wonderful, but I feel safer here. Grimmauld Place is my home because you're here." Sirius felt the last of his dejection lift. He offered Harry a grateful, almost relieved smile. "Well, in that case, welcome home, Harry." Sirius felt his cheeks warm at the sight. A grown man, him, being comforted by a little boy. Harry's concern was so genuine that his heart thumped in his chest. Tears pricked Sirius's eyes, but when he looked down at Harry, the boy's upturned face brought a smile to Sirius's lips, one of those rare, easy smiles that lit up even his handsome features. "Don't worry, Harry," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I'll get us Quidditch World Cup tickets, better ones than Arthur Weasley could ever find." With a nod of gratitude toward Sherlock, Sirius continued, "Thanks to you and Mycroft, I've been awarded the Merlin Order, first class. That's exactly the kind of leverage I need to insist the Ministry treats me properly." He turned to Albus Dumbledore, fully at ease now. "When this is over, Professor, please send Harry straight to Grimmauld Place. No detours to the Burrow. I'll write to Arthur and Lee to explain." Before Dumbledore could reply, Sirius wheeled back to Sherlock. "And you, Sherlock, why don't you come along? It's been far too long since you were in England." Sherlock gave a small, approving nod. "All right," he said quietly. With that settled, Sirius felt a surge of confidence. No matter what came next, they'd face it together. Sirius Black never lost his grin as a series of loud cracks echoed through the air, and Professor Dumbledore, Harry, and Sherlock vanished before his eyes. He strolled down the empty platform, murmuring to himself, "The Quidditch World Cup, huh? Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the Ministry of Magic." When Sherlock's vision cleared, he realized they'd arrived in a small village. Dappled sunlight filtered through the branches of low trees, and the scent of freshly baked bread drifted on the breeze. "Are you all right, Mr. Holmes?" Professor Dumbledore asked, stepping forward. "Apparition can take some getting used to." The headmaster's gaze flicked between Sherlock and Harry. Sherlock stood perfectly still, hardly any less composed than before. Harry, by contrast, was breathing hard, blinking rapidly as though disoriented. "I'm fine," Harry said after a moment, pushing a loose strand of hair from his forehead. "Honestly, it's easier than the first time." He rubbed his ears, wincing. "Still, flying on a broom feels more natural." Dumbledore raised an amused eyebrow. "You say first time." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "The first time you apparated me, out of Gryffindor Tower at midnight, was a bit of a shock." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "A stern reminder, Mr. Potter, that the magical world holds more surprises than a dash across the Quidditch pitch." Sherlock tucked his hands behind his back and surveyed the quaint cottages around them. "Well, I must admit, as a method of travel, it's remarkably efficient," he said, "though I confess it lacks the thrill of a good chase." "Efficiency is overrated," Harry grumbled, brushing off his robes, "but I suppose we ought to be grateful you spared us the long walk." Dumbledore smiled. "Indeed. Now, if you two are ready, we should press on. The festival begins at dusk, and I would not miss the Quidditch showcase for the world." With that, the trio set off down the village lane, the distant cheer of a practicing crowd drifting toward them, an odd prelude to an evening that promised to be anything but ordinary. Weasley apparated us straight to Horace Slughorn's country home. No night bus or train required. Apparition? Professor Dumbledore raised an amused eyebrow. I would have expected Arthur to insist on the underground, or at least the night bus, just for the novelty. Harry grinned inwardly. Without Mr. Weasley's careful eye, they'd probably end up on a Hogwarts express bound for Hogsmeade by mistake. Sherlock peered out across the rolling hills and the neat row of cottages that dotted the lane. This village is charming, he observed. Dumbledore nodded. It belonged to Professor Slughorn's parents. When Horace retired from teaching, he moved here full-time. It used to be his holiday retreat. Now it's simply home. Sherlock glanced back at the impressive brick facade, its mullioned windows and winding ivy. He must be very comfortable here. More than comfortable, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Slughorn's got a well-stocked cellar and a private library to rival those of many university fellows. Over the years, he's entertained countless members of his old club, hosting gatherings that are the talk of the wizarding world. He paused at the front gate and gave a gentle knock. Well, shall we? I've received reliable word that he only got back from Paris yesterday, Professor Dumbledore said, pausing just outside Horace's front door. He shouldn't be departing again so soon. He hesitated, then drew a small glass vial from his robes. Sherlock, before we go in, would you like a dose of this? Sherlock gave him a wry smile and produced an identical vial. Felix Felicis, already on hand, thank you. Ha! Wry, not to be outdone, reached into his own robes and revealed a third, matching vial. Me too. Dumbledore's ancient eyes widened. This is Snape's handiwork. How on earth did you both get it? Professor Snape gave mine to me as a Christmas gift, Sherlock explained. He was thanking me for exposing the real culprit behind the library mishap. Harry chimed in. And mine was a thank you from Snape after I restored a photograph of my mother and him to the school archives. The headmaster blinked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. After over a century at Hogwarts, he realized there were still mysteries even he hadn't unraveled. Chapter 443. This principle is so lame. Don't bother with the Felix Felicis, do you? Dumbledore asked, handing Sherlock the small vial. Absolutely not, Albus, Sherlock replied with a confident grin. After all our preparations, persuading Professor Slughorn to spill his secrets will be child's play. Dumbledore's eyes brightened as he slipped the potion away. If you're that sure of yourself, very well, but remember, when I give the signal, you move. They set off down the cobblestone lane, and within moments arrived at their destination. Rising before them was a splendid manor, its stained glass windows, polished stonework, and ornate turrets far grander than the modest homes around it. Sherlock paused to admire the facade. See what I mean? This isn't merely well-appointed, it's the grandest house in the entire village. Slughorn must be rolling in galleons. At that very instant, the front door swung open. A portly, silver-haired gentleman in a richly embroidered robe stepped onto the threshold, smoothing his waistcoat and greeting them with a warm, practiced smile. Well, well, he exclaimed, his eyes twinkling. What a pleasant surprise! And whom do I have the pleasure of welcoming today? The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows, setting alight the polished dome of Horace Slughorn's bald head, the bulging rolls of his eyes, and his silvery white, walrus-like mustache. The glittering buttons of his plum velvet robe, draped over lavender pajamas, caught every shaft of light as he padded into Dumbledore's office, barely reaching the headmaster's chin. Sherlock watched him silently, and at a glance, worked out that Slughorn had only just roused from a nap. The faint remnants of an intrusion-alert charm lingered around the doorframe, proof that the former potions master was ever wary of uninvited guests. Dumbledore greeted him with a warm smile. Sorry to disturb you, Horace, he said, though his tone carried none of the apology. I must admit, I never expected to see you here so soon. Slughorn merely blinked, as if absorbing the surprise of the invitation. His gaze drifted past Dumbledore to the two men standing behind him, Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter. He spared Sherlock a cursory look, then froze when his eyes fell on Harry. His expression faltered, and he stared, long and silent, at the lightning bolt scar etched into the boy's forehead. As Slughorn's round eyes widened in surprise, Dumbledore hurried into an introduction. Horace, You've no doubt met Harry Potter. He'll be returning for his 4th year at Hogwarts soon. And this, he added with a smile, is Sherlock Holmes, Harry's closest friend at school and the very wizard who exposed Peter Pettigrew last year. At the mention of Sherlock's name, Slughorn at last turned his gaze toward the tall, lean boy standing beside Harry. Dumbledore then gestured to their host. And this is my old friend and colleague, Horace Slughorn. After the customary exchange of pleasantries, Slughorn ushered them inside. As Sherlock had predicted, the exterior of Slughorn's house was already the grandest in the village, but the interior surpassed every expectation. The main salon stretched out before them, bright and spacious. Their footsteps vanished into a deep, dark carpet that swallowed all sound. The air was redolent, the sweet scent of confections, the rich aroma of fine wine, and the warm musk of leather-bound books. Dominating the center of the room was a vast scarlet velvet sofa, sumptuously soft and impossibly inviting. The moment they stepped inside, Harry felt as though he'd walked into a noblewoman's private parlor rather than a wizard's sitting room. A sumptuous velvet sofa occupied the center of the space, flanked by matching armchairs, each equipped with a plump cushion and an intricately carved footstool. On the low table before them, silver trays held neatly stacked boxes of Honeyduke's finest chocolates alongside a vibrant array of lollipop quills in every color of the rainbow. Silk pillows of varying hues were casually strewn across the seats, lending the room a delightfully languid charm. In one corner stood an elegant drinks trolley, its gleaming glass shelves bearing crystal decanters and polished goblets that caught the firelight in sparkling prisms. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with leather-bound tomes and photo albums. Sherlock settled into an armchair, scanning the spines with keen interest. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he admired the display. Harry, however, blinked in astonishment. If he hadn't known this was Professor Slughorn's home, he might have assumed its meticulous plush decor belonged to a fastidious grand dame. Slughorn himself moved through the room like a benevolent monarch, guiding them to the softest seats. Once everyone was comfortably seated, he bustled over to the trolley with a flourish. "May I offer you something to drink? I dare say I've stocked every potion, cordial, and vintage you could name. Albus, same as always." He began selecting a crystal glass, genuinely pleased to attend to his guests. Professor Slughorn beamed as he bustled about the drawing room. "Pure honey water, anyone? I've also got plenty of tooth-strengthening potion left. For the younger crowd, how about a frothy butterbeer? Or for those with more refined tastes, may I recommend my oak-aged mead? Top-tier stuff, straight from the cask." With a flourish, he produced a set of gleaming crystal goblets, each one twinkling in the lamplight. Dumbledore offered a warm nod of approval. Sherlock and Harry exchanged a quick glance before both settled on butterbeer. Slughorn carefully poured their glasses, then eased himself into the armchair at the head of the table. He sank into the plush cushions with a satisfied "ah!", his short legs swinging freely above the floor. Once everyone had a drink in hand, the professor leaned forward, eyes bright with recollection. He launched into tales of his long association with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, revealing, with a chuckle, that he was actually a few years younger than the revered headmaster. His voice rose and fell in a steady, eager rhythm as he recounted the many gifted students he had nurtured over the years. His anecdotes ranged from scions of noble wizarding families to atypical prodigies whose raw talents had propelled them into greatness. Each name sparked another story, another laugh, and another fond memory. Slughorn's enthusiasm was contagious. As the evening wore on, Sherlock and Harry found themselves leaning in, eager to hear which pupil would next take the star turn in the professor's colorful reminiscences. Professor Slughorn's grin widened as he swept his arm toward the cabinet lined with gleaming frames, each holding a lively, moving image. "These," he announced, "are all my former students. Signed photographs, every one of them. See there?" He tapped the frame closest to him. "That's Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Daily Prophet. He's always keen to pick my brain on current affairs. Next to him is Ambrosius Flume from Honeyduke's. You'll never believe it, but every year on my birthday he sends me the most extravagant gift basket. That's because I introduced him to Ciceron Harkis, who gave him his first job." He moved on to another shelf. And here's Bob Ogden, a retired senior official from the Ministry of Magic. In his day, he'd come to me, this old professor, whenever he hit a tricky problem at work. And if you crane your neck, you'll just catch sight of Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. He chuckled. People always ask why I'm on such friendly terms with a Harpies player. Let's just say I never have trouble getting free tickets. Sherlock Holmes listened to every word, but he did not hurry to sip from the glass in his hand. His sharp gray eyes roamed the room, the sumptuous upholstered chairs, the fine stitching on the matching footstools, the shelves of books arranged with color-coordinated precision. Nothing escaped his attention. Empty chocolate box wrappers lay neatly arranged on the sideboard. Slughorn himself lounged nearby in an exquisite velvet robe, his face alight as he recounted tales of his glory days. Every lavish detail, down to the expensive fabrics and the careful choreography of his anecdotes, snapped into focus in Sherlock's mind. He folded these observations alongside the preconceptions he'd gathered before meeting Slughorn, and a vividly precise portrait took shape. Slughorn treasured material comfort and brimmed with vanity, perpetually basking in memories of past triumphs and the prestige of his social circle. He fed on admiration, delighting whenever someone sought his favor. This adulation was both his refuge and his greatest asset. Exceptionally skilled and ever alert to opportunity, he weighed every connection for the advantage it might yield, always safeguarding his own reputation. Even his refusal to purchase the famously costly Potter family shampoo, citing both the price and a vague pang of guilt, spoke volumes about his priorities. As Slughorn once more extolled his current prominence and the successes of his former protégés, his eyes flicked involuntarily to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. For a split second, a profound, unspoken guilt shadowed his expression before he jerked his gaze away as if scalded. Sherlock caught the briefest quiver in the man's countenance and pinned it in his mind. In that instant, the path to his objective crystallized, and he knew the moment to act had arrived. Sherlock's gaze flicked to Dumbledore, and with the barest of nods, his slate-gray eyes carrying the unspoken message, the headmaster rose at once. "Leaving already?" Professor Slughorn exclaimed, panic edging his voice. He hadn't even begun to share all his favorite anecdotes. "Horace," Dumbledore said quietly, "these stories are delightful, but—" He paused, offered a gentle smile. "Could you remind me where your lavatory is?" Relief washed over Slughorn's face. "Oh, of course, he bubbled, waving a hand. "At the end of the corridor, on the right." With a courteous nod, Dumbledore slipped from the drawing room, leaving behind the warm glow of candlelight, the faint perfume of sweets, and the lingering richness of vintage port. As the door clicked shut, silence descended. Only Slughorn and the two students remained, and in that sudden stillness, the old professor seemed to shed his last reserve, his shoulders relaxed, and his eyes gleamed with renewed mischief. Slughorn sank deeper into the plush armchair, its soft cushions swallowing him as he casually unbuttoned the top of his velvet pajamas. A contented smile spread across his face, and he lifted his crystal tumbler to pour himself another generous measure of the amber spirit. Before long, their conversation circled back to the glory days of Slughorn's career, and each time the old professor reached a triumphant moment, Sherlock would chime in with perfect, disarming timing. "Really? Incredible. Professor, you actually pulled that off? Those who had the privilege of studying under you must have been extraordinarily lucky." Harry watched, bewildered. This couldn't be the same Sherlock who was famous for dispatching social niceties with a single, cutting remark. Had he been turned into someone else by Polyjuice Potion? All the while, Slughorn, buoyed by Sherlock's unabashed flattery, kept raising his glass until he'd lost count of how many measures he'd drained. Harry winced as Professor Slughorn's words slurred through the warm, lamp-lit room. The old potions master had obviously enjoyed one too many sherries, and his cheeks glowed a deep crimson. "Why hasn't Albus come back yet?" Slughorn mumbled, waving a trembling hand. "Is he too embarrassed to face us?" "He's only had a few drinks," another voice sneered, but it wasn't Severus Snape. Harry glanced to his right and saw Sherlock, arms folded, watching Slughorn with equal parts amusement and alarm. "Honestly, he's hopeless." Harry's heart sank. Publicly mocking Dumbledore was unthinkable, even if the headmaster had stayed late with some urgent business. Then Slughorn's bleary gaze settled on Harry himself. Barry Water, boy who lived. Yes, that's it. He blinked, as if seeing Harry for the first time. You look so much like your father. Harry said nothing. He'd heard the comparison 1,000 times. His lips pressed into a polite smile as Slughorn continued, his voice softening. Only your eyes. They're just like your mother's. A faint flush crept up Harry's neck. He'd grown used to the resemblance, had even been proud of it. Now, he forced himself to nod. Yes, sir. Many say the same. Slughorn leaned back, swaying slightly. Lily Evans, what a student. Quick-witted, full of life, so enchanting. He sighed on the last word, as if Lily herself were sitting before him. She was one of the very best I ever taught. Harry's pulse quickened. Even in his tipsy haze, Slughorn's admiration for Lily Evans was unmistakable, and though the old professor had stumbled through his praise, his affection rang true, which Harry realized might just serve their complicated plan better than perfect sobriety ever could. I used to tell her all the time that she really belonged in my house. Unfortunately, she had a knack for rather impolite comebacks. Which house were you in? Harry asked, pretending not to know. I was head of Slytherin in those days, Professor Slughorn replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, don't hold that against me. Harry's lips twitched, and Slughorn, mistaking it for offense, immediately wagged a short, thick finger at him. I take it you're a Gryffindor like she was, he continued. Houses often run in families, the Abbotts, the Longbottoms, the Malfoys, the Weasleys, but there are always exceptions. Take Sirius Black, for instance. Everyone else in his family was in Slytherin, yet he ended up in Gryffindor. A remarkable fellow, he was. And when his brother Regulus arrived, of course I got him for Slytherin too. But wouldn't it have been splendid to have both of them in my house? Harry frowned, clearly unconvinced. At that moment, Sherlock leaned forward, his voice calm but cutting through Slughorn's boastful tone. I suspect, Professor, that to you Lily was more than merely one of your brightest students. Chapter 444, Horace Slughorn. Sherlock surveyed the cluttered office, its walls groaning under the weight of countless photographs, portraits of Slughorn grinning alongside one celebrated student after another. He pulled one from the bottom of the pile and held it aloft. This, he said softly, is a striking snapshot. A young woman with vibrant red hair, Lily Evans, later Potter. You're alone with her here, Professor, and your smile is remarkably sincere. Slughorn blinked at the photo. His usual composure wavered. Under Sherlock's cool gaze, he seemed almost sheepish. Yes, he murmured. Lily was extraordinary, brilliant at potions, fearless, full of life. One of my finest pupils. I was very fond of her. Sherlock nodded, slipping the picture back into the stack. No one who knew her could help but like Lily Potter. But I notice you've been more discreet about another name on your list. The question hung in the air. Slughorn's eyes darted around the room, as if seeking an escape through the portraits themselves. He took a slow breath, the effects of last night's hospitality still lingering. Holmes, he began uncertainly. Who do you mean? Tom Marvolo Riddle? Sherlock waited, expression unmoved. Or, if it's the name you know better, Lord Voldemort. At the final word, Sherlock's voice cut through the quiet with unnerving clarity. Voldemort. Harry sat up a little straighter at Sherlock's words. Could the real story finally be unfolding? He watched as Professor Slughorn's pupils suddenly shrank and his features went rigid. No! Slughorn choked out, a tremor running through him so strong his teacup rattled on the saucer. How could you know that? Very few people ever realized Tom Riddle was Lord Voldemort, and you're only 14, 15. You must be mistaken. His voice cracked, bone-dry, as if the words themselves were choking him. Sherlock's gaze never wavered. He leaned forward, voice calm but unrelenting. Of course you knew him. He was both the most brilliant and the most dangerous student you have ever taught. Those sharp gray eyes of his seemed to probe Slughorn's very thoughts. When you speak of Lily Evans, your tone is full of admiration and affection, yet you have always steered clear of Tom Riddle's name. And when you look at Harry... Sherlock paused, letting the silence fill the room. I see guilt in your eyes. Not only because Lily died at Voldemort's hands, but because you guarded the truth that Harry so desperately needed to hear. More importantly, it's that gnawing fear inside you. Slughorn's smile froze. Albus sent you here to ask that, didn't he? His warm, jovial manner slipped away, replaced by shock and alarm. I kept wondering why he'd be so kind as to send 2 children to see me. Now I realize it was all for this. Harry's heart lurched. Sherlock's true purpose had been exposed. He shot a panicked look at the detective, but Sherlock sat perfectly still, steepling his fingers under his chin. "Professor," Sherlock said evenly, "I think you underestimate me." Slughorn swallowed hard. "You're right. I know far too little about you." "As a matter of fact," Sherlock continued, "during your introductions, Mr. Dumbledore himself mentioned that it was I who tracked down Peter Pettigrew last year and proved Sirius Black's innocence." Slughorn's eyes widened. "And?" Sherlock offered a faint, knowing smile. "And nothing more need be said about the past. Why don't we talk about something simpler? How has your day been, Professor?" Slughorn blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift to polite chatter. He cleared his throat, trying to collect himself as he prepared to answer. "Today?" Slughorn's brows shot up in surprise. "Yes." Sherlock's eyes swept over the pale purple velvet of the professor's dressing gown. Though still sumptuous, the fabric bore faint creases. "You're notoriously fastidious about your appearance," Sherlock said, voice even. "You wouldn't allow wrinkles in this gown unless you were forced to. Notice the slight fold on the left collar, and do you feel the tearing, a gentle ridge at the back of your head? A pillow imprint that lingers only after hours of side sleeping. Combine that with the subtle shadows under your eyes. Despite your best efforts to conceal them, not even a nightcap could hide your fatigue, and it's evident you dozed off for a luxuriously long afternoon nap." Professor Slughorn reached up almost unconsciously, as if checking for the very pillow mark Sherlock described. Then Sherlock's gaze drifted downward to the dark carpet beneath Slughorn's mahogany desk, where a few pale yellow granules lay scattered. He knelt, plucked one between thumb and forefinger, and held it up to the light. "Honeyduke's golden sugar sprinkles, I believe?" he said with a faint smile. Slughorn flushed, caught in the detective's unerring scrutiny, and in the knowledge that, today at least, he had been thoroughly observed. The little alcove where they stood wasn't part of the main dining room at all, but tucked just off the entranceway. Sherlock's eyes flicked to the snack cabinet beside them. "Before your nap, you helped yourself to some of the finest sweets it holds," he said quietly. "You dashed here looking perfectly composed, but you clearly hadn't had time to hide your tracks." Slughorn's voice trembled. "I just have a habit of eating a few candies before bed." But Sherlock's tone remained unruffled. "Oh, I saw it all," he continued. "The half-empty wrapper you dropped, the faint scent of sugar on your coat. It was as if you drifted off mid-binge, then awakened at the slightest sound and hurried here to open the door for your guests." A flush of embarrassment colored Slughorn's cheeks. His carefully managed image, always gracious host, always in control, had been laid bare in that single observation. He opened his mouth to protest, but no words came. Sherlock leaned back, folding his arms. "You've prepared fine candies and vintage wine, placed yourself on the softest chair in this room, and now you sit like royalty on your throne, ready to bask in our admiration as you recount your greatest triumphs." Slughorn swallowed hard. There was no denying it. He'd been caught, and Sherlock, as always, had seen right through him. "You take such pride in showcasing your collection of connections, basking in the knowledge that you're valued and admired. That sense of importance, your very spiritual home, you guard with meticulous care." Sherlock's words struck home. Slughorn's taut defenses relaxed for a heartbeat, the alcohol loosening his mental vigilance. But just as he began to sink back into comfort, Sherlock's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned ice-cold. "Except that all your carefully curated glory came crashing down because of a single name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, or rather, the name he would later adopt, Lord Voldemort. That name is like a jagged thorn driven straight through the heart of the kingdom you so lovingly built." Slughorn had barely recovered from Sherlock's first mention of Voldemort. Now at the second, his brief relief evaporated. He trembled and blustered in protest, but Sherlock cut him off before he could catch his breath. "Tell me," Sherlock continued, voice sharp as a scalpel, "among all the illustrious former students you parade in those portrait halls, why is the most gifted of them all omitted? When every other renowned name shines on your walls, why have you deliberately erased Tom Riddle's?" Slughorn froze, eyes darting. The question hung in the air, heavy and accusing, a challenge to the very foundation of his pride. Sherlock Holmes fixed Horace Slughorn with a steady stare. You pride yourself on having the keenest eye in the room, Professor. Yet in your case, that very gift led to consequences you still can't bear. Your guilt goes far deeper than Lily Potter's death at Voldemort's hands. It's rooted in a secret you shared with Tom Riddle, one that haunted you ever since. Slughorn shrank back into the plush velvet armchair, pale-knuckled hands twisting the fabric of his robes. How dare you? You can't know what passed between us. Young people are curious. I only told him some old legends. But they weren't just legends, were they? Sherlock's voice was calm, each word cutting through the professor's defenses like a knife. You spoke of the darkest, most forbidden chapters in the history of magic, about tearing the soul apart, about hiding pieces of it in enchanted objects to cheat death. He paused, letting the silence stretch until Slughorn's mouth hung open. Then Sherlock uttered the forbidden word with ice-cold clarity, Horcruxes. At that moment, it was as if an invisible mallet struck the professor in the chest. Slughorn's face drained of color, his lips trembled. Harry Potter, standing just inside the doorway, watched in stunned silence as the truth crashed down around them all. He let out a strangled gasp, his face instantly draining of color as cold sweat beaded on his brow. His hand trembled so violently that the wineglass slipped from his grasp, spilling amber liquid across the Persian carpet. He stared at Sherlock as though he were a harbinger of doom, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. You? How could you? Slughorn's voice quavered, thick with disbelief and bone-deep fear. In that moment, Sherlock had exposed the most shameful secret of all. It was Slughorn's betrayal, his leaking of critical information to Lord Voldemort that had enabled the rise of the Dark Lord and plunged the entire magical world into fear. Sherlock remained unflinching. Instead, he leaned forward, his tone icy and precise. Your every avoidance, your guilt, the way you look at Harry, each one confirms it. Harry paused at the edge of Slughorn's desk, letting each word land with deliberate weight. Tom Riddle, your bright, charming protégé, was the first to learn from you about Horcruxes. It was you who opened his eyes to that unthinkable magic, setting him on the path that led to unspeakable evil. Slughorn's face went pale. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. His usual defenses offered no comfort. Harry took a single step forward, voice low but unyielding. And Lily Evans, your brightest student, the one you admired most, she died because of him. Her sacrifice was rooted, in part, in that very conversation you had with Riddle. At last Slughorn crumpled. Tears welled and spilled unchecked, trickling down his rounded cheeks into his silver beard. Every shred of composure abandoned him. He hunched over, shoulders shaking, as if stripped bare of dignity. I never meant for any of this. I didn't know he would. His voice broke on the last word. Harry watched, unwavering. Slughorn's confession hovered in the thick, silent air. I thought he was just curious, the professor stammered. A brilliant student, eager for dark knowledge, but he was still a promising young man. Curiosity, Harry cut in softly, doesn't excuse the rest. You showed him the door. He walked right through it. Slughorn's shoulders heaved as sorrow and shame consumed him. He had no further words. In that heavy silence, the full truth of his betrayal stood stark and undeniable. Unfortunately, that's precisely the problem. Sherlock's voice remained calm, yet its weight filled the room. You recognized his gift, and perhaps even admired it, so completely that you ignored the yawning chasm it opened before him. His brilliance and ambition weren't the harmless curiosity of a promising student. They were the very key to forbidden dark arts. And whether by accident or design, you handed him the means to create Horcruxes. The drawing room fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by Slughorn's muffled sobs. The lingering sweetness of candy and the mellow richness of wine now felt grotesquely ironic. Firelight danced across Slughorn's trembling features, deepening the shadows of his despair. In that single moment, the proud facade he had so painstakingly upheld shattered under Sherlock's unflinching logic and the terrible weight of the word Horcrux. Sherlock paused, watching the professor's anguish deepen. He allowed the silence to stretch until Slughorn seemed swallowed by his shame. Then, his voice cold and unyielding, Sherlock spoke again. Professor, You told me how dearly you loved Lily Evans, her kindness, her courage, and yet now you refuse to offer the same help to her son. She died for Harry. Slughorn's trembling voice broke the silence, and yet you won't even give him back a single memory. Don't say that, Sherlock interjected quietly, though his eyes never left Harry. If it would help you, of course it wouldn't be a problem, but in truth, that memory is useless. It's anything but useless, Harry cut in, stepping forward. It's not just about your regret over Lily. It's about that conversation you had with him, the one in which he revealed everything about Horcruxes. That knowledge is precisely what we need to destroy Voldemort once and for all, to avenge Lily and James and everyone else who's died because of him. And it's your only chance to free yourself from the guilt that gnaws at you. Hand it over, and you finally atone for your mistakes. Slughorn recoiled. But, my dear boy, you're asking the impossible. You want me to help you destroy a... You don't want to rid the world of the wizard who murdered Lily Evans? Harry's voice was steady, cold. Of course I do, Slughorn stammered. But, are you afraid Voldemort will learn you betrayed him? Harry pressed. Slughorn said nothing, his face ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sherlock took a measured step forward. If that's your worry, put it aside. He's weaker now than he's ever been. Reveal the truth, and Voldemort won't even have the chance to rise again. Sherlock glanced at Harry, eyes full of admonition and hope. Harry met that look with equal resolve, and Slughorn, the weight of their determination upon him, finally gave way. Harry knew his moment had come. He drew in a steadying breath and met Professor Slughorn's gaze. Professor, I need you to show the same courage my mother did. Even at the end, she risked everything to stand against Voldemort. Slughorn pressed a pudgy hand to his lip, his fingers quivering. For a heartbeat, he looked more child than wizard. I feel so dishonored, he mumbled. That memory, I'm ashamed of what it reveals. I fear I only made things worse that day. If you share it with me, it will all be set right, Harry said gently. You'd be doing something truly brave and noble. A single candle flickered between them as they fell into silence. Harry clenched his jaw, determined not to glance toward Sherlock for support. He waited. Slowly, Slughorn's last reserves of doubt gave way under the weight of Harry's calm resolve, the mention of Lily, and the dull haze of the fire whiskey still clinging to his senses. It was as if a lantern had suddenly pierced the darkness. Tears welled in Slughorn's eyes and rolled down his pudgy cheeks, dripping into his silver beard. At last he nodded. A crushing wave of shame and sorrow washed over him, yet even in the depths of his despair a faint spark of hope, and a longing to make amends, began to glow. He nodded wearily, as though every last ounce of strength had drained from his limbs. At last, Slughorn reached into his pocket with trembling fingers, drew out his wand, and with the other hand carefully fished a small, empty vial from the folds of his cloak. Chapter 445, Her Infinite Charm. Professor Slughorn fixed Harry with a steady gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the tip of his wand against his temple and drew forth a shimmering, silvery thread of memory. The strand stretched and stretched, glimmering in the lamplight, until at last it snapped free. A wisp of glowing silver drifted at the wand's tip. With delicate care, Slughorn slipped it into a small glass vial. Inside, the filament uncoiled and swirled like spectral smoke. Hands trembling, the professor corked the vial and slid it across the desk toward Harry. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, voice quiet but earnest, as he picked up the vial. Slughorn's eyes glistened with tears, which splashed into his thick walrus mustache. He swallowed hard, meeting Harry's green eyes. "You have Lily's eyes," he murmured, his voice wavering. "You were always destined for goodness. After all you've seen here, I only ask one thing. Please, don't think any less of me." With that, the old professor rested his head on his folded arms, let out a long, exhausted sigh, and was asleep before Harry could say another word. Harry stared at the little glass vial in his hand, hardly daring to believe it was real. "Is that it?" he whispered. As if on cue, Dumbledore emerged from the far side of the room. "Professor!" Harry called, glancing at the sleeping Slughorn and holding up the small glass vial he'd just retrieved. "We got it." Dumbledore's face broke into a radiant smile as he took the vial from Harry's hand. "This is truly wonderful news. Absolutely magnificent. Sherlock, Harry, I knew you two could pull it off." Sherlock allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. "We should really thank Lily Potter." Dumbledore's eyes lit up. Of course, without Lily's extraordinary influence, none of this would have been possible. She had turned James from a reckless youth into a devoted husband, persuaded Snape to betray Voldemort, and coaxed even the elusive Professor Slughorn into revealing his most guarded memories. If Sherlock hadn't known the truth about her, he might have suspected a drop of Vila blood in her veins. Dumbledore glanced at the still slumbering Slughorn, his expression both grateful and awed. "You're quite right," he said softly, then paused, as if searching for the best way to proceed now that the memory was safely in their hands. Sherlock observed Dumbledore's subtle motion and allowed himself a faint smile. "I take it Professor Slughorn won't recall a thing come morning, sir?" Dumbledore paused for a heartbeat before nodding. "Indeed, Sherlock." He raised his wand with a gentle flick, and the already slumbering Slughorn sank into an even deeper sleep. Harry, standing nearby, whipped his head around in surprise, eyes wide. With Slughorn safely ensorcelled, Dumbledore turned his attention to the room at large. "Are you looking for the Pensieve?" he asked Sherlock. "It should be inside that cabinet." Sherlock glanced at the cabinet, an ornate, locked mahogany case, then let out a quiet chuckle. Dumbledore watched him, admiration in his eyes. "I suspect that lock poses no challenge to you," he said, "but I wouldn't recommend examining the memory here. Even the slightest misstep could have unforeseen ramifications." "You're quite right," Dumbledore agreed, lifting a hand as if to touch the lock, then letting it fall to his side. He fixed Sherlock with a steady gaze. "Let us be on our way, then." Outside, the three paused at the gate to look back at Slughorn's grand estate. Though they had spent barely 2 hours inside, the eccentric professor's hospitality and his remarkable collection had left them all with much to ponder. Together, they set off down the path, the night air cool and full of promise. Dumbledore sighed deeply. As he led Harry and Sherlock down the corridor, he glanced at them and said, "I imagine you've already noticed that Horace Slughorn has a fondness for luxury, and a particular taste for keeping company with the famous, the successful, and the influential." Harry didn't reply. The observation was hardly surprising. Sherlock, who had done his due diligence on Slughorn before arriving, also remained silent. Dumbledore went on. "Slughorn never craves power for its own sake. He steers clear of high office, preferring a subordinate role that grants him greater freedom and flexibility. During his years teaching at Hogwarts, he delighted in hand-picking a handful of students, sometimes because of their ambition or intellect, other times for their charm or unique talents. Almost without fail, those he chose went on to distinguish themselves." He paused, letting that sink in. The circle he formed around these protégés, colloquially known as the Slug Club, exists for one purpose: to introduce promising young witches and wizards to one another, to foster connections, and, naturally, to bind them to Slughorn's good graces. Often, the reward is no more than a box of his precious candied pineapple, but the real benefit lies in the network he offers. You two are his latest additions. Welcome to the club." Dumbledore paused, steepling his fingers as he regarded Harry and Sherlock. "Horace Slughorn's greatest pleasure," he said, "lies in discovering talented students, particularly those he can recommend for positions at the Goblin Liaison Office." Sherlock chuckled softly, but said nothing. Harry, however, pictured a plump spider spinning its silken threads, strands laid out to ensnare the unwary. "I won't belabor the point," Dumbledore continued, "for Sherlock's insight into Horace's methods may well surpass my own." "Indeed, Headmaster," Sherlock replied calmly. Turning back to Harry, Dumbledore's expression grew earnest. "Harry, I share this, not so you'll shun Slughorn. He is, after all, a remarkable wizard, but so you'll remain on your guard." "On my guard?" Harry echoed, confusion flickering in his green eyes. "Why, Professor? Because Horace will do everything in his power to win you over. To him, you're the ultimate prize, the boy who lived, savior of the magical world, Voldemort's only real threat. In Slughorn's mind, you're perfect. Think of him as a more capable Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart only boasted of his exploits, whereas Slughorn not only speaks brilliantly of his connections, he wields real influence." A cold shiver ran down Harry's spine as the headmaster's words sank in. Harry's heart thudded against his ribs as he stood in the moonlit clearing. the damp night air smelling faintly of pine and earth. He couldn't shake the memory of that dreadful line Dumbledore had spoken in his office just before the end of his 3rd year. One of those prophecies that sinks deep into your marrow. One must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore materialized beside him with a soft crack, pausing exactly where they'd first apparated. "All right," the headmaster murmured, holding out an arm. "Just take hold of me here." It was Harry's 3rd time apparating, and though he should have grown used to the bizarre tug in his stomach, he still felt wobbly. He swallowed hard, eyeing the serene composure of the 2 men beside him. Dumbledore looked calm as always, robes unruffled. Sherlock Holmes, too, stood utterly unmoved. He might never have felt a single pang of nausea in his life. Harry couldn't help the glint of envy in his green eyes. "Don't look at me like that, my dear Harry," Sherlock chided with a wry smile, reading his thoughts as calmly as if he were deducing the provenance of a teacup. Or rather, Phileas Flitwick, took me once before," Harry confessed, gripping Dumbledore's sleeve a little tighter. "So this is only the 3rd time?" Sherlock chuckled softly. "Actually, I've only had one more apparition experience than you do." Dumbledore's eyes, kindly and bright, met Harry's. "With Phileas, you say?" His voice was gentle, almost teasing, but there lay the weight of every lesson he'd ever taught Harry about the dangers and necessities of magic's most perilous leap. "Exactly, the Greek interpreter case." Sherlock frowned. "It's been 2 years since, see that incident, and the Ministry of Magic still hasn't caught John Smith." "As far as I know, they gave up after their initial attempts," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "They're always like that." Sherlock let out a dry chuckle. "I see. Comparing Scotland Yard to them is an insult to Scotland Yard." "All right, let's leave that aside," Dumbledore replied. "First, let's delve into this crucial memory." "Wait, where are we?" Harry asked, glancing around. The 3 of them stood on a quiet country lane. It was definitely not Grimmauld Place. "In simple terms, this is one of my secret retreats," Dumbledore explained. "A secret retreat?" Harry repeated, surprised. "Indeed," Sherlock added, gesturing toward a modest cottage just off the lane. "As headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore is fully entitled to own private property beyond the school grounds." Dumbledore smiled warmly and led Harry and Sherlock up the path toward the cottage. Once they were all inside the little wooden house, Harry felt an odd sense of déjà vu, Hagrid's hut on a smaller, more refined scale. From the outside it looked plain and unremarkable, but inside every inch was carefully arranged, almost like a pared-down version of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Even without explanation, its connection to Dumbledore was unmistakable. "I've concealed this place from muggles with a confundus charm," Dumbledore said, as he strode toward a polished oak cabinet. "And I've set 2 intrusion charms. Should anyone break in, we'll know immediately." He opened the cabinet and lifted out a smooth, shallow stone basin. Sherlock's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. A pensieve. Though it lacked the ornate carvings of the one at Hogwarts, its purpose was clear. Dumbledore placed it on a small table at the room's center and uncorked a slender glass vial. "Now at last we'll see for ourselves," he murmured, pouring the silvery contents into the basin. Sherlock leaned forward, intrigued. Harry, too, moved closer until they both gazed into the swirling surface. Almost at once, Harry felt a familiar tug. His feet seemed to lift off the floor, and he plunged into darkness. He hurtled through the void, the world spinning around him, until he landed, breathless, before a figure emerging from the silver depths. Sherlock recognized him at once, Horace Slughorn. But this version of Slughorn was unmistakably younger than the one he'd met before. Chapter 44, Riddle. Through the silvery swirl of the pensieve, Sherlock, Harry, and Professor Dumbledore found themselves standing in a comfortably cluttered office, the private study of the Slytherin dean. Seated before them was a much younger Horace Slughorn. His once thick, yellow hair gleamed in the lamplight, though an observant eye might note a galleon-sized bald patch creeping across the crown. His ginger beard, too, was more trimmed and dapper than the fuller growth he wore in later years. Even then, his embroidered waistcoat struggled beneath golden buttons, evidence that his appetite for both fine food and fine company had long been robust. Slughorn lounged in a winged armchair, one foot propped on a plush velvet cushion, reclining as though in some private club rather than a school office. In his right hand, he cradled a small glass of rich red wine. His left hand casually plucked at a box of candied pineapple. The corners of his mouth turned upward in a contented smile, and he exuded an easy authority that seemed to draw everyone around him closer. Indeed, 6 or 7 boys, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, clustered at his feet, hanging on every word the professor spoke. Most of them were eager and bright-eyed, but one face stood apart: Tom Riddle. He was strikingly handsome, with dark hair so jet black it rivaled the shadows of the room, and pale skin that seemed to glow in contrast. What made him truly compelling, however, was the way the younger students orbited around him, as though drawn by some nameless power. Even from where Sherlock stood, it was clear this boy possessed a rare magnetism, one that Slughorn himself met with a knowing, indulgent look. The memory held them in silence. Sherlock's sharp gaze took in every detail: Slughorn's laugh lines, the way Riddle's smile barely curved his lips, the subtle deference payments in silver that lay half-hidden on Slughorn's desk. Harry's stomach tightened at the sight of Tom's calm, almost regal composure. And Dumbledore, watching closely, allowed himself a measured nod, as though confirming a long-suspected truth. In that moment, the significance of this gathering, this meeting of professor and pupil, hung heavy in the Pensieve's murky depths, waiting to reveal the secret that tied them all together. Sherlock sat among the other students, the picture of ease. While the rest sat upright, his right arm draped casually over the chair's armrest, the light catching the ancient black gemstone ring on his finger. Then the memory began in earnest. "Professor Merrythought is retiring, sir?" Tom Riddle asked, his voice smooth as silk. Horace Slughorn wagged a finger dusted with sugar like a reproach, but the mischievous twinkle in his eye told a different story. "Tom, my boy, even if I knew, I couldn't tell you." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "But really, where do you get your information? You know more about the staff than half the faculty put together." Riddle offered a slight, enigmatic smile. The other students chuckled and glanced at him with open admiration. Admiration, Sherlock noted, was entirely genuine. A faint smile curved Sherlock's lips. "Interesting." Slughorn's eyes danced as he continued. "You sly devil, always one step ahead of us all. You're always so keen to butter up the right people. By the way, thanks for the pineapple. You guessed correctly. It really is my favorite." Slughorn leaned back in his chair, a self-satisfied grin on his face. The boys around the table chuckled again, and Slughorn, now thoroughly at ease, continued, "Mark my words, you'll be Minister of Magic in 20 years, maybe even 15. That is, if you keep sending me those candied pineapples. You see, I have very strong connections at the ministry." Laughter rippled through the group for a third time, but Tom Riddle simply inclined his head with a composed, gracious smile. When the laughter died down, he spoke in measured tones. "I'm not certain politics is my path, sir. For one thing, I have no family background." The 2 boys nearest him exchanged amused glances. Sherlock, observing the scene, felt a cold recognition. Even now, Tom was quietly building his reputation. He dropped hints that he hailed from an ancient wizarding lineage, albeit one that had fallen into decline, enough to capture Slughorn's imagination. Slughorn's laughter rang out again. "Nonsense. Talent like yours must come from a respectable pure-blood family." Sherlock watched Riddle's face, noting how effortlessly the boy played the part. It was clear even here, beneath the polite smiles and playful banter, Tom Riddle was already calculating his ascent. The office was quiet except for the faint ticking of the little golden clock on Professor Slughorn's desk. Tom Riddle stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, as Slughorn leaned forward with a broad smile. "Tom, even at your age you shine brighter than most," the professor declared. "I've never been wrong about a student, and mark my words, you have a brilliant future ahead of you." A silent tension hung in the air. Harry watched from the Pensieve alongside Dumbledore, and both exchanged subtle, knowing glances. This time, Slughorn was spectacularly off the mark. With a gentle chime, the clock struck 11. Slughorn's merriment faltered as he glanced at the time. "Mercy me, is it that late already? We'd best be going, children, or we'll all be in trouble. Lestrange, your essay's due tomorrow, no excuses, or it's detention. And the same goes for you, Avery." He rose deliberately, glass in hand, gently admonishing the two boys as they trailed out of the office. One by one, they slipped away, everyone but Tom Riddle. Harry didn't need Sherlock's running commentary to recognize Riddle's ploy. The boy was stalling, allowing the corridors to empty until only he and Slughorn remained. Turning back, Slughorn spotted him lingering. "Come along, Tom. You don't want to be caught roaming after lights out, do you?" Riddle hesitated, then gave a slight bow. "Professor, if you please, there's something I wish to ask." Slughorn raised an eyebrow. "Well, make it quick, my boy. Lights out is at 11:30. "Do you know anything about Horcruxes?" Riddle asked, his voice low and measured. At that single word, Slughorn's expression shifted in an instant. His jovial facade faltered, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Silence settled between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Professor Slughorn's plump fingers idly caressed the stem of his empty wineglass. "A defense against the dark arts question, is it?" he asked with a faint smile. Sherlock couldn't suppress a scoff. Slughorn's reaction made it plain that he knew Horcruxes weren't part of Hogwarts' curriculum, yet he humored Tom Riddle all the same. Clearly, he admired the boy. "No, sir," Riddle replied, sounding earnest. "I came across the term in some ancient text. I just don't fully grasp it." Slughorn leaned forward, studying him intently. "Horcruxes, Tom, they're very dark magic. You'll find almost no book here that treats them in depth, because they are abhorrent." Riddle's eyes shone with feigned wonder. "But you obviously know something about them, sir. I mean, a wizard of your reputation. If anyone could explain it." He broke off, glancing anxiously at Slughorn, his tone respectful, almost pleading. "I thought perhaps you might." Sherlock watched this exchange with a renewed sense of respect for the boy, if one could call him that. Even before he became the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle had a calculating subtlety that bordered on genius. That deferential hesitation, that effortless charm, it was the mark of a truly dangerous mind. That flattery was artful, not too much, not too little. Sherlock Holmes had considerable practice drawing secrets from unwilling lips, just 10 minutes ago, in fact, so when he sensed genuine skill, he recognized it immediately. No matter how carefully Tom Riddle masked his intentions, Sherlock saw through him. This little exchange must have been in the works for weeks. "Tom," Sherlock began. Professor Slughorn didn't look up. He continued to untie the ribbon, and a box of sugared pineapples. "Actually, there's no harm in a brief explanation, just so you're clear on the term. A Horcrux, as it's called, is an object in which a witch or wizard has hidden a piece of their soul." Riddle maintained perfect composure, though even Harry felt the air crackle with excitement at the word. Slughorn, however, sounded as if he were describing some quaint novelty. "I prefer the term soul fragment," he went on. "You see, by dividing the soul and concealing part of it in an object, the wizard becomes effectively immortal. Destroy the body, or let it be destroyed, and the owner still cannot truly die, so long as that fragment survives. A fragment of your soul can linger in this world, unbroken, but to be precise, a soul in that state." Slughorn's brow knitted as he gathered his thoughts. Sherlock's mind flashed back to Lord Voldemort, reduced 2 years ago to a bodiless wraith, forced to cling to Professor Quirrell's skull-like scalp as Quirrell hunted the Philosopher's Stone. In that pitiable form, he was more wretched than any Hogwarts ghost, yet still alive, desperately clinging to existence. Very few wizards survive like that, Tom. Very few indeed. It's a fate worse than death. Slughorn's voice dropped to a grave warning, but Tom Riddle's expression shone with a barely hidden hunger. He leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. "How? How do you split a soul?" A flicker of unease passed over Slughorn's face. "Tom, you must understand. A soul, any soul, is meant to remain whole. Tearing it apart goes against the very laws of magic. It's unnatural." Chapter 12. The Price of Eternity. Professor Slughorn shifted uneasily in his armchair, beads of sweat gleaming on his brow. Even the most notorious dark wizards hesitate to delve into such forbidden pursuits. Tom Riddle leaned forward, his dark eyes calm and attentive. "Then please," he said softly, "explain how one actually splits the soul." Slughorn swallowed, his voice tight. "By committing an atrocity of supreme evil, murder. Only in taking a life can a witch or wizard rend his soul. In the ritual to create a Horcrux, that torn fragment is sealed, imprisoned, within an object of the caster's choosing." Riddle's eyebrows rose. "Sealed how? By a spell, I presume?" The professor shook his head as though banishing a terrible memory. There is indeed an incantation, but listen, I've never performed it. Do I look like a murderer? Tom inclined his head, expression measured. Of course not, sir. Forgive me if my questions are indelicate. Indelicate, perhaps, Slughorn admitted with a grunt, but not unwelcome. Curiosity isn't a crime, especially not for someone of your talents. A wizard like you is bound to be drawn to both the light and the dark. From a shadowed corner of the drawing room, Sherlock Holmes observed the exchange under the guise of a guest researcher. He noted the way Slughorn's gaze lingered on Riddle, far warmer, far more invested than anything he'd ever witnessed between the professor and Lily. It bordered on devotion. Riddle allowed a polite smile. I appreciate your candor, Professor. If I may press one final question, purely for academic understanding, how does one ensure the Horcrux remains stable? What prevents that soul fragment from decaying or the magical bonds from unraveling? Slughorn's face paled, and he cast a furtive look around the room. That is a matter I'm not at liberty to discuss. A heavy silence fell. In that moment, each man understood that some secrets came at too terrible a cost, even for the brightest minds. Tom Riddle leaned forward, his voice deceptively calm. Professor Slughorn, may I ask, how useful is a Horcrux? Slughorn's usual joviality vanished in an instant. His eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Tom, what exactly are you suggesting? Chapter 447, Voldemort's Point of No Return. Is it possible to split a soul more than once? Tom Riddle asked, his eyes alight with dangerous curiosity as he studied Professor Slughorn. Sir, think about it, he continued, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. If you can fracture your soul once, why not twice, or more? The more pieces you create, the harder it becomes to destroy you. 7 is the most magical number in our world. And imagine splitting your soul into 7 fragments. Tom's hand drifted to the black gemstone set in his ring. He caressed it gently, excitement gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Sherlock, standing just behind Tom, felt his mind snap into sharp focus. Tom, oh Tom, he thought, dread knotting in his chest. Professor Slughorn, normally a master of polite restraint, simply could not hide his shock. His face drained of color and his hands twitched at his sides. 7, he whispered, as though the word itself tainted the air. Slitting one life to rip a soul in 2 is monstrous enough, but carving it into 7, such dark magic, it's inconceivable. Regret flickered across Slughorn's features as he realized he'd invited this conversation. He took an involuntary step backward, his voice trembling. Mr. Riddle, some lines are not meant to be crossed. But Tom Riddle only smiled, his gaze cold and unwavering. In that instant, any hope of retreat vanished, for both the young wizard and those who still clung to a shred of mercy. Professor Slughorn sat forward, his voice dropping to a cautious whisper. Tom, everything we've been discussing, it's purely hypothetical, isn't it? An academic exercise? Tom Riddle's dark eyes met his former teacher's. Yes, sir. Of course it is. Riddle's calm tone continued to soothe Slughorn. All of this is nothing more than theory. One must be bold when exploring ideas. Slughorn exhaled, though his expression remained tense. Even so, Tom, you must never speak of any of it. Horcruxes are forbidden discussion at Hogwarts. You know how strictly Professor Dumbledore enforces that rule. I understand, Riddle replied smoothly. I won't say a word, sir. He offered Slughorn a deep, respectful bow, then turned on silent feet and slipped away. Harry, watching from the Pensieve's edge, caught a final glimpse of Riddle's face. There was that same exultant light in his eyes, reminiscent of the wonder he'd felt upon learning he was a wizard, but now it lent his features a subtly menacing cast. With that, the memory faded, and Slughorn's recollection came to an end. Thank you, Dumbledore murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Sherlock, Harry, let us go. Sherlock felt solid ground beneath his feet again, and looked up to see Dumbledore already seated at a square oak table. He took the nearest chair, and moments later, Harry emerged from the Pensieve's silvery swirl. Harry shot Sherlock a brief, encouraging glance, sat down obediently, and trained his eyes on the headmaster. I've waited more than a year for this evidence, Dumbledore said quietly. I'm grateful you secured it at last, and in doing so, confirmed some of my long-held suspicions. A thoughtful pause settled over the three of them. Then Dumbledore leaned forward, elbows on the table, and fixed Sherlock with a steady gaze. Sherlock, what do you make of it? Sherlock didn't hesitate. First, I owe an apology to Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore's eyebrows arched in mild surprise. Oh, and why is that? Despite the gravity of their discussion, a hint of curiosity lit the old headmaster's eyes. Sherlock met his look. I originally believed that Professor Slughorn had revealed to Tom Riddle the method for creating Horcruxes, Sherlock explained. But this memory shows he did no such thing. Albus Dumbledore listened intently as Harry laid out the truth. Tom Riddle had long ago mastered the dark art of creating Horcruxes. He had only approached Professor Slughorn to refine his thinking, specifically to test the feasibility of making multiple Horcruxes. All of Riddle's feigned ignorance before Slughorn had been a calculated deception designed to draw out any useful information. In the end, even though Slughorn never provided a clear answer, Voldemort had extracted precisely what he needed. Viewed in this light, Slughorn's ensuing guilt and remorse were tragically misplaced. Had he kept his counsel entirely, Voldemort would have pursued the same unthinkable path through other channels, and it wouldn't have taken him long to confirm his darkest suspicions. Dumbledore allowed himself a small, approving smile. Excellent deduction, Sherlock. I knew you'd never let me down. He turned to Harry, his expression growing serious. And you, Harry, I trust you appreciate just how significant that conversation was. At an age much like yours, Tom Riddle was already hunting every possible means to secure his own immortality. His descent into evil began far earlier than I ever imagined, Sherlock said, swirling the last drop of his whiskey. Harry frowned. I see that, he replied, but what I still don't understand is... He turned to Sherlock, eyes wide with confusion. How did you deduce that Voldemort already knew how to make Horcruxes before he ever asked Professor Slughorn? Sherlock gave a faint smile. My dear Harry, it really is quite obvious. Obvious? Harry blinked. After all these years at Sherlock's side, he fancied himself a keen observer, but here he was utterly lost. Sherlock sighed, as though indulging a particularly slow pupil, and began to explain. In the Pensieve memory you saw, which Slughorn himself reluctantly recorded, Tom Riddle not only understood the theory of Horcruxes, he had already created one. Harry's heart skipped a beat. You mean my diary was a Horcrux? Precisely, Sherlock confirmed. Your little diary was his first. Harry's mind raced. But how can you be certain that this scene takes place after the Chamber of Secrets was opened? Because the fragment you viewed was incomplete. I've examined Riddle's memories in that very Pensieve before, and the timeline simply doesn't allow for much of a gap between them. Sherlock laid out his case step by step. First, compare Riddle's appearance. In Slughorn's recollection, he's noticeably taller, his features sharper, his voice deeper and colder than in the earlier memory you witnessed. Second, Sherlock continued, look at the classroom itself. The redesigned window lead bears the new Hogwarts crest, an architectural addition known to have been installed in late autumn of that school year. Third, and most tellingly, he said, note Riddle's references to events that only occurred once the chamber was sealed. Slughorn's nervous glances and halting speech weren't about the mechanics of Horcruxes. He was tormented by what Riddle had already done. Harry exhaled slowly. So Slughorn's hesitation wasn't fear of the memory, but shame. He regretted that he hadn't stopped Riddle when he had the chance. Exactly, Sherlock replied. Voldemort perfected the Horcrux ritual months before he ever returned to Slughorn for confirmation. He wasn't there to learn. He was merely seeking to sharpen his existing knowledge. Harry leaned back, absorbing the weight of it. Voldemort's mastery of the darkest magic had been nearly complete far sooner than anyone knew. Now, with this new timeline in hand, there was only one course of action. Return to Slughorn and compel him to reveal the rest of that fateful memory. First, Sherlock began, everything we've seen shows this took place after the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Second, you must have noticed the black gemstone ring on Riddle's finger. From his every gesture, that ring clearly meant something profound to him. Once he obtained it, he never took it off, and yet it was missing in the earlier memory. Third, although his conversation with Professor Slughorn was flawlessly executed, it didn't fool me. He must already have created a Horcrux, specifically the diary we later destroyed, before he ever spoke to Slughorn. Finally, we can confirm it indirectly with Professor Dumbledore. Sherlock turned to Dumbledore, his voice steady with conviction, even as he asked, "Professor, my friend Hermione searched the restricted section on my behalf, but she found no explanation of Horcruxes. The only reference she uncovered was in the preface to a book called Most Evil Magic, which reads, 'Horcruxes, as the darkest of magical inventions, shall not be explained or guided here.'" At hearing this, Harry remembered Hermione's frustration, how she had slammed that ancient volume shut and tucked it back into her bag. Sherlock's tone sharpened. But wouldn't Hogwarts library, in Tom Riddle's day, still have contained information on Horcruxes? Dumbledore's eyes lit up. "You're absolutely right, Sherlock. Back then, a volume detailing the creation of Horcruxes sat in the restricted section. After I became headmaster, however, I removed it. And where is it now?" "It's in my office. I must read it at the earliest opportunity." "You shall have that opportunity." Dumbledore offered a knowing smile. Harry looked on, wide-eyed and speechless. Sherlock continued, "Based on my deductions, even if Voldemort had managed to forge a Horcrux, he would have had no understanding of the perils involved in creating several. That very ignorance would have driven him to seek outside help, critical, since no wizard before him had ever split his soul into more than 2 fragments. "Am I right, Professor?" Harry asked. "You are," the professor replied, "but the reality is even more astonishing than that." "More astonishing?" "Indeed. No one before Voldemort managed to create more than 1 Horcrux. In fact, apart from him, only 1 witch or wizard in recorded history ever succeeded in making a Horcrux, and that was Herpo the Foul, the ancient Greek dark wizard generally acknowledged as the first." "Herpo the Foul?" Harry echoed. "That name rings a bell." "Of course," the professor said with a gentle smile. "Have you forgotten so soon your Parseltongue ability? It was Herpo who bred the earliest documented basilisk. He's the same Greek dark wizard I referenced earlier, also a Parselmouth." "Oh, right. Hermione talked about that back in our 2nd year," Harry exclaimed. "Precisely," the professor agreed. "Your friend's memory banks are quite impressive, which only goes to show how unprecedented Voldemort's achievement truly was. He wasn't just the first wizard since Herpo the Foul to create a Horcrux. He was the only one ever to make more than one." Harry frowned, unease flickering in his eyes. "Excuse me, Professor, but I have another question." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "If his aim was eternal life, why didn't he simply make or steal a Philosopher's Stone, murdering people to tear his soul into pieces? That's unimaginably horrifying." Chapter 448, The Truth Has Surfaced. Dumbledore let out a quiet sigh at Harry's innocent question. "Yes, Harry, it's as dreadful as you imagine. Horace Slughorn was appalled the moment he learned you must kill someone to create a Horcrux. Voldemort, however, didn't hesitate. He slaughtered repeatedly, forging Horcrux after Horcrux without mercy. In fact, it's his willingness to murder on such a massive scale, hundreds of victims over decades, that makes him truly terrifying." Harry's skin prickled. Hundreds of lives, taken deliberately, he could scarcely grasp such cold-blooded cruelty. Sherlock Holmes opened his mouth, paused, then fell silent. Dumbledore watched him for a moment before turning back to Harry. "As for the Philosopher's Stone you asked about, yes, Voldemort sought it 2 years ago, but I believe even the promise of the stone pales in comparison to Horcruxes in his eyes." Dumbledore glanced at Sherlock. "Sherlock, you've studied these matters closely. Would you care to elaborate?" Sherlock nodded, voice calm and precise. "The elixir of life contained in the stone can indeed extend one's lifespan, but only so long as you continue to drink it. Even immortality isn't permanent. The elixir must be consumed daily. Horcruxes, on the other hand, bind fragments of the soul directly to this world, making death impossible unless every single Horcrux is destroyed. That kind of power doesn't come with an expiration date." Harry absorbed the truth. Voldemort's obsession wasn't merely living forever, but transcending death altogether. The stone's gift was fleeting, but Horcruxes offered something far more absolute and far more horrifying. Once the elixir runs out, goes bad, or the Philosopher's Stone is stolen, immortality becomes a joke, Dumbledore said quietly. Any life secured that way hinges entirely on that medicine, an unacceptable dependency for someone like Voldemort. "Precisely," Harry replied. "He'd never tolerate being controlled, not even by a potion. Granted, he would have sought the stone after he lost his form 2 years ago, purely to escape that half-dead existence. But once he regained a body, he'd have fallen back on his Horcruxes. At that point, he'd no longer need any other safeguard. Simply being alive in a human form would make him effectively immortal, even more so than anyone else. Harry gave a firm nod. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. With the memory you've just recovered, he continued, we finally see the truth. We're now closer than ever to discovering how to defeat Voldemort. You heard him say himself, isn't it better to split myself into more pieces, to make myself stronger? 7. Sherlock spat, has always been the most magical number. It's obvious this madman deliberately split his soul into 7 fragments. His voice shook with barely contained fury. The notion that Lord Voldemort would coldly murder innocent people, fracture his own soul, and fashion Horcruxes solely to cheat death was beyond contempt. In that instant, Sherlock made a vow. Voldemort must be destroyed. Harry's eyes widened. You mean he really made 7 Horcruxes? Exactly, Sherlock replied, his tone grim. Each piece could be hidden anywhere on Earth. Is he insane? Harry blurted, looking to Dumbledore. Professor, are you saying these Horcruxes might be scattered all over the world? Dumbledore regarded them both with calm severity. Sherlock, Harry, I'm relieved you appreciate the gravity of this threat, but allow me one correction. Voldemort did not create 7 Horcruxes, but 6. Perhaps Sherlock's description is more precise. He cleaved his soul into 7 parts. The so-called 7th fragment, though damaged, remains bound to his resurrected body. It's that remnant which sustained his shadowy existence during his years in hiding. Without it, he would not be himself. The 7th fragment of his soul, the one housed within Voldemort's own body, is the final target for anyone who hopes to destroy him. But what about the other 6 Horcruxes? Harry demanded, impatience, sharpening his tone. How do we even begin to find them? Don't worry, Harry. Have you forgotten? Your good friend has already destroyed one. Harry's face brightened. Of course. He turned to Sherlock, admiration flooding his eyes. It was Sherlock who had wielded the sword of Gryffindor to obliterate Tom Riddle's diary. Yet Harry quickly checked his excitement. Still, we can't celebrate just yet. If Voldemort truly split his soul into 7 pieces, there are 5 Horcruxes left to track down. He fell into thought. Horcruxes, fragments of a soul anchored in objects, were Voldemort's ultimate safeguard against death. 6 had been made, and they could hide anywhere, in a book, a ring, even a living creature. So far, only Riddle's diary was confirmed, and it was gone. Dumbledore had laid out the facts, but Harry still felt disoriented by the enormity of their task. Then he looked again at Sherlock, and a spark of relief lit his expression. With Sherlock here, I don't have to piece this together on my own. To Sherlock's surprise, Dumbledore mirrored his gesture, tilting his head slightly, eyes bright with curiosity, and fixed him with an expectant look. Sherlock, what are your thoughts? The professor prompted. Sherlock cleared his throat. Professor, I'm afraid I don't know Lord Voldemort well enough to draw any definitive conclusions. All I can offer right now are a few possible avenues for your consideration. By all means, Dumbledore replied, his smile encouraging. Your insights have been invaluable to me before. Sherlock nodded. From what I've gathered, Voldemort is fiercely proud, arrogant, and obsessed with power. He wouldn't choose a Horcrux the way a portkey might transform an everyday object, something easily overlooked like a tin can, a discarded medicine bottle, or a broken shoe. No, each Horcrux he created would carry deep personal significance. Take his first Horcrux, the diary. It wasn't merely a convenient vessel, it contained memories that proved he was the heir of Slytherin. That connection was crucial to him, so he ensured the diary would safeguard a part of his very identity. I'm guessing Lord Voldemort would choose Horcruxes from objects already charged with deep personal meaning, items with strong sentimental value. For example, Sherlock turned to Dumbledore, his sharp eyes unblinking. Professor, I need you to answer 2 questions first. Go ahead, Dumbledore replied. First, Sherlock said, did each of the 4 founders of Hogwarts leave behind a relic? And second, did each founder leave only 1 relic? Dumbledore paused, clearly caught off guard. Then a gentle smile spread across his face. Moments later, that quiet smile erupted into a hearty laugh. so genuine that tears of joy welled at the corners of his eyes. Harry watched in astonishment. He'd never seen Dumbledore so delighted. Not when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, not when the House Cup was secured 3 years running, nor even when they finally obtained Professor Slughorn's crucial memory. Today, the headmaster's delight shone brighter than ever. Dumbledore laid a gentle hand on Sherlock's shoulder. "You know, Sherlock, it's because of you that I've grown ever more optimistic about the future." Sherlock's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. Naturally, being the enemy of Sherlock Holmes is simply bad luck for any criminal. "You're quite right. Each of Hogwarts' founders, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, left behind a relic. However, I'm certain that Gryffindor's sole surviving heirloom remains intact, and you've already wielded it in your 2nd year." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "The sword of Gryffindor?" "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "And what about the sorting hat?" Sherlock pressed. "You said that the sword was Gryffindor's only relic." Dumbledore's expression grew amused. "Ah, forgive my clumsy phrasing. The sorting hat is indeed an artifact that once belonged to Godric Gryffindor in his lifetime. After the 4 founders united to create Hogwarts, they imbued the hat with their combined wisdom. Ever since, it has taken on a life of its own, using their original enchantments to sort each new student into the house best suited to their qualities and talents." Sherlock absorbed the explanation, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Dumbledore smiled, confident that his words had cleared up any confusion, and that the secrets of Hogwarts were, for now, safely in the right hands. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "But don't worry," he said, tapping the desk once. "The diadem is still safe in my office." Sherlock Holmes inclined his head. "Then our next steps are clear." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "From now on, I'll be delving into every detail of Voldemort's past, looking for any hint that Hogwarts relics vanished under his influence." Holmes folded his long fingers together. "One more consideration, the ring he wore. Professor Slughorn never noted its design, so we lack specifics, but Voldemort clearly prized it. His behavior leaves little doubt that he turned it into a Horcrux shortly after acquiring it." "It's a relief to have your insight, Sherlock," Dumbledore said, his eyes warm with gratitude. He paused, then added, "I mentioned earlier that Voldemort returned to Hogwarts twice after graduating. Expanding his power within the school was one motive, but I suspect the other was more sinister. He was hunting the relics of the other founders." "A very reasonable deduction," Sherlock agreed, nodding thoughtfully. He rose from his chair and began to pace the room. "Everything fits. You'll need to examine every scrap of his history, every meeting he attended, every rumor that swirled around him." Dumbledore stood as well, brushing imaginary dust from his robes. "You're right. It looks like I'll be busy for some time." Sherlock offered a slight smile. "Then the game is afoot, Professor, and this time we're hunting Horcruxes." "Actually, I've been working on this ever since you first handed me the diary 2 years ago," Sherlock said, settling into one of Dumbledore's high-backed chairs. "Other matters came up after that, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, but you resolved them so deftly that I could return my full attention here. It's a relief, really, knowing you're always on the side of justice." Harry exchanged a look with Dumbledore. He understood immediately what Sherlock meant. Without Holmes's intervention, Hogwarts would have been in upheaval all year, just as it was during Harry's 2nd year. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "So, Albus, you've already taken on another major task this year?" For a moment, Dumbledore's usually unflappable composure flickered. "With all due respect," Albus said, leaning forward, "how did you deduce that?" Sherlock gave a half-smile. "You're too hurried for your own good. Harry had barely spent a month at the Dursleys before your owl arrived. From the moment you retrieved us at Privet Drive to our arrival at Professor Slughorn's home, you projected calm. Yet your every gesture betrayed impatience. You couldn't wait to examine Slughorn's memory the instant it was in your possession. Those little tells are impossible to hide when someone knows you as well as I do. You can tell from my cloak, can't you?" Dumbledore said, brushing a lock of silvery hair behind his ear as he lifted his traveling cloak for inspection. "I've seen simpler robes," his companion teased, eyeing the plain black fabric. "You look like you've journeyed a long way." He glanced down and grinned. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather modest. She chuckled. That's one way to put it, Professor. I've lost count of how many times I've said the same. Dumbledore breathed a quiet sigh of relief, the deep lines on his face softening at last. Knowing all of this before Lord Voldemort's return is truly good news. Sherlock met his gaze steadily. Professor, don't you think you're putting too much stock in that prophecy? Dumbledore's eyes darkened. We can certainly dismiss prophecies that prove false, but there are genuine ones in this world. Even so, Sherlock countered, I believe our destinies remain in our own hands. At that, Dumbledore regarded him intently. Sherlock's stubborn pragmatism felt hauntingly familiar. After all, he was a Muggle-born detective who trusted only in science, so his skepticism of divination made perfect sense. Dumbledore himself had once been inclined to eliminate the divination curriculum at Hogwarts. He'd only agreed to keep Professor Trelawney on staff because she was descended from a true seer, and he had never imagined that, in a trance, she would utter a genuine prophecy about the Dark Lord's rise. Yet here they stood, bound by the weight of her words, and by the hope that, even in the face of fate, choice still mattered. For years, and only to protect her from herself, Dumbledore had indulged Professor Trelawney's divination lessons, though he never truly believed in her prophetic gifts. Her forecasts were almost always cloudy ramblings, unreliable at best. It wasn't until many years later that she issued a genuinely accurate prophecy, and even then it emerged unconsciously, like a sudden flicker in her muddled vision. Dumbledore did not rely on Trelawney. He had a bona fide seer in his circle, an old friend from his youth, whose visions were as clear as they were rare. More important, this friend shared Sherlock Holmes's conviction that destiny is forged by one's own choices, not written in the stars. It was that shared belief that had made Dumbledore and the seer kindred spirits. Now, as the wind howled around the turrets of Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore's thoughts drifted back to one particularly blustery summer in their youth, when both he and that friend were brimming with ambition and eager to shape the world. In the midst of that reverie, he scarcely noticed Sherlock watching him from across the room. Sherlock had seen that expression on Dumbledore's face before, eyes distant, voice soft, as if recalling a treasured secret. To Sherlock's mind, it signaled more than idle daydreaming. He recognized that something in his own behavior, a turn of phrase or a fleeting look, had stirred a memory in the headmaster. For a moment, Sherlock thought that the long-ago friend might have been Nicholas Flamel. But no, the memory Dumbledore carried was someone else entirely. And Sherlock, ever the detective, was determined to discover exactly whom. At first, Dumbledore had been convinced that the old friend was Newt Scamander, but as time went on, he realized that couldn't be the case, not least because he'd lived far too long. Over the centuries, he'd met so many legendary figures that, if he kept going, he would become one himself. In truth, he already was. It reminded him of Muggle University students who barely notice their professors while they're still on campus. Only later, in the broader world, do they realize the most extraordinary person they ever knew was sitting in front of them in lecture halls. Satisfied with today's revelations, Dumbledore closed his mental journey, withdrew his gaze, and turned to Sherlock and Harry with a gentle smile. I think we can call it a day. Wait, Professor, just a moment, Harry piped up, panic sharpening his voice. Harry blurted out, Professor, if you discover another Horcrux, may we accompany you? Let us help destroy it. Dumbledore's eyes softened with gratitude. Harry, that's a most touching offer. He paused, then gently shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot accept. Harry's excitement crumpled into confusion. But, sir, the headmaster sighed. I understand your eagerness, Harry, yet destroying Horcruxes is perilous beyond measure. The diary was special. It was Voldemort's first Horcrux, Delibet, greatly left vulnerable as a weapon. The remaining Horcruxes will be guarded by far stronger protections. You have shown remarkable courage, but you are still a minor. Such a task would simply be dangerous. Before Harry could respond, Sherlock spoke, his tone measured. We do not intend to join you on these missions. Dumbledore looked up in surprise. Sherlock, what do you propose then? Sherlock met the professor's steady gaze. My request is simple. The moment you confirm the existence of a Horcrux, inform us before you depart. For a long moment, Dumbledore regarded Sherlock thoughtfully. In that silence, a new plan began to take shape. "Let me assure you, Sherlock, there's no objection," Dumbledore said, pausing for emphasis. Then he turned back to him. "However, if your intention is merely to retrieve the Horcrux rather than destroy it, I believe you may accompany me." "We're allowed?" Harry's voice was barely more than a whisper. He stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. Hadn't the headmaster just refused? Dumbledore offered Harry a gentle smile. "Yes, Harry, you've certainly earned the right to join us." A surge of joy filled Harry's chest. After days and nights of warnings and protective orders, here was permission at last. Sherlock, by contrast, looked serenely unsurprised, as though he'd known the answer all along. Harry swallowed and spoke again. "Professor, I have one more question." Dumbledore chuckled softly. My, Harry, you've been full of inquiries today." "I promise this really is the last one," Harry said, straightening. "If a Horcrux is destroyed, will Lord Voldemort be aware? Can he feel it when it happens?" Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, brows drawn together in thought. Then he looked over at Sherlock Holmes and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Holmes?" Harry sighed inwardly. Whenever he posed a tricky question, Dumbledore seemed eager to defer to Sherlock's judgment, and Sherlock was always ready with an answer. Harry froze in realization. "Wait, why are we asking Professor Dumbledore about this? Let's ask Sherlock instead." Sherlock looked up without a trace of surprise. "It's simple. Voldemort will never discover that the diary's soul fragment is gone. That piece of his soul has been severed for too long, and you know Voldemort. If he realized any part of himself had been destroyed, he'd fly into a blind rage. He'd have noticed immediately." Dumbledore chuckled, steepling his fingers. "And why do you suppose I wouldn't know that?" Sherlock gave a faint shrug. "After Voldemort deserted Professor Quirrell, I tracked him to the forests of Albania. I may not know the precise clearing, but I've learned enough of his patterns. You, of course, have your own channels of information." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "You flatter me, Sherlock. I do have sources, though admittedly not as dramatic as yours. Still, we arrive at the same conclusion. Voldemort won't suspect the diary's fragment has been destroyed." Harry exhaled, relieved. Between Sherlock's deduction and Dumbledore's confirmation, he finally felt secure that their secret was safe. Because Voldemort is so utterly consumed by darkness, and because his soul fragments have been separated for so long, his awareness has become blunted compared to ours. He's almost senseless to anything but the darkest impulses. Only when his life is truly on the brink will he notice anything at all. I raised an eyebrow. "So the moment we destroy his final Horcrux, he'll feel pain?" He shook his head. "Not necessarily the last one. It could be the penultimate Horcrux as well. Years ago, when Voldemort was supremely confident in his power, he created multiple Horcruxes and distributed them far and wide. He entrusted the very first Horcrux, a simple diary, to Lucius Malfoy, intending for Lucius to smuggle it into Hogwarts." I glanced at him. "Didn't Lucius need Voldemort's permission to act?" "He did," came the reply. "But Voldemort disappeared almost immediately after handing over the diary. He wasn't worried, though. His arrogance convinced him that Lucius would never misuse the Horcrux. He believed Lucius would simply guard it religiously out of fear. Unfortunately for Voldemort, he overestimated Lucius's loyalty, and Lucius, having gone 10 years without any sign of his master, assumed Voldemort was dead. So the diary sat unguarded in Malfoy Manor until it found its way to Hogwarts all on its own." I felt a chill. So destroying just one of the remaining Horcruxes, whether it's the last or the second to last, could trigger a reaction. He'll feel it, even if he can't tell where it came from. "Exactly." He leaned back, folding his arms. "That sudden jolt of pain will be our signal, and when it happens, we'll know we've struck true. Lucius still hasn't the faintest idea what the diary really is. Voldemort probably told him only that it was enchanted with powerful magic to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. If Lucius knew he was holding a fragment of his master's very soul, he might have treated it with more reverence. In truth, though, Lucius had his own designs. He intended to slip the diary into the possessions of Arthur Weasley's daughter, hoping first to ruin Mr. Weasley's reputation, then to get me expelled from Hogwarts, and at the same time dispose of a most inconvenient piece of evidence. He never expected a house elf to spoil his scheme. When the elf vanished, Lucius had no choice but to improvise. He handed the diary off to Gilderoy Lockhart. Poor Gilderoy, under the Horcrux's influence, he's been unconscious ever since. Madame Pomfrey, however, brought encouraging news. Lockhart has finally shown some signs of recovery. I wouldn't call that good news, Harry muttered. Sherlock shook his head. On the contrary, it's exactly that. Harry looked up, bewildered. What do you mean? Harry didn't let the moment pass. Professor, if every Horcrux is destroyed, then Voldemort can finally be killed, right? Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon spectacles. Harry, you did say that was your last question. Sorry, Professor. I promise I won't ask any more, Harry muttered, cheeks coloring. Very well, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. I'll answer this one myself. He paused for a heartbeat, then continued without turning to Sherlock as he usually would. Yes, if every Horcrux is irreparably destroyed, there remains nothing of Voldemort's soul to tether him to life. Only then can he be truly and permanently killed. Chapter 450, I Am a Fool. Once Lord Voldemort is stripped of his Horcruxes, he becomes nothing more than a mortal with a shattered soul, Dumbledore stated, his voice calm but resolute. He paused, studying Harry and Sherlock. That said, even if his soul is irreparably damaged, his intellect and mastery of magic remain undiminished. We must never let our guard down when facing a wizard of his caliber. He glanced toward the ceiling, as if recalling one final detail. And let us not forget Sybil's prophecy. He will grow stronger and more terrifying than ever before. With that settled, Dumbledore set the Pensieve back on its shelf, straightened a few scattered papers, and gestured for Harry and Sherlock to follow. The three of them stepped out of the small cottage on the far side of Hogwarts grounds into the cool evening air. Just as they reached the path leading back to the castle, Dumbledore halted. He turned to Harry and Sherlock, his expression serious. One more thing. What transpired here tonight must remain between us. Harry's shoulders tensed. Ron's strict views on secrecy still echoed in his mind, and guilt flickered across his face. Sherlock, by contrast, shrugged casually. I already told Hermione and Ron about the Horcruxes, he confessed with a slight grin. Dumbledore met Sherlock's gaze, his eyes both kind and warning. Very well, he said, but discretion remains vital. Knowledge is our greatest weapon, and our greatest vulnerability. They walked on in thoughtful silence, each weighed down by the knowledge that the true battle was only just beginning. Weasley and Miss Granger have proven themselves entirely trustworthy, Dumbledore said, turning to Sherlock and Harry with a thoughtful expression. He cleared his throat. I trust you'll persuade them not to breathe a word of what we've uncovered. If word got out about how much of Voldemort's inner workings we've peeled back, the fallout could be disastrous. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow, but Dumbledore saw the unspoken promise in his gaze. With a small nod, Sherlock agreed, and Dumbledore allowed himself a relieved smile. Excellent, the headmaster murmured. Thank you. Then, with a quick flourish of his robes, he apparated away. Moments later, Harry and Sherlock found themselves standing once more on the dusty floor of 12 Grimmauld Place. No sooner had they materialized than Sirius Black burst out of the front room, hair a mess but eyes alight with curiosity. Blimey, look at you two. What did you bring back with you today? Sirius grinned, glancing between them. Dumbledore reappeared just long enough to offer a warm, conspiratorial smile. Let's say it was a very fruitful day, he replied, before disappearing in another swirl of light. Harry turned to Sherlock. Want to stay here a few days? Sirius's place has never looked better. He's actually been doing some cleaning. Sherlock simply inclined his head. He didn't need to say more. The gleaming banisters and freshly dusted shelves spoke for themselves. As Sirius led them inside, Sherlock allowed himself a rare, satisfied smile. Sometimes even a detective needed a well-earned rest. Harry couldn't help the smile that spread across his face, though he knew there was something more waiting for him. The real surprise came when Sherlock, barely a week into their stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place, happened upon an old, forgotten envelope tucked behind a stack of papers in Sirius's desk. The parchment was yellowed and the ink slightly faded, but the familiar handwriting leapt out at them. Dear Padfoot, thank you so much for Harry's birthday present. He absolutely adores his little toy broomstick. At only 1 year old, he's already buzzing around on it, grinning like a maniac. I've enclosed a photo so you can see for yourself. Although the broom can only rise 2 feet off the ground, Harry is so cheeky that he nearly frightened Mrs. Whiskers to death, and even broke that dreadful vase Aunt Petunia gave us for Christmas. Honestly, I don't think she'll miss it. James, though, the whole scene was hilarious and declared you'd made a future Quidditch star. For safety's sake, though, we packed away every fragile item and stand guard any time Harry takes to the air. We kept his first birthday tea party very low-key, just the 4 of us and old Bathilda, who's always been so kind and utterly spoils Harry. We missed having you there, but we know how important the Order's work is. After all, the war comes first. With love, Lily, and James too. Harry's breath caught as he read the final line. He looked up at Sherlock and Sirius, suddenly feeling a world of family ties, past, present, and still unfolding, gathering around him in that dusty old room. Sherlock slipped through the dusty corridor of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and approached Harry with an aged, cream-colored envelope. "This arrived for you," he said quietly, handing over the seal-stamped letter, and tucked beneath it a small photograph. Harry settled into a worn armchair and broke the seal. As he unfolded the paper, Lily's familiar handwriting spilled across the page. "Dear Sirius, I can hardly believe our little Harry turns 1 tomorrow. Of course, he's too young to understand or even notice his birthday. Still, I wanted to share how things have been here in Godric's Hollow. James tries to keep his spirits up, but isolation wears on him. He misses you terribly. He tries to hide it, but I see the worry in his eyes. On top of that, Dumbledore insisted we leave his invisibility cloak at the house. James is heartbroken. Without it, he can't take Harry on any of their little adventures. I know you'd cheer him up in an instant if you could just drop by. Even Wormtail came around last weekend, but he seemed unusually subdued. News of the poor McKinnons must have weighed on him. After I heard what happened, I couldn't keep the tears from falling. I spent the entire night crying. Bathilda visits almost every day now, regaling us with tales of Dumbledore's youth. Some of her stories sound far too fantastical to be true, and I wonder how he would feel if he knew we were passing them around as fact. But still, we listen, perhaps for a little spark of hope in these dark times. Give my love to Regulus and Sirius. Please come see us soon. We all miss you more than words can say. Always yours, Lily." Harry's breath caught as he read the final line. It was unmistakably his mother's voice, warm, compassionate, laced with worry for James, longing for Sirius, and carrying a gentle humor even in hardship. He turned the letter over, then lifted the photograph. The snapshot showed a chubby 1-year-old, Harry himself, perched on a tiny toy broomstick, cheeks flushed with laughter, arms outstretched as if he were about to take flight. The little broom wobbled beneath him, but his grin was absolute delight. Sherlock watched Harry carefully. "It was Sirius who gave it to you," he said softly. "For your first birthday. Lily wanted him to see how happy you were, even when the world felt so heavy." Touched, Harry pressed the photo to his heart. In that moment, he felt a warmth he hadn't known he'd been missing. The laughter of a baby Harry, safe and loved, carried on a broom that once promised flight, hope, and home. Harry held the photograph first, a smiling Lily cradling him as an infant, and just behind her, a pair of grown-up legs that had to belong to James, playfully lurking in the background. Then he unfolded the accompanying letter. His heart thumped as he recognized his mother's looping handwriting, so achingly familiar it felt like reaching back in time. "Is there more?" Harry asked, peering at Sherlock. "Did Mum write another page?" Sherlock shook his head, voice gentle. "I'm afraid that's all we found. The rest may have been lost during Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban." Harry winced at the thought of what had been destroyed or discarded. Still, his joy was undiminished. This was the very first piece of 4, his mother he'd ever laid eyes on. He traced each word, marveling that Lily's graceful curl of the letter G matched exactly how he looped his own. Proof, he thought, that some things really were in the blood. "No matter," he said, folding the note carefully. "I can always ask Sirius about what she would have said." When Harry finally presented the photograph and letter to Sirius, the older wizard's eyes went misty. "I'd almost forgotten this existed," he murmured. turning the photo over and over in his hands. Then, his voice thick with emotion, he began to explain. That very night, Sirius recalled, Albus had already received Severus's warning that Voldemort intended to come for you. Dumbledore moved quickly. He arranged every conceivable protection around the Potters, kept them hidden, made sure no one knew where they were. I was supposed to join them, but he shook his head, a wry, painful smile crossing his features. You know the rest. Harry listened, clutching the letter to his chest. Though he would never read the missing second half of that message, he felt closer to his parents than ever before, and grateful beyond words to have Sirius there to fill in the blanks. James and Lily settled in Godric's Hollow, determined to keep Harry safe by living as quietly as they could. For free-spirited James, though, the isolation was almost unbearable. His best friend Sirius Black, likewise under threat from Voldemort and the Death Eaters, had gone into hiding too. With both families dispersed and in disguise, letters became their only means of communication. Still, James found a way to remain part of Harry's life. He sent his son a miniature racing broomstick as a first birthday present, a gift Harry would cherish above all others. Though Harry couldn't even walk yet, he clambered aboard the tiny broom and zoomed around the nursery, giggling so gleefully that his parents couldn't help but laugh. One enthusiastic swoop even shattered a vase Aunt Petunia had given Lily, much to her dismay. In that moment, it was clear. Harry was a natural flyer. James had gambled correctly on his son's abilities. By the time Harry arrived at Hogwarts, he was awarded a spot on his house Quidditch team without so much as a single lesson. At 11 years old, he became the youngest Seeker in a century and quickly rose to fame as the school's prodigious Quidditch star. There was one mystery, however, that puzzled Sirius at the time. When Harry received his invisibility cloak, passed down from James, Albus Dumbledore insisted on holding it for safekeeping rather than letting James keep it with him. Sirius only later learned the truth. Dumbledore feared that James, ever the daredevil, might be tempted to slip out of their hiding place while cloaked. In hindsight, it was a precaution no one could fault. Sirius Black paced the dimly lit sitting room, black hair bristling with frustration. Dumbledore was simply overzealous, he declared, voice tight. Sherlock Holmes, seated by the hearth, studied him intently. Overzealous? Sirius stopped, hands clenched at his sides. James wasn't the wild prankster he used to be, not after he married Lily. He took his responsibilities seriously. He'd never risk the safety of his wife and child. Harry Potter, sitting quietly on the opposite sofa, felt his chest tighten at the mention of his parents. He leaned forward, eager for answers. Sherlock nodded, folding a sheet of parchment in his slender fingers. You asked about Bathilda Bagshot. She wrote our History of Magic textbook, Sirius replied. She and Lily were close friends. Bathilda still lives in Godric's Hollow. As for that cat Sherlock spotted, it likely wandered off because nobody's been around to feed it since the Potters disappeared. Harry's hand went to his heart. He and Sirius shared a look. Both boys were acutely aware of how long it had been since anyone had cared for their home in Godric's Hollow. Sherlock glanced back at the letter. And the second page. Sirius's eyes widened. He strode across the room, shoulders tense. What does it say? Tell me now. Harry sat up so quickly, the sofa creaked. Sirius's tone was raw with anticipation. Holmes smoothed the parchment one last time. It concerns Dumbledore's suggestion that he be the Potter's secret keeper. But, Sirius cut in, voice barely more than a whisper, but James insisted on choosing me. Exactly, Sherlock confirmed. He trusted you above all others to guard the Fidelius charm that concealed his family. Dumbledore's offer was politely declined in your favor. Sirius sank onto the armchair, shoulders slumping in relief and regret. He buried his face in his hands. I've been a fool, he murmured. Harry rose and crossed to Sirius's side, placing a comforting hand on his godfather's arm. Sherlock folded the letter and tucked it into his coat. The truth was out. In that final, decisive act of trust, James Potter had chosen Sirius Black, and not Albus Dumbledore, to keep his family safe. If I'd only convinced James back then to make Dumbledore the secret keeper, none of this would have happened. Sirius, it's not your fault. Harry folded up his mother's letter, though he'd been dying to read every word. In that moment, he was strangely steadier about his parents' deaths than his own godfather. He rose and put a hand on Sirius's shoulder. "You don't have to blame yourself," Harry said quietly. "It wasn't your decision alone, and Dumbledore didn't make a mistake. The real villains are Voldemort and his Death Eaters, Pettigrew and—" He stopped. He couldn't bring himself to speak Snape's name. Harry understood all too well how crippling guilt could be. After all, Severus Snape had joined Voldemort's followers from the start. When he first heard Trelawney's prophecy concerned the Dark Lord, Snape had passed it straight along, standard for a Death Eater, sworn to ensure their enemies were utterly defeated. The moment he realized the prophecy marked Harry as the one, however, regret overwhelmed him. As Dumbledore often pointed out, Snape had acted out of self-interest. His greatest desire was to protect Lily Potter. That instinct had changed everything. Sirius drew a shaky breath and looked up at Harry. For the first time that day, tears glistened in his eyes, but he managed a small, grateful nod. In that silent exchange, they both felt the weight of the past and the fragile hope that they might finally move beyond blame. However, after Dumbledore's stern rebuke and witnessing the depth of Lily's love for her husband and child, he finally relented. Renouncing his former convictions, he defected decisively and became Dumbledore's secret informant. Chapter 451. You deny it, but your body doesn't lie. From the day Severus Snape first swore himself to Albus Dumbledore, his resolve never wavered. Even after Lily's death at Voldemort's hands plunged him into despair, a single sentence from Dumbledore renewed his purpose. Your mission isn't over. She left behind her son, Harry, whose eyes are exactly like Lily's. When Snape looked into those green eyes for the first time, he understood the full weight of his oath. Lily had given her life to protect her boy. Snape would spend the rest of his days shielding that child. To this very moment, he has kept that promise. Viewed in this light, his love for Lily is beyond question. Yet the darker truth remains. Snape was the one who passed on the prophecy to Voldemort, inadvertently sealing James and Lily's fate. It's only natural that Harry finds himself torn, caught between the cold logic of Snape's ultimate sacrifice and the raw sting of his earlier betrayal. Forgiveness doesn't come easily. By contrast, Harry's feelings toward Peter Pettigrew are unambiguous. Pettigrew's cowardice baffles him. How did someone with so little courage ever earn a place in Gryffindor? From all Harry has seen, Pettigrew has never shown even a shred of bravery. And that, perhaps more than any prophecy or sacrifice, is why Peter Pettigrew will never earn Harry's respect. Peter Pettigrew was like a splintered log, hollowed out by Voldemort's darkness, a consummate traitor, utterly unworthy of any comparison to Snape. He deserved nothing less than to have his soul devoured. Harry felt no sympathy for him. Traitors, he knew, were often more contemptible than outright enemies. That's right, Harry said, voice low and hard. It was Peter. Even after all these years, the name still struck Sirius like a blow. His fists clenched at his sides, eyes blazing with fury. Of course, the McKinnons' deaths had to be his doing. He was already feeding Voldemort information back then. Dumbledore always suspected someone in James's inner circle, but none of us ever imagined it would be Peter. Poor Lily, she thought he was depressed and tried to comfort him. That scoundrel. In that moment, Sirius looked so much like Hagrid that Harry could almost hear the giant's voice echoing in his ears. Do you know what I did? I even comforted that murderous traitor. The irony was bitter. The jagged tables of fate had turned cruelly on the wrong man. Harry rested a hand on Sirius's shoulder. It's all behind us now, he said gently. Pettigrew got exactly what he deserved. We've honored Mum and Dad. Sirius exhaled deeply, his tension melting away as he looked at Harry with something like wonder. You really do look just like your father, he murmured. Harry smiled and tilted his head. Except for my eyes, they're Mum's. At that, Sirius and Sherlock exchanged amused glances, then laughed outright, filling the room with warmth. Earlier, Sherlock had not only delivered the letter and photograph, but also made one more practical suggestion, that Sirius formally transfer Kreacher's guardianship to Harry. It was a simple matter of signing the paperwork. Kreacher? No, Kreacher stays with me. No, stays with Miss Bellatrix. No, Miss Narcissa. The house elf shrieked, stamping his long, wrinkled feet and clutching his oversized ears. He halted abruptly, eyes clouded but fiercely proud. Oh yes, Kreacher belongs to the noble house of Black. Kreacher doesn't want to belong to that Potter boy. Creature doesn't. Interesting. Sherlock spoke up, his voice rising just enough to cut through Creature's frantic protests. He gave the house elf a curious once-over. He's certainly reluctant to serve Harry. Harry hesitated, watching Creature wring his hands and squeal in resistance. He scratched the back of his head and murmured, "Maybe we should just drop it. Honestly, I don't really need him." "Humph. It's not up to you." Sirius's tone snapped like a whip. His gaze locked onto Creature, cold and commanding. "Creature, from this moment on, you will obey every order that Harry Potter gives you. There is to be no refusal." The instant Sirius finished speaking, Creature's screams died in his throat, as though an invisible hand had clamped shut his mouth. He stiffened, eyes bulging with shock and fear, utterly silenced. A few seconds later, Creature whipped around and dropped into a deep, scraping bow before Harry. His voice emerged hoarse and rattling, like an ancient door hinge. "Master, loyal Creature awaits your command." Harry blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude. Was he really about to accept this so quickly? But before Harry could even gather his thoughts, Creature straightened up. His shoulders jerked, and that familiar curl of resentment crept back into his lips as he muttered under his breath. "Though Creature finds it most distasteful to serve this Potter boy. After all, he spent years in Azkaban and is rumored to be a murderer. He remains bound to the noble House of Black. If the young master commands, Creature must obey." Harry's jaw tightened. This was exactly the same old Creature, unrepentant and spiteful as ever. He turned sharply to Sirius. "Explain yourself. Harry is my godson, and, by right of marriage, a member of House Black." Sirius's face darkened. He snapped his fingers, drawing Creature's full attention, and raised his voice with precision and force. "Creature," he barked, "you will pledge loyalty to Master Harry Potter, just as you would to any heir of our line, even to the one who's never shown you an ounce of gratitude or bothered to repay the house you serve." The elf lowered his head, the anger draining from his shoulders. "Yes, young master," he whispered. "Creature understands. He will be faithful to Master Potter." For a moment, Harry almost waved him away. He didn't want to deal with a house elf who spoke one thing and clearly meant another. But he knew Sherlock had his reasons for bringing Creature here, so he swallowed his irritation and accepted him. House elves are bound by the strongest magical contract. They must obey their master's every command without question. Since Sirius Black was the last living heir of the House of Black, he was Creature's legal master and held absolute authority over him. Once a command is issued, no amount of internal resistance can override the ancient magic enforcing the bond. To test it, Harry gave Creature a simple order: fetch a piece of bread from the kitchen. Creature grumbled. The Potter boy only knows how to boss Creature around, yet he scurried off at once. Within moments, he returned, proudly presenting a slice of whole wheat bread on a gleaming silver platter. His words protested, but his actions spoke the truth. The bond was in effect. Unless Sirius himself revoked Harry's right to command Creature, the elf would have to obey him. And Sirius had no intention of doing that. Harry watched in quiet astonishment as Sirius Black waved away Creature's frantic protests and merely pocketed the locket. In that moment, Harry realized, by pure Black tradition, the elf's mastership automatically passed to him. "That's brilliant," Harry said, hardly believing his own words. "Why didn't I see that before?" Sirius broke into a slow, satisfied clap, clearly enjoying Harry's newfound authority. After a thoughtful pause, eyes alight with mischief, he looked at Harry and said, "Well, if you're taking over Creature, why not a few more ancestral duties?" "Them?" Harry asked, frowning. Sherlock, who'd been leaning against the wall, quietly observing the exchange, let out a low chuckle. A teachable student indeed, he mused. Sirius smiled at Harry's puzzled expression. "You're aware of the old House of Black custom, yes? Grimmauld Place is bound by ancient wards and can only be inherited by a pure-blood Black heir." Harry's brow shot up. "You mean there's a spell preventing anyone not of pure Black blood from claiming the house?" "Precisely," Sirius said, nodding. "I happen to be the last true-born heir. Once I'm gone." He let the sentence hang in the air. Harry sat up straight. "Hey, don't even joke about that!" Sirius held up his hands in mock surrender. "I'm only teasing, mostly. But think about it. You've proven remarkably capable, and you've already taken on Creature's care. You'd fit right in. Harry shook his head, half amused and half alarmed. I don't know if I want to be the next master of a cursed old mansion. Sirius winked. I think you'd do splendidly. Besides, who better to unearth its secrets? As the fire crackled and the ancient house settled around them, Harry couldn't help but wonder just how deep the Black family's enchantments and its history really went. Harry, I'm only using an example. No need to get so upset. Sirius Black gave Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze and went on. Imagine something happened to me tomorrow and I hadn't left a will. By default, ownership of this house, along with everything in it, including Creature, would pass to the eldest living member of the Black family. That would be my cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. Is that the same Bellatrix Creature was just complaining about? Sherlock asked, folding his arms. Sirius's lips curled in disgust. The very one. Even saying her name makes me feel unclean. He stood and paced the length of the drawing room, hands clasped behind his back. I may loathe these walls, they've been my prison for far too long, but I'm far more unwilling to leave this house and poor Creature in Bellatrix's hands, even if she's rotting in Azkaban. So, Harry, I've decided to bequeath everything to you. Harry stared, mouth half open. Sirius wasn't joking. He could see the determination in his godfather's eyes. A deafening silence stretched between them before Harry finally managed. You want to leave me the house? Sirius arched an eyebrow. Yes. What were you expecting? Harry sank into an armchair, still blinking in disbelief. Sherlock leaned forward, interest piqued. Creature, perched on a battered sofa, clutched his teacup so tightly the porcelain cracked. Sirius, Harry said at last. That's incredibly generous, but... He paused. Then, in a small voice, Huh? Sirius folded his arms. When you say huh, do you mean you don't want it? Because it would be a shame to let poor Creature and this old place slip back into Black family hands. Harry swallowed hard, glancing at the flickering fireplace. The weight of Sirius's offer and the responsibilities it entailed settled on his shoulders. He squared them, meeting Sirius's expectant gaze. Thank you, he said quietly. I'll accept. A slow smile broke across Sirius's face. Good, because I can't imagine anyone better to look after both this relic and our dear house elf. As they stood together in the dusty grandeur of 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry felt that at last he'd found a true home and a family who would stand by him, come what may. This isn't up for debate. Just do as I've laid out, Sirius declared, cutting Harry off before he could speak. But I thought, Harry began, only to be silenced by Sirius's steely glare. I don't care what you thought, Sirius snapped. From now on, you'll do exactly what I say. Harry fell silent. The ancient wards on number 12 Grimmauld Place prevented Sirius from simply transferring ownership to Harry. Undeterred, Sirius had drawn up a will. Upon his death, every last galleon he owned would go to Harry Potter. He'd left nothing to Bellatrix and Narcissa, not even a token, to their dismay. That afternoon, Harry's vault at Gringotts swelled with the sizable fortune Sirius had amassed over the years. Harry stared at the glittering pile of gold, feeling equal parts grateful and uneasy. There really is no need for this, he protested quietly. Sirius shook his head, his expression unyielding. Listen to me, Harry. I don't care what you think. I care what I decide. Defeated, Harry could only nod. He knew when Sirius had set his mind. Later, once Sherlock had left and the house fell silent, Sirius found Harry alone by the hearth. He watched his godson's restless energy, the way Harry fiddled with his sleeve and stared into the fire, longing to ask what lay beneath that calm, distant mask. Harry, Sirius said softly, talk to me. Something's on your mind. Harry took a steadying breath, meeting Sirius's concerned gaze. For a moment, the weight of wealth, loyalty, and unspoken fears hung between them, as if the crackling fire waited for an answer. Harry met Sherlock's gaze without hesitation. In Professor Trelawney's first divination class, Ron and I read each other's tea leaves, he began. He predicted I'd have a sudden windfall. Sherlock burst out laughing, an amused eyebrow quirked. My dear Harry, are you really turning to divination now? No, not exactly, Harry stammered, cheeks tinged pink. I just remembered the prediction. Sherlock's laughter faded, and his voice took on a serious tone. Look, brother, even in the magical world, you don't need to put stock in that prophecy. He leaned forward, fixing Harry with a steady look. Think about it. If Snape hadn't passed Trelawney's prophecy on to Voldemort, Voldemort would never have known about it. And if he'd never known, it could never come true. His own dread of the prophecy was what drove him to make it reality. He obsessed over finding the boy born at the end of July, and when the time came, he chose you over Neville. Harry absorbed Sherlock's words, the weight of the revelation settling in. In that moment, the so-called inevitable prophecy began to feel far less fated and far more of a self-fulfilling trap that Voldemort had set for himself. That is to say, he chose his own enemy with his own hands, Sherlock said quietly. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Think about it, Sherlock continued, leaning forward. If you'd never heard the prophecy, would you feel any differently about Lord Voldemort? Harry's shoulders stiffened. He lowered his gaze and the ghosts of his past swirled before him. His parents' gravestones, Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban, Hagrid's wrongful imprisonment, Myrtle's lifeless body. None of it had made him relent. He straightened, eyes meeting Sherlock's with unshakable resolve. No, Harry said firmly. He's pure evil, and I'll never forgive him. A faint smile touched Sherlock's lips. Harry's unwavering moral compass, so simple, so absolute, had always impressed him. A prophecy is just words on parchment, he said. It doesn't bind you. You always had the freedom to ignore it and choose your own path. Voldemort, on the other hand, couldn't let it go. Sherlock's tone turned sardonic. I'd wager a galleon that when he returns, just as the second prophecy predicts, he'll come straight back to you. His choice to mark you instead of Neville, that was nothing but a coincidence. But once I chose you, Sherlock said, his voice steady, everything that followed was inevitable. Harry met his gaze. Sherlock's gray eyes shone with a fierce intelligence. You don't really want to be killed by someone like Lord Voldemort, do you? The detective continued. In that moment, Harry finally understood. Fate and chance weren't separate forces, but two sides of the same coin. The prophecy destined him and Voldemort to confront one another, each capable of ending the other's life. That outcome was fixed, but how he arrived at it, whether dragged in by unseen forces or stepping forward with his head held high, made all the difference. Relief washed over Harry. With Sherlock at his side, he felt invincible. He let out a slow breath and a genuine smile tugged at his lips. Thank you, he said quietly. Changing the subject, Harry's curiosity got the better of him. Sherlock, he asked, why did you make Kreacher obey my commands? Chapter 452, Because He is Kind. The cramped sitting room at 12 Grimmauld Place was heavy with dust and fading memories. Harry Potter sat opposite Sherlock Holmes, who leaned back in an armchair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. My dear Harry, Sherlock began, voice measured, you might not believe me, but... Harry shook his head with a small smile. No, Sherlock, I'll believe anything you tell me. Sherlock's gray eyes narrowed slightly. Then listen, from everything I've observed during my stay these past few days, the only true warmth and care Kreacher ever knew in the Black family home came from Regulus, Sirius's younger brother. He held no real loyalty to your godfather, despite Sirius being his official master. Instead, Kreacher respected Regulus most of all, and to a lesser degree your cousins Bellatrix and Narcissa. Harry's brow furrowed. Why wouldn't he honor Sirius, his rightful master? Sherlock exhaled and leaned forward. Several factors are at play. First, Sirius was always the black sheep of the House of Black. His progressive views on Muggles directly opposed his family's pure-blood fanaticism. He renounced the name, left home early, and acted as if he no longer belonged to that lineage. From Kreacher's perspective, a house elf sworn to serve the Blacks, how could he recognize someone who so thoroughly disowned his heritage? He paused, letting the logic settle. Regulus, by contrast, embodied the family tradition until the very end. He treated the elf with respect, granted him tasks befitting his station, and never dismissed the value of serving one's house. That consistency earned Kreacher's devotion far more than Sirius's sporadic kindness. Harry leaned back, absorbing Sherlock's analysis. In the dim light of Grimmauld Place, the answer felt as clear as any mystery Sherlock had ever solved. Because Regulus had shown unwavering courtesy to a lowly servant, Kreacher had repaid him with loyalty. Proof, once again, that true devotion springs from simple acts of kindness. If Sirius hadn't been the last male heir of the Black family, and thus legally bound to inherit 12 Grimmauld Place along with its sole occupant Kreacher, There'd be no master and servant tie between them at all. But fate and wizarding inheritance laws decreed otherwise. Sirius loathes everything the blacks stand for, while Creature lives only to uphold their traditions. Every time Sirius looks at the house elf, he's reminded of the cruel family he escaped, and of the harsh years he endured there. So Sirius sneers at Creature as worthless, which only deepens the rift between them. Having laid out the backstory, Sherlock steered the conversation back on track. Remember what I told Sirius last time? A house elf can't openly defy a direct order, but a vague one. He'll twist it to suit himself. Sirius is too laid back to frame every instruction with Sherlockian precision. That gap is exactly where Creature will seize his chance. Sherlock sat back, folding his hands. That's exactly why I proposed that Sirius hand Creature's command over to you, Harry. In effect, you'd become the elf's true master. Harry's brow furrowed. But how can I be certain that Creature won't twist my every instruction, the way he did with Sirius? He'd finally caught Sherlock's drift, but confusion still tugged at his forehead. Maintaining the kind of unambiguous precision you do, in everyday speech and action, that's something almost no one else can manage, right? Sherlock's tone was as calm as ever. My dear Harry, anyone can learn it. It simply requires deliberate, consistent practice. Harry's face brightened. So you're going to train me again? No. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, mildly amused by Harry's enthusiasm. You can develop this skill yourself, merely by applying yourself to precise, intentional communication in your daily life. My real reason for wanting you, rather than Sirius, to command Creature is because of your kindness. Kindness? Harry echoed, blinking in surprise. Sherlock nodded. Sirius is brave, resourceful. He excels in many ways. But you possess a genuine empathy that even your brother acknowledges he lacks. Creature responds to compassion. He'll follow someone he trusts more loyally than anyone else. Harry stared at him, still bewildered. Brother, believe me, even across all of Europe, few people are kinder than you. Sherlock's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. Perhaps, but decisiveness tempered by genuine care, that combination is truly rare. Harry, you may not realize it yet, but your kindness carries a rare purity, and with it, a remarkable power to heal. Harry blinked. Sherlock, I don't follow. Sherlock leaned forward, his gaze steady and earnest. Your kindness isn't flawless, of course, but even in the face of suffering or temptation, you embody love and protection. You cast light into places most would leave in darkness. He paused, as if weighing his words. Think back to your childhood, neglect, abuse, the sort of pain that breeds bitterness or indifference. Yet when the truth came out, you forgave the Dursleys without rancor. You never lashed out at those weaker than yourself, and when Neville was tormented, you intervened without a second thought. A faint blush crept into Harry's cheeks. He dropped his eyes and twisted the hem of his robe. I'm not nearly as noble as you make out, Sherlock. But Sherlock pressed on, voice gentle yet resolute. That's precisely why your kindness matters. It isn't born of ignorance, but of choice. You know darkness is real, and you choose to be the light anyway. Only someone like you could rouse even the coldest hearts, soften the long-standing apathy of the House of Black. Harry lifted his head, meeting Sherlock's eyes for the first time in the conversation. In that look, he caught a glimpse of the truth, and the hope Sherlock saw in him. Only you can transform Creature from a pure-blood fanatic into a loyal guardian, Sherlock said quietly. Even I can't pull it off. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Sherlock was his closest friend, his confidant, but he'd never heard him speak of Harry's abilities so highly. He'd always considered himself simply kind, never imagining that kindness could stretch so far. You want me to be nicer to Creature? Harry asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Sherlock chuckled and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. No need to force it, he said. Just be yourself. He paused, his eyes distant. Remember Dobby, the Malfoy house elf? From the moment you met him, you treated him as an equal. You let him unload all his guilt and never once tried to shame him for it. You listened. You respected him. That earned you his loyalty. Harry felt his cheeks flush at the memory, how helpless Dobby had made him feel, and yet how profound the bond had become in return. That same respect is the key to Creature, Sherlock continued. He's buried under layers of pure-blood prejudice, but beneath all that, He yearns for someone who sees him as more than a servant. Show him you trust him, and he'll protect you with everything he's got. Harry drew in a steadying breath. If genuine respect could win Dobby's heart, it could win Creature's as well, and he was determined to give it a try. I told you there's no need to single Creature out, Sherlock said, his smile gentle. Just treat him as you would anyone else. Given enough time, he'll come around. Harry nodded. He could see why Sherlock was worried. Left unchecked, Creature might become a ticking time bomb for both Sirius and himself. This was clearly a proactive step, building on what Sherlock had already told Sirius. Understood, Harry promised. After Sherlock departed, 12 Grimmauld Place settled into an uneasy quiet, inhabited only by Harry, Sirius, and the house elf who muttered resentfully from dark corners. Harry began attempting friendly conversation with Creature, but progress was slow. The elf would feign deafness or deliberately misconstrue Harry's meaning, unless Harry issued orders in the precise, unambiguous style Sherlock had recommended. He resisted that urge most of the time, except for one matter on which he insisted. Creature, Harry said one morning, you will prepare 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, for Sirius and me, without fail. Creature paused mid-mutter, his large eyes flicking up to Harry's with reluctant obedience. In that small victory, Harry caught the first glimmer of hope that with patience and consistency, Creature might learn to trust and even respect them both. Harry paced into the kitchen and, after sampling Creature's latest concoction, issued a firm command. Sirius, arms folded, leaned against the doorframe with a wary half-smile. Harry, he drawled, you might not realize this, but when I first came back here, Creature once turned roasted potatoes into charcoal. I'm telling you, he's forgotten more about cooking than he ever knew. Why don't we just get takeout like usual? That very evening, however, Creature appeared with a gleaming silver tray bearing golden brown roast chicken, perfectly puffed Yorkshire pudding swimming in rich gravy, and creamy mashed potatoes sprinkled with fresh herbs. Sirius gaped. He speared a piece of chicken, lifted it to his lips, and the moment it touched his tongue, his eyes went wide with astonishment. Sirius set down his knife and fork, shaking his head in amazement. Creature really is an extraordinary cook. I honestly thought years alone would have made him forget how. He cleared his throat and glanced toward the corner of the room, where Creature stood with his head bowed. Sirius hesitated for a moment. House elves didn't expect compliments from their masters, but then he found himself saying, "Well done, Creature." The effect was instantaneous. A faint spark of light kindled in Creature's cloudy eyes. He jerked his head up, lips parting, as he began to murmur repetitively, almost mechanically, "Well done, well done. Young master praises Creature. First time. Disgusting, yet strangely satisfying." His bony fingers twisted together as he voiced every syllable, clearly thrilled by the unexpected approval. With a little squeak of delight, Creature scuttled away into the shadows. Harry and Sirius sat in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed looks across the table. From that evening on, everything changed for Harry. He realized, with a happiness he could scarcely believe, that Sirius had become more than just a friend or a protector. He was the father Harry had always wanted. Sirius had always been a restless soul. After all, only someone extraordinary would give 13-year-old Harry his very own firebolt. And for Harry, whose Gryffindor heart already beat with fearless curiosity, life under Sirius's roof was nothing short of thrilling. Over the course of the holiday, Harry's command of magic blossomed, and he discovered wonders he'd never known at Hogwarts. On one of their trips into London, Harry learned that King's Cross wasn't home only to Platform 9 3/4. Tucked away between Platforms 7 and 8, there was also a hidden Platform 7.5. Its walls were carved with delicate vines that seemed to grow before your eyes, and above the sleek, silvery trains hanging shimmering destination signs promising routes to wizarding villages scattered across the European continent. Harry begged Sirius to board one of those mysterious express trains, but Sirius only chuckled and gave him a firm, encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Harry, you're a wizard now. It's time you learned to apparate for long-distance travel." There was pride in Sirius's voice, pride born of knowing his nephew was strong, capable, and growing more confident by the day. His name finally cleared. Sirius had reclaimed his place among the top echelons of the wizarding world. And as Harry looked up at him, excitement buzzed through his veins at the thought of taking his first steps into the art of apparition, his next great adventure. Face to face with Snape? Hard to say who'd come out on top, Sirius Black crowed, leaning back as though daring the very idea. Over the next few days, he apparated Harry from place to place, first to the Ministry's gleaming fountain of magical brethren, then to Godric's Hollow, where delicate white flowers bloomed around Lily and James's gravestone, and finally to the sweet-strewn shelves of honeydukes in Hogsmeade. At each stop, Sirius patiently filled Harry in on the tales he'd missed, his parents' laughter echoing through the corridor, the mischief that once spilled out of every classroom, the quiet moments that had shaped them both. When they returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius realized Harry's birthday was almost upon them, and the Quidditch World Cup was only a week away. He grinned at Harry, mischief dancing in his dark eyes. "Did you know that on your very first birthday, James and Lily hosted a tiny tea party just for you?" Sirius settled onto the sofa, spinning his wand between nimble fingers. His voice softened, threaded with longing. "Ever since then, you haven't." He paused, throat tightening, as he looked away for a moment, unwilling to dwell on years gone by. Then, as though shaking off a shadow, he straightened up and brightened his tone. "But this year, we're doing things properly. I'm throwing you a real birthday party, inviting every friend you've made at Hogwarts." Harry's eyes lit up. He couldn't imagine a better way to celebrate. With Sirius's promise of laughter, cake, and all his friends around him, Harry knew this birthday would be one he'd never forget. Harry could still hear Cho Chang's earnest offer from their last conversation. "I can come with my parents and help clean." He never quite understood her eagerness, but he remembered her words, so he invited her early. Cho agreed without hesitation. Muggle-born witches and wizards, Hermione Granger among them, and even Sherlock Holmes, could be summoned with a simple phone call, and mixed bloods like Cho and Dean Thomas were just as comfortable using Muggle telephones. But 12 Grimmauld Place had no landline, so Harry made the trek to Sherlock's Baker Street flat. There he extended Sherlock's invitation and borrowed his phone to notify friends reachable by Muggle means. Pure-blood families such as the Weasleys and the Longbottoms insisted, and rightly so, on traditional owl post. Ron had at least mastered making a call when necessary. Neville, however, wouldn't touch any Muggle communication device, and the Ministry's owls, clever as they were, had no way of finding magically concealed wizarding homes. No wonder Hedwig was exhausted. She'd been flitting back and forth all day, carrying acceptances, confirmations, and updates. When she finally returned with Ron's reply, she swooped down and landed on Harry's shoulder, jabbing him twice sharply with her beak. Her big amber eyes blinked once, full of pure unspoken displeasure. Snowbell let out a fierce, indignant hoot the moment Harry slipped her onto her perch, an unmistakable protest against her capitalist owner's latest demand. Harry only grinned and reached out to smooth her soft gray feathers. "Creature," he called, "please prepare something truly special for her tonight, something fit for a queen." From the shadowed corner of the hallway, Creature's high-pitched lament rose immediately. "Ah, young Master Potter shall exploit Creature once more. Not only must he provide the usual 3 meals a day, now he must serve this feathered beast. Such cruelty. The loyal house elf of black must stoop to such degradation. How pitiable." Harry laughed. He'd learned long ago that flattery was the surest way to placate his surly house elf. Stepping forward, he lowered his voice so only Creature could hear. "Creature, remember that I, too, carry the blood of the House of Black, and my owl is no ordinary bird. She, too, is of our noble line. By serving her, you honor the oldest, proudest branch of the Black family." At once, Creature's shoulders straightened, and his scuttling footsteps grew almost jaunty. Sirius, leaning against the doorway, observed the exchange with a wry smile. Of course it was Harry, the same boy who'd once refused to flatter an elf for anything less than genuine respect. But now, after months of partner work with Sherlock, he'd mastered the art of praise. Even Sirius had to admit, it was a clever trick, and in this case, utterly effective. Hedwig gave Creature's cooking 2 enthusiastic hoots of approval. She insisted it was every bit as good as anything Aunt Petunia ever served. After dinner, Harry was in high spirits, already looking forward to celebrating his birthday with Ron and Hermione, so he turned in early. Moonlight filtered through the carved window panes, painting the floor in pale, dancing patterns. All was still and quiet. Then, at the stroke of midnight, Harry bolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath as if he'd just clawed his way out of an ice-cold lake. A sharp, searing pain stabbed at the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, flooding his mind with a single, chilling truth. Lord Voldemort, the name on everyone's lips in fearful whispers, was back. Chapter 453, Events That Will Change the Magical World. About 200 miles from London lies a small village called Hangleton. A few miles farther on, you'll find another settlement bearing the same name, a much larger town. Over time, to avoid confusion, locals began referring to them as Little Hangleton and Great Hangleton. Great Hangleton is an unremarkable Muggle town, one of countless such places scattered across Britain. Like elsewhere, a handful of wizards live discreetly among its non-magical inhabitants, unbeknownst to the locals. By contrast, Little Hangleton, though modest in Muggle terms, occupies a unique place in the annals of modern magical history, a significance recognized by only a few. At the heart of this village stands the Riddle Manor, a magnificent estate whose grand facade dominates the surrounding countryside. For miles around, no building matches its size or elegance, and its presence casts a long shadow over Little Hangleton, both in the ordinary world and in the secret one of magic. The Riddle House loomed over Little Hangleton like a dark jewel perched atop its hill. Its owners, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle and their only son Tom, were astonishingly wealthy, but they were also infamous throughout the village for their snobbery and cruelty. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle were rude and dismissive of anyone beneath their social standing, and Tom was even worse, cold, calculating, and merciless in his dealings. For as long as anyone could remember, the Riddles had flaunted their riches, trampling over the simple folk of Little Hangleton and making it clear they expected everyone to bow before them. No one dared speak up, until, one summer morning, a tragedy shattered the family's reign. At dawn, with the sky still a soft wash of pale light, one of the Riddle's young maids tiptoed into the grand drawing room to deliver breakfast. Instead of a polite nod or a whispered greeting, she was met with a sight so horrifying she barely registered it. Mr. Riddle lay face up on the Persian rug, his evening coat splayed open across his chest. Beside him, Mrs. Riddle's cold hand rested unnaturally at her side, and on the chaise longue by the window lay Tom Riddle, his dark eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, as though he'd never blinked. The maid froze, her heart pounded in her ears, her skin broke out in a cold sweat, and her limbs turned to lead. Then, in a frenzy of terror, she fled, racing down the sweeping drive, across the manicured lawns, and into the village below. She stumbled into the first house she reached, pounding on the door and shrieking at the top of her lungs. "They're dead, all three of them." They were still in their dinner clothes, lying there with their eyes wide open. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered, and someone hurried off to fetch the local constable. As the villagers followed the maid back up the hill, murmurs of fear and disbelief rose in their throats. When they reached the Riddle House, they found the front doors thrown wide, and beyond them, a mystery that would haunt Little Hangleton for years to come, and summon the authorities to investigate a murder that seemed almost too strange to believe. In the quiet village of Little Hangleton, the triple deaths at Riddle Manor were the event of the season. The Riddles had wealth enough to eclipse most neighbors, but they were neither generous nor well-liked. So when Thomas and Mary Riddle and their young son were found dead under mysterious circumstances, the villagers felt more curiosity than grief. After all, 3 healthy people could not simply die of natural causes all at once on the same night. It did not take long for the police to make an arrest. Their suspect was Frank Bryce, the Riddles' longtime gardener. A veteran of a distant war, Frank had returned home with one leg badly damaged and his nerves shattered by the din of battle. He'd been offered a place at Riddle Manor soon after his discharge, but he never quite fit into normal society. He spoke little, hated crowds and noise, and lived alone in a weathered shack at the edge of the estate, Gardens. The evidence against him seemed circumstantial but damning. Investigators reported that every door and window in the manor had remained securely locked from the inside. Whoever entered and left must have had access to a key. As it turned out, the spare back door key was always kept in the gardener's shack, conveniently within Frank Bryce's reach. Faced with such a simple explanation, the villagers readied themselves for a trial that would satisfy their appetite for justice and gossip. Frank could have slipped into Riddle Manor under cover of night and done whatever he pleased. No one would have known. Yet when he was brought into the station, he adamantly refused to confess to any violence. Over and over he declared, "I'm innocent," but the detectives wouldn't let it go. Their on-site investigation had eliminated every other possible suspect. If someone killed the Riddles, it had to be Frank. Days dragged on until the autopsy report finally arrived. What the pathologists uncovered simply didn't make sense. There were no signs of poison, no wounds from knives or bullets, no evidence of strangulation or smothering. Apart from the fact that the 3 Riddle family members lay dead on the table, their bodies showed no injury of any kind. It was a baffling, almost impossible conclusion. Having exhausted every test and found nothing, the medical examiners stared at the sheet for a final telling detail. Each corpse wore the exact same expression, eyes wide with sheer terror, but that single clue offered no answers. The mystery remained as impenetrable as the cold, unblinking fear frozen on those faces. What could have terrified 3 people so profoundly that they all died at once? In the end, with no evidence to suggest foul play in the Riddle family's deaths, the authorities had no choice but to release their prime suspect, Inspector Frank's uneasy doubts evaporating once the autopsy report arrived. After all, without proof of wrongdoing, a suspect must be presumed innocent. The case went cold, and the official closing statement offered only this conclusion: all 3 died simultaneously of extreme fright. Needless to say, the people of Little Hangleton were far from satisfied, but the police stood their ground. "Believe it or not," they declared, "we do." The Riddle family was laid to rest in the churchyard at Little Hangleton, their graves becoming a perennial curiosity for town residents. As for the staff of Riddle Manor, it was as if a great tree had fallen and its leaves scattered to the wind. With no master to serve, the former maids and cooks quietly departed, each striking out on their own to earn a living. Frank Bryce's unexpected return shocked everyone. The very gardener, who'd been branded a prime suspect in the Riddle murder case, came back, alone, to live in his old shack on the manor's grounds. The villagers, certain he was the killer, watched him with barely concealed hostility, but Frank seemed completely oblivious to their suspicions. Over the years, the Riddle estate passed through one uneasy owner after another. Each family moved in full of hope, only to flee within months, haunted by an oppressive, unsettling atmosphere. Some blamed that chill on the crumbling house itself. Others whispered it was the silent figure in the garden shack, Frank Bryce, whose steady presence only deepened the manor's grim reputation. Decades of neglect followed. With no steady occupant, the once proud Riddle Manor fell into disrepair. Shutters rotted, gutters collapsed, and wild ivy crept over its stone walls. More than 50 years slipped away until, at last, the summer of 1994 arrived. A wealthy absentee landlord had by then become the manor's unlikely owner. He neither lived there nor spoke of any plans for restoration. According to the villagers, he held on to the property for mysterious tax reasons, though no one could say exactly what those were. And so the house sat, its windows dark, its garden overgrown, and its darkest secrets locked behind walls that no one dared to enter. Whenever someone pressed favor or details, the gossip monger would offer the same evasive answer: "Look, if you understand this, you already know. If you don't, no explanation will help. Better not to ask." The stakes are too high, and most of the records have been erased. Powerful people are involved, and the deeper you dig, the less you'll find. Those who know. Those who don't never will. It was maddening. Yet despite the rumors, the estate's wealthy owner insisted on keeping Frank on as gardener. After all, an untended garden would be worse than one in the hands of an elderly caretaker who knew every path and flower bed. Of course, Frank himself was far from spry. At 77, his bad leg creaked painfully with each step, and his hearing was growing dim. Still, when the sky was fair, he could always be found among the blooms, moving slowly but deliberately as he coaxed life from the soil, proof that some things, at least, remained unchanged. Frank alone understood why he stayed on at Riddle Manor. Officially, he was paid to maintain the grounds and the old house, but in truth, an aging man with no family clung to his job for a sense of purpose. Day after day, he tended the gardens and polished the marble halls with a devotion bordering on obsession, though recently, no amount of effort could stanch the advance of weeds. Even worse were the village children. They delighted in pelting the manor's windows with stones, then tearing across Frank's painstakingly leveled lawns on bicycles. Each careless wheel mark, each broken pane, was a deliberate challenge. He could picture them, half hidden behind hedges, watching for him to limp into view, waving his cane and bellowing through a voice rough as gravel. The children would erupt in peals of triumphant laughter. Frank didn't believe for a moment that this was innocent mischief. Judging by the sneers on their faces and those of their parents and grandparents, they were confident he was a murderer. At nearly 80, he knew all too well the stubborn weight of prejudice. Deep in the villagers' minds, that single word, murderer, had become an immovable mountain. No amount of gentle persuasion or painstaking upkeep could ever shift it. And so he trudged on, day after day, keeping the old place standing against the tide of rumors and rot. Under ordinary circumstances, the story of Riddle Manor would have ended quietly when Frank Bryce finally died of old age. A wealthy new owner might have been found, or perhaps the estate would simply have fallen into disuse. Like its previous keepers, those who know might have passed it along to someone else, unaware of the house's more mysterious associations. No one could have guessed that on this very night, something was about to happen that would reshape the entire magical world, with the only witness being Frank Bryce, a muggle who had never dreamed of sorcery or spells. It was late July, the season's heat finally easing into a cool evening breeze. Frank woke at dusk, shivering beneath his thin blanket. From the far corner of the old mansion came faint, unsettling sounds, scrapes and whispers echoing through the empty corridors. He immediately blamed the neighborhood children, who had tormented him with childish pranks ever since the old Riddle case, when the police hauled him in for questioning and left him nursing a bitter distrust of law enforcement. Rather than call the authorities, Frank swung his legs over the side of the bed. He grabbed his sturdy oak cane, slipped a worn key from his bedside table into his coat pocket, and shuffled toward the back door. The key turned with a soft click, and he stepped out into the moonlit grounds, determined to confront whoever or whatever was making a racket in the manor he guarded. There were no signs of forced entry at Riddle Manor's front door, and every window remained intact. Frank allowed himself a wry, bitter smile. 30 years ago, no, closer to 50, the police had pointed to that same lack of damage and concluded he must have slipped in through the back using a spare key. He'd flatly denied it, then, and now, here he was, doing exactly what they'd always suspected. He limped around to the rear of the house and came to a door nearly swallowed by thick ivy. With deliberate care, he drew an old brass key from his pocket, fitted it into the lock, and turned. The door eased open into pitch-black darkness, but Frank knew the layout by heart. He navigated toward the corridor, his footfalls muted by a thick blanket of dust that carpeted the stone floor. A rancid, decaying stench told him the manor had been deserted for years. Yet, beneath that stillness, something had changed. At the far end of the hallway, on the landing, fresh footprints marred the dust, and the heavy wooden door there was cracked open, as though inviting him in. A flickering light seeped under the door's crack, painting the floor in restless shades of orange and yellow. Frank moved forward on cautious feet, his hand clenched around the head of his cane as though it could ward off whatever lay beyond. When he was barely a few paces away, he pressed his eye to the narrow opening and peered in. A fire burned in the hearth, its flames dancing across the room, and the voices he heard were not those of children. "If you're still hungry, Mr. Riddle, I can bring you more," a deep, measured voice offered. "Not right now," came the reply, softer but firm. "If you don't mind, Mr. Smith, could you place me closer to the fire?" "With pleasure, Mr. Riddle. John, did you hear me? Move it." The rasp of wood on stone followed, as a heavy chair scraped its way forward. Through the crack, Frank caught a glimpse of a figure draped in a long black cloak, his back turned as he positioned the seat. Then the stranger slipped out of sight. Frank's heart skipped. Riddle. The name echoed in his mind like a haunting refrain. Riddle, his first master's name, had not crossed his path in years. Now, here it was again, uttered within these walls. Fear and curiosity warred in his chest, and Frank knew he could wait no longer. He straightened his shoulders, tightened his grip on the cane, and prepared to step through the door. Frank's heart pounded as he pressed his ear against the door. They were supposed to be dead, whether it was the Riddle parents who'd employed him or their son, Tom Riddle. He forced down his shock and listened. A calm, refined voice spoke from within. "No one has called me Riddle for a very long time. I think you know me now as—" "Lord Voldemort, of course," a second voice cut in. "By any name you choose, it doesn't change the fact that we brought you here. Does it, my dear Mr. Tom Riddle?" Tom Riddle. It really was him. Frank's mind raced back to that young, strikingly handsome face, brimming with confidence. In those days, the Riddle family owned everything on their side of the valley, every acre except for one shabby shack on the outskirts. The villagers said it belonged to an old tramp named Gaunt and his two unruly children, a sister who seldom showed her face and a brother always in trouble. Frank swallowed hard. He could hardly believe the lines of power and blood he'd once known were converging again on this door. Tom Riddle Jr., the only son of the Riddle household, had long been whispered about as unstable. No one knew exactly what drove him, but in a fit of bizarre whimsy, he once nailed a dead snake to the door of old Tom Gaunt's hovel, an act that left the locals both horrified and bewildered. Born into privilege and advantage, Tom carried himself with an unshakable arrogance. He never bothered to hide his contempt for the family servants, for Frank, the grizzled cook who'd faced death on distant battlefields, and for the timid young maid who fluttered through the mansion's halls. But Frank, having seen worse than spoiled heirs, simply took his pay and turned a deaf ear to Tom's taunts. In his younger days, Tom had been courted by Cecilia Hawthorne, the beautiful daughter of a neighboring landowner. Rumor held that their engagement was all but certain. Little Hangleton practically had the wedding invitations printed. Then, as shocked to ever, yon who knew him, Tom announced one morning that his heart belonged not to Cecilia, but to the daughter of that itinerant drunk known as Gaunt. His pronouncement ignited his parents' fury. How, they raged, could their heir, the pride of the Riddle name, throw himself after a tramp's child? Yet Tom remained indifferent to their outrage. His family's money and status had taught him to expect obedience, but love, he seemed determined to prove, would not be dictated by lineage or by titles. But to everyone's astonishment, Tom Riddle, as if he'd lost his mind, abandoned the woman he truly loved, defied his staunchly disapproving parents, and eloped with the daughter of old Gaunt, the town tramp. Chapter 453, Lord Voldemort's New Ally. In the quiet village of Little Hangleton, the only son of the wealthy Riddle family was everything a young heiress could dream of. Handsome, charming, and destined to inherit a small fortune. For years he and a local girl, herself from a well-respected household, had been inseparable, their childhood bond blossoming into first love in the sheltered lanes around the old manor. Then fate intervened. A mysterious young woman arrived in Little Hangleton, striking and secretive. Almost overnight, the Riddle heir forsook his childhood sweetheart and eloped with this newcomer, rumored to be nothing more than a tramp's daughter. The scandal tore through village society like wildfire. Parents whispered about impropriety, local gossips hawked every detail, and the abandoned girl was left humiliated by the sudden betrayal. Frank longed to dismiss the affair as mere village drama, but another encounter seized his attention. He had met the last living scion of the once proud Gaunt line, a frail, pale girl whose hair hung lank and lifeless. Years spent indoors had drained the color from her cheeks, and her eyes, like those of her now mad brother, drifted in two different directions. Frank had met eccentric nobility, proud aristocrats, even madmen, but never anyone so utterly exhausted by life's burdens. As whispers of the Riddle scandal died down, rumors spread of the Gaunt heiress's peculiar presence in Little Hangleton. With both alliances, one born of scandal, the other of tragic decay, Taking shape, the quiet village found itself on the brink of forces far stranger than any local gossip. Everyone in Little Hangleton agreed she was plain, if one were generous, utterly unattractive, if one were honest. Yet for weeks the air buzzed with the scandal of young Tom Riddle, engaged to the lovely Miss Cecilia, cavorting with that lowly Gaunt girl. The disparity in family standing was laughable. The Riddles were pillars of the village, while the Gaunts, well, they barely counted. Under normal circumstances, the two would never have so much as exchanged a word. But circumstances, it seemed, had whims of their own. The fallout was immediate. The Riddle name, once spoken with pride, became a byword for embarrassment. Neighbors paused in the street to whisper. The staff, gardeners, maids, cooks, found themselves the unwitting butt of every joke. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle struggled to maintain their dignity, heads bowed under the weight of communal scorn. Then at last, Tom came home alone. His parents braced themselves for a groveling apology or a tragic confession. Outsiders speculated wildly, but Frank, the head gardener, already sensed the truth. Pale and shaking, Tom admitted that the Gaunt girl was no ordinary peasant. She was a witch, he said, a witch who had ensnared his mind with a powerful charm. Under her spell, he'd abandoned Cecilia and fallen hopelessly in love with that ugly, lowly creature. Only when her enchantment finally broke did he grasp the horror of what he'd done and hurry back to the only place that felt safe, home. And so the whispers shifted tone, from gossip to something darker, as the Riddles silently thanked their stars that their son had returned, cursed memories and all. They had lived together in London for some months, and by all appearances the woman was pregnant. Then, one evening, she stopped casting her charm. With trembling lips, she laid bare her secret. She was a witch, and begged him to stay by her side. What a joke. The moment he understood the truth, he bolted. He didn't care about the unborn child, or the witch herself. All he felt was revulsion and fear. When he returned to England and recounted his story, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle were stunned. Their son's tale of sorcery sounded absurd beyond belief, yet Tom was their only child. Reluctantly, they chose to believe him and silenced every servant at Riddle Manor. Officially, the story went that a mysterious woman had kidnapped their boy. Witchcraft? Preposterous. A notion fit only for rumor. In private, even the Riddles admitted Hay thought Tom had been possessed. And so another 10 years passed in quiet routine. The so-called witch never came looking for him. Then, on a single dreadful morning, tragedy struck. Tom and his parents were found dead, each body arranged with horrifying precision, as if their final moments had been scripted by some dark hand. No one could say who or what was responsible. But the hush that fell over Riddle Manor spoke volumes. Frank shook himself, clearing the jumble of thoughts clouding his mind. But Tom Riddle was dead. He'd seen it with his own eyes 50 years ago. How could someone who perished so long ago suddenly stand before him now? His pulse raced as impossible questions spun through his head. Before he could unravel the mystery, the man in the chair spoke again, calm, measured, and unmistakably mocking. "Mr. Smith," he began, "you've gone to great lengths to find me here. Do you expect me to aid you simply because I once bore the name Tom Riddle?" John Smith met his stare evenly. "A name is only a label, Your Excellency. There's no need to dwell on it, just as I barely notice mine." A cold sneer curved the other man's lips. "Yes, John Smith. You show no concern for my name either. Now that I'm here, I suppose you'll tell me your plan?" Smith sank into a nearby armchair, folding his hands in his lap. He let out a slow breath. "Don't rush me. This journey has left me exhausted. I must admit, this sanctuary feels surprisingly comfortable. I intend to rest here a little longer." Silence settled over the room as Riddle watched him, eyes glinting with both curiosity and contempt, while Smith closed his eyes and allowed the calm hush to stretch on, each man weighing the other in the stillness that followed. "We'll have to wait until after the Quidditch World Cup before we make our move. Let me guess. That blasted Ministry of Magic?" the dark figure replied. "Once the cup begins, wizards will pour in from every corner of the globe. They'll crank the security up to maximum." Hidden in the shadows, Frank froze at the unfamiliar terms. Quidditch, Ministry of Magic, wizard. Having survived real battlefields, he knew only two kinds of people spoke like that: spies and criminals. John Smith let out a low chuckle. "Sounds like those bureaucratic busybodies are driving you up the wall." The Dark Lord's lips curved into a sneer. "They'll never catch me, but they're as annoying as flies." A soft, mocking laugh filled the room. "So you found me at last. How touching," the Dark Lord went on. "My Death Eaters once swore eternal loyalty, yet now I must turn to an outsider." "An ally, not an outsider," John Smith interrupted smoothly. "You've been in hiding so long, your own followers must believe you're dead and buried. That's why they crept back among my enemies, pretending to be innocent and bewitched," the low voice spat. "It doesn't matter," a second voice replied. "You need allies now more than ever. Didn't you say you still have a few loyal servants hidden away? Once we spring our plan and free them, our numbers will be stronger than ever." Frank's grip tightened on his cane as unfamiliar words flew over his head. His pulse quickened in the dim corridor. Then, without warning, he sensed movement behind him. Spinning around, he caught sight of a massive serpent, easily 12 feet long, slithering toward him. Frank froze in terror. He'd never beheld a snake of such size. But instead of striking, the creature slid past him as though he weren't there. It vanished into a gap beneath a door, leaving Frank trembling but unharmed. He let out a silent breath. Tonight's events in this old mansion were becoming utterly surreal. Deciding he'd stayed far too long, he resolved to slip away immediately. His destination, the village phone booth. He had to get the police, fast. It was almost laughable. He'd lost all faith in the ministry long ago, yet when real danger struck, his first desperate instinct was still to call the authorities. Of course, this time he didn't stand a chance. A low voice inside the room cut through his thoughts. "My ally Nagini just brought me an interesting piece of news." "Interesting news?" came the curious reply. "Yes, Nagini reports there's an old muggle standing outside this door, listening to every word we say." Frank's breath caught in his throat. Before he could even think of hiding, the door swung open, and the room's occupants laid eyes on him. John, the plain, average-built man who'd answered the knock, held the door ajar, scrutinizing Frank from head to toe. "Please invite him in, John," another voice said crisply. "Even a muggle merits our courtesy." John offered a subtle nod and gestured for Frank to step inside. Every limb in his body trembled, but Frank gripped his silver-topped cane and forced himself to hobble across the threshold. The room was paneled in dark oak, lit by the warm glow of a crackling hearth. But what seized Frank's attention was the enormous snake coiled on a tattered rug before the fireplace. Its sinuous body looped lazily, and with each slow rise and fall of its head, it somehow mimicked the tilt-and-wag curiosity of a small, eager puppy. Frank paused, every nerve on edge, as the serpent's gaze swept over him. He knew in that instant that there would be no rescue from the Muggle world tonight, and that whatever fate awaited him inside, it began here. Except for the man who had escorted him here, another figure stood before the fireplace. He was slender and unremarkable, clad in dark clothes and leather gloves, studying Frank with cool curiosity. From the hushed tones Frank had overheard, he knew there must be a third person seated just behind the high-backed armchair. It had to be Tom Riddle. Yet even though Riddle was supposed to be remarkably tall, Frank couldn't make out so much as the back of his head. The only light in the room came from the fire, its amber glow dancing across the walls, and it had been that flicker which first drew Frank's wary gaze. Now all he felt was profound regret. He'd happily come by during the day, but what was he thinking, poking around at midnight? Standing this close to Tom Riddle, long believed dead, was enough to make his legs buckle. Only stubborn pride kept him upright. "It seems you heard everything," the gloved man said, his voice steady in the hush. Frank drew a sharp breath. "Yes," he answered, his tone steadier than he felt. "I heard every word." He drew himself up, recalling that on any battlefield, magical or otherwise, the first rule was to observe and then act. "It seems, Mr. Riddle," he continued, forcing calm into his voice, "that your little gathering here has been exceptionally well concealed." He paused, letting the crackle of the fire fill the silence, and watched for Riddle's response. Frank froze. Riddle hadn't been wrong. He was no wizard, just a muggle. A memory flashed through his mind. Tom Riddle's warning that the gaunt woman was a witch who had controlled him. Mustering what courage he could, Frank squared his shoulders and stared at the shadowed armchair. "Tom Riddle's been dead for 50 years, he said. I don't know where you got these stories about witches and wizards, but don't think you can fool me. Besides, my wife knows I'm here. If I don't come back by tonight, she's calling the police." A low, amused chuckle emerged from the darkness behind the chair. "I'm impressed," the voice said smoothly. "You know about old Tom, and even about that gaunt woman. Very clever of you." The tone shifted, losing its amusement. "But don't lie to Lord Voldemort. He knows everything. You don't have a wife, and you didn't tell a soul where you were going." Frank sneered. "Lord Voldemort, huh? If you're going to borrow his name, why not use your own?" A harsh, disembodied laugh filled the room. John Smith couldn't help himself. Frank stared up at the dark dais, his gaze unflinching. From the shadows, a cold, silky voice drifted down. "Interesting," it murmured. "The Dark Lord who strikes fear into the wizarding world, invoked by a muggle. Truly intriguing." "Interesting," Frank snapped. He stepped fully, loser, hands planted on his hips. "I don't find your dignity very dignified, Lord Voldemort. Now tell me, what is your relation to Tom Riddle? And for once, turn around and look at me like a man." Silence swallowed the chamber. 4 figures sat motionless around a low table, and a great serpent coiled on the floor, its tongue flicking. Finally, the same voice spoke again, measured and amused. "Muggle, the Tom Riddle you refer to is my father." Frank's heart skipped. "What?" he blurted. Fathers and sons sharing a name wasn't unheard of in Britain, but if Voldemort truly was Tom Riddle's son, then by extension he was connected to the disgraced Gaunt family. The realization hit him like a blast of cold air. Before Frank could say more, Lord Voldemort's tone sharpened with amusement. "Fascinating. A muggle with more knowledge than anticipated. Very well. Let us proceed. Mr. Smith, if you please." At the summons, John Smith rose without a word. Expressionless, he walked to Frank's chair and with a firm grip spun it around so it faced the dais. When he stepped back, the chamber lights glinted off Lord Voldemort's pale profile, his red eyes locking onto Frank's. The last barrier between them was gone. And in that instant, everything changed. But when Frank caught sight of who was sitting in the chair, his cane clattered to the floor. He froze, eyes wide, and let out a strangled scream. "Ah!" Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "That's all I remember," he said quietly. "One moment I heard the old man scream, and then I woke up. My scar felt like someone had pressed a red-hot wire to my skin. The pain was so fierce it took minutes before it finally eased." Later that evening, in the drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry recounted the nightmare and the burning pain in his scar to Hermione and Ron, his only guests at his birthday party. Hermione's face went pale. "Your scar hurts," she blurted. "Harry, that's not normal. We should write to Professor Dumbledore right away, and I'm going to dive into common magical ailments. There has to be something about cursed scars in there." Ron shot Harry a worried look. "Your scar actually hurts? But you know who can't possibly be near you, can he? I mean, you know how protective Hogwarts is. Maybe all scar wounds ache once in a while. I'll ask Dad when I write home." Harry nodded. He wasn't surprised by their concern. Hermione always thought faster than she spoke, and Ron was his steadfast alarm bell. Yet neither of them suspected just how grave his dream might turn out to be. Harry knew there was no entry in any book on common magical ailments that fit his condition. After all, he was the only person ever to survive the killing curse blasted at him by Lord Voldemort. Ron, his hair an unruly shade of copper, stared at him with wide, puzzled eyes. He seemed convinced that Voldemort could never have come so close, and he was probably planning to run to his father for answers. But Mr. Weasley, though a thoroughly decent wizard, wasn't a specialist in curse-related problems, and Harry could already imagine Mrs. Weasley's reaction, a spectacle far bigger than anything Hermione might stage. He certainly didn't want the twins or little Ginny, his most devoted fans, to see him as some trembling, cowardly figure. No, what he needed was someone like an older brother, caring and wise, someone he could approach without feeling silly or ashamed. That person could solve any problem. That person was Sherlock Holmes, and that was exactly who Harry intended to call. But before Harry could step away with Sherlock, Hermione and Ron appeared around the corner. Ron's face went stern the moment he saw them. "Hold on a second," he snapped. "What do you think you're doing? Dumbledore isn't here to stop you this time, you know. Don't even think about leaving me behind." Hermione said nothing, but the way she narrowed her eyes made it clear she was just as wary. She suspected Harry and Sherlock of scheming something. Cornered, Harry had no choice but to invite them along. He hadn't pinched much hope on them beforehand. They were, after all, just extras in this little adventure. But now he turned to Sherlock with a mixture of relief and curiosity. Sherlock listened patiently as Harry hurriedly recapped the situation. Rather than reacting with Hermione's alarm or Ron's indignation, Sherlock simply smiled. One of those brief, knowing smiles that suggested he'd already pieced everything together. Chapter 455, The Dark Lord Returns. The cramped sitting room at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was tense. Hermione paced anxiously by the fireplace, her hands twisting one end of her robes into tight knots. Ron sat on the edge of an armchair, eyes wide with confusion. Harry, pale and restless, rubbed at his forehead where a faint bruise had formed around his scar. Only Sherlock Holmes remained composed. He produced a slim notebook and a fine-point pen, then turned his sharp gaze on Harry. "Tell me everything you can recall from last night's dream," Sherlock prompted, his voice even and probing. Harry swallowed. "I woke up when my scar burned," he began. "But the dream itself, when I try to remember it, it's like trying to scoop water with my bare hands. The more I grab for it, the more it slips away." Sherlock tapped his pen against the open page. "You've experienced a classic temporary memory rejection reaction." Hermione's brow shot up. "Memory rejection reaction?" He gave a slight nod. "Yes, you've all had moments when a sudden thought or memory flits across your mind, and the harder you concentrate on it, the faster it eludes you." "I know exactly what he means," Ron exclaimed, leaning forward. "It's happened to me dozens of times, especially with homework answers I needed at exam time." Sherlock jotted down one final note, then closed his notebook with a soft click. "We'll need to be patient. For now, the scar's pain and your instinctive refusal to hold on to the dream are more than enough to obscure its details. But rest assured, the vision is still there, buried just below the surface." He paused, meeting Harry's eyes. "And whatever it was you saw, it will reveal itself again when you're ready to remember." "I was certain I just had a brilliant idea, and now it's completely gone," Ron admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Sherlock fixed him with a steady gaze. "The moment you realize you've lost a thought, the worst thing you can do is force it. Trying too hard triggers your mind's defense mechanism, what I call the rejection response, and the memory retreats deeper into hiding. Instead, you should step away and stop thinking about it. Give your mind a chance to relax. Once the resistance fades, the memory will surface again. If you keep pushing, you risk destroying it altogether." Ron frowned. "But Sherlock, we don't all have a memory attic like yours, do we? Only you can sort and file every scrap of information so neatly." "No, Ron," Sherlock said patiently. "Every mind is an attic, empty at first. What matters is what you choose to furnish it with. Most people fill theirs with every bit of trivia or gossip they encounter, dumping in so much clutter that the truly useful knowledge either gets squeezed out or buried beyond reach. Then, when they need that precious detail, it's lost in the mess." Ron stared at him, blinking slowly. "So, you're saying I need to be more selective? Treat my mind like a curated collection rather than a rubbish tip?" Sherlock allowed himself a small, approving smile. "Exactly. Learn to distinguish the important from the trivial. Store only what serves you, and leave the rest behind. That way, when you need an idea or a memory, you'll always know exactly where to find it." "I'm the fool," Harry muttered, lowering his gaze. Sherlock and Ron exchanged a glance as the conversation turned to memory. Harry's cheeks burned with shame. He knew he'd been the one to falter. Sherlock, however, waved him on with a calm smile. "It's all right. Tell us everything you remember. I'm all ears." Harry inhaled slowly. "All I can picture is that dim, dusty room. The furniture was ancient, the walls bare. A giant snake lay coiled in front of the fireplace, and beside it stood a man with an assistant. They introduced themselves as allies of Tom Riddle and were muttering heatedly about some plan. And there was an old man, too, a muggle, listening at the door." Sherlock's pen flew across his notebook as he pressed Harry for details. "How large was this serpent? Can you compare T to the basilisk we faced in the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry frowned, trying to refine his memory. "It wasn't as enormous as the Chamber's basilisk, maybe 12 feet long, though it was lying still, so I couldn't be exact. Sherlock nodded, jotting down the estimate. That's very helpful. Thank you. He closed his notebook and looked up, the familiar spark of deduction in his eyes. With that information, we have a clearer picture of who, or what, we're dealing with. Did the man really claim to be an ally of Riddle? Sherlock asked, his eyes narrowing. Yes, Ron confirmed. That's exactly what he said. Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Fascinating. Are you absolutely certain he used the name Tom Riddle and didn't call himself an ally of Lord Voldemort? Ron opened his mouth to argue, but neither Sherlock nor Harry gave him a second glance. Harry simply nodded. He said Tom Riddle, no doubt about it. Excellent. Sherlock turned his gaze on Harry. In your dream, did you actually see the Dark Lord? Was he the handsome youth we glimpsed in the Chamber of Secrets, or the grotesque creature fused to Professor Quirrell's skull? Harry hesitated. I know. He was seated in that armchair the entire time. The moment it spun around, an unbearable terror washed over me, and then I woke up. So you caught only a glimpse of him before waking? Sherlock pressed. Harry swallowed. Yes, I don't think I ever saw his face. Sherlock regarded him thoughtfully. And this fear, how did it compare to the dread you felt when you faced a Dementor? Harry frowned, searching his memory. It was different. I can't really judge which was worse. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, realizing that Harry, in this moment, was no different from any client consulting Sherlock Holmes. Yet Harry answered each question with the calm assurance of someone who had weathered far stranger terrors. Sherlock had a habit of questioning witnesses with relentless precision. But what really stunned Hermione and Ron was what came next. Once he'd exhausted every detail of Harry's account, he snapped his notebook shut, tore out a clean page, and slid it across the table. Take a look, he said quietly. Is this what you saw? Hermione and Ron leaned in, curiosity and apprehension mingling on their faces. At first glance, they thought it was just a few rough lines, but then they recognized it. With only a handful of strokes, Sherlock had captured the very scene Harry described, each person's posture, every anxious glance, and sprawled in front of the fireplace was the serpent, 12 feet of gleaming scales, coiled so casually it seemed to fill the room with a silent threat. That's it, Harry whispered, voice trembling. That's exactly how it looked. Seeing this, it's like I'm back in that dream. Sherlock nodded, eyes on Harry's face. It's a pity. If you hadn't exhausted yourself trying to recall those details last night, this drawing might have unlocked your memory completely. Now, seeing it, you'd be able to remember the entire dream. Right now, it only serves as confirmation, Sherlock said, closing his notebook. Harry shifted in his seat, cheeks flushing. Sorry, Sherlock. I really feel like I'm messing everything up. It's no problem, Sherlock replied smoothly. Some details remain uncertain, but at least we've confirmed a few crucial points. Ron, who had been tapping his foot impatiently, looked up. Which points? Harry and Hermione leaned forward, all ears. Sherlock cleared his throat. First, Harry's recurring dream isn't random. That scar on your forehead was never just a wound, it's a magical conduit. All three friends exchanged startled glances. When Voldemort looked at you through Professor Quirrell in your first year, Sherlock continued, you felt a sharp jolt of pain. It was fleeting. Voldemort dared not linger under Dumbledore's watchful eye, but the pain was very real. Ron groaned. Could you please stop saying Voldemort's name so many times? Sherlock didn't seem to notice. Then, during the battle in the Forbidden Forest, your scar throbbed again, this time in intermittent pulses, as if echoing his thoughts. Hermione bit her lip. So every time his mind touches yours, you feel it through the scar. Exactly, Sherlock confirmed. Your dream was no idle nightmare. It was triggered by this psychic link. For now, we have confirmation that the scar binds you to him in more than just name. Harry ran a hand over his forehead. What do we do next? Sherlock tapped his pen thoughtfully. We dig deeper. If your scar is a bridge, we must discover what it connects and how to close it. Ron exhaled. Brilliant. From nightmares to mind bridges. Just what we needed. Harry gave a determined nod. Then let's get on with it. Sherlock fixed Harry with an intense look before speaking. When we confronted Quirrell and Lord Voldemort in the chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone at the end of term, Your scar erupted in the longest, most agonizing pain you've ever known. That excruciating flare-up coincided exactly with the moment Voldemort sensed a mortal threat, when his fear and fury were at their height. From this, I draw a bold conclusion. Your scar doesn't just feel pain. It actually taps into Voldemort's mind. In feeling his agony, you're sharing a fragment of his thoughts. A stunned silence fell over the trio. Harry, Hermione, and even Ron were speechless. Ron, who prided himself on bravado, couldn't even bring himself to speak the Dark Lord's name. Sherlock's theory was mind-blowing. Could Harry truly connect to the killer who'd slaughtered so many and whose disappearance over a decade ago still haunted the entire wizarding world? Sherlock pressed on. And if my first inference holds, then I'll make a second. Every detail of your dreams was not mere fantasy, but actual events. Hermione's eyes went wide. What? That's impossible, Ron muttered, shaking his head. Bloody hell, Harry thought, stunned into stillness. Each reaction was perfectly in character, but none could deny the unsettling truth Sherlock had laid before them. Hermione's eyes sparkled with urgency. Sherlock, didn't Dumbledore say he'd received reliable information that Voldemort is still hiding in the forests of Albania? Ron groaned and sank into his chair. Hermione, please, he begged, shooting Sherlock a desperate look. I don't doubt Dumbledore's report, but it's a year old. Even if Albania is in chaos, that's exactly the kind of place a dark wizard of Voldemort's caliber could slip in and out of without a trace, especially now that he's rumored to have new allies. Hermione folded her arms. So you really think Professor Trelawney's prophecy has merit? Sherlock tilted his head. I'm not saying I believe it outright, nor am I dismissing it, but prophecies can serve as valuable inspiration. He leaned forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. Which brings us to the third, and most important, point. Harry straightened in his seat. What's that? Your dream, Harry, Sherlock said softly. It suggests that Voldemort hasn't truly returned. He's still in that debilitated condition, like he was back when he was clinging to Quirrell's scalp. He may be plotting, gathering strength, but he's far from the unstoppable force everyone fears. In the dream, the old man only saw Voldemort's true face once he'd spun his armchair around. That explains everything, Sherlock said, leaning back in his seat. Harry and his two friends exchanged thoughtful glances. After a moment, Sherlock raised his hand. All right, children, no more secret meetings. At that instant, Mrs. Holmes's voice drifted in from the hallway. Ah! Harry was the fastest to react. He sprang up and hurried to open the door. Mrs. Holmes stood there, smiling, as she tousled his hair. We have guests, she announced. And as gracious hosts, it wouldn't do to keep them waiting in the sitting room. Chapter 456, The Jang Couple from the East. Harry's place in the Holmes household had grown as natural to him as Sirius's place with the Potters. Just as James's parents had welcomed Sirius as a second son, Sherlock's parents had taken Harry in, though strictly speaking, he was a third son, behind Mycroft. Harry winced whenever he remembered how often Mycroft was overlooked, and he silently apologized to the older brother he barely knew. But family wasn't everything. Harry's friendship with Sherlock ran as deep as Sirius's with James. So when that strange, haunting dream pulled him from sleep, the first person Harry wanted to see wasn't Dumbledore, Sirius, or even Lupin. It was Sherlock. Since their first meeting, Harry had refused to disappoint him, and every time Sherlock pronounced a conclusion, it turned out to be true. Harry laid out the dream in every excruciating detail. Sherlock listened, steepling his fingers as he absorbed each point. Moments later, he spoke, as though revealing a simple fact. Though he called it a deduction, to Harry it felt more like a certainty. If Sherlock could state it in plain terms, it had to be right. What Sherlock didn't offer, however, was a solution. Instead, he left the question hanging in the air between them. What next? Harry shook his head. He couldn't blame Sherlock for what had happened, only himself. If he hadn't forced himself to recall that dream so abruptly, as Sherlock had urged, he might have remembered more of it today. And Sherlock, of all people, could have turned those forgotten fragments into solid leads. With every subtle detail Sherlock unearthed, Harry was certain he could have deduced Voldemort's new allies, and perhaps even anticipated their next move. That was Sherlock Holmes for you, a man who could make the impossible seem routine. But, Harry reminded himself, Now was not the time to dwell on what might have been. His foster mother was right. This was his birthday celebration, and it would be rude to ignore their guests. Mrs. Holmes's gentle rebuke carried a note of playful complaint, but Harry felt only warmth in her tone. This was what family felt like, and in that moment he wouldn't trade it for anything. "I understand, Aunt Holmes." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sherlock followed Mrs. Holmes into the hall, where their eyes were immediately drawn to three unfamiliar figures gathered at a long table. First sat a distinguished Asian gentleman with regular, handsome features, thick eyebrows arching over large, intelligent eyes. Beside him stood a graceful woman whose porcelain skin and high-arched brows bore a striking resemblance to someone Harry almost recognized. And then, stepping forward to greet their hostess, was Cho Chang herself, Ravenclaw's celebrated seeker and, since the graduations of Gemma Farley and Penelope Clearwater, Hogwarts' undisputed school beauty. Harry's heart skipped as he took in her radiant smile. It had been more than 2 months since he'd last seen Cho, and she seemed even more stunning than before, her dark hair catching the torchlight like spun silk. Ron couldn't help stealing a few furtive glances of his own. Watching the three of them together, it was clear where Cho had inherited her remarkable looks. She possessed her mother's refined elegance and her father's striking features. No wonder the entire school held her in such high esteem. Sherlock, of course, had the advantage of far deeper background on the Chang family than any of his friends could imagine. But for Harry and Ron, this reunion was simply breathtaking. From the moment Harry saw them, he'd already taken it all in. The man beside Cho's mother looked to be in his early 40s, dressed in a conservative suit, no doubt a lawyer by trade, cautious with money, yet firm in his principles. The woman at his side, also around 40, wore a warm smile and carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who devoted herself to family but wasn't afraid to take charge, and, Harry guessed, enjoyed a good game now and then. "Harry!" Cho Chang's voice rang out before he'd even leered the doorway. She was standing next to her mother, waving so eagerly that Harry almost smiled out of reflex. The parents turned toward him. Mr. Zhang's gaze narrowed as he sized Harry up, his eyes roaming from Harry's polished shoes to the familiar lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Mrs. Zhang studied him too, but her look was gentle, curiosity swiftly giving way to delight. Cho sidled forward, beaming. "Mom, Dad, this is Harry Potter, the friend I've been telling you about." Mrs. Zhang stepped forward first, offering a warm handshake. "Pleased to meet you, Harry. Cho's told us so much." Mr. Zhang followed her lead, his handshake firm but guarded. The moment was brief, but in that instant the air between them shifted. Approval quietly granted, and a family friendship poised to begin. "He's in Gryffindor, 1 year below me," Cho Chang gushed. "A Quidditch prodigy, the youngest seeker in a century." "Cho, you've told me that already," her father interrupted, smiling. Cho grinned sheepishly, and Mr. Zhang shook his head before extending a hand toward Harry. "Hello, Potter. I'm Zhang Wei, Cho's father." "Hello, Mr. Wei," Harry replied, reaching out to shake. But the moment the words left his mouth, he froze. Cho Chang's surname was Zhang, so why was her father's name Wei? Both Cho and her mother burst into laughter, and Harry's cheeks warmed with embarrassment. Cho patted his arm reassuringly. "In Britain, and most of the West, we put the given name first and the surname last. But in China, it's exactly the opposite. The family name comes first, then the given name." Just then, Sherlock stepped forward, his gaze thoughtful as he regarded Mr. Zhang. "So although we're accustomed to calling her Cho Chang, in her homeland she'd properly be Zhang Cho, wouldn't she, Mr. Wei?" "Zhang Wei? You must be Holmes, right?" Mr. Zhang turned on his heel and held out his hand to Sherlock Holmes. "Thank you for recovering my daughter's eyeshadow. I've been meaning to thank you in person." "You're welcome," Sherlock replied coolly. "Miss Zhang has already paid the fee." Mr. Zhang's jaw dropped, a clear sign his daughter's description of Sherlock as eccentric hadn't been an exaggeration. At that moment, Cho Chang's mother stepped forward. She wore her hair in a neat chin-length bob that spoke of efficiency and resolve. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around Sherlock in a warm embrace. "Hello, Mr. Holmes," she said, pulling back to reveal a bright smile. "I'm Zhuge Dali, Cho's mother. It's truly a pleasure to meet you." After releasing Sherlock, she turned to Harry, still looking a bit out of his depth, and gave him a hug, leaning close to whisper something in his ear. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment at her words. Zhuge Dali laughed softly and addressed them all. Mr. Holmes is quite right. Our naming conventions are the opposite of yours in the West. In China, the family name comes first, then the given name. So here in full we are Zhang Wei, Zhuge Dali, and Zhang Chou. Since we moved to Britain, people have simply reversed them to Wei Zhang, Dali Zhuge, and Chou Chang. A moment of enlightened silence followed, as everyone navigated the new clarity. Then Chou Chang herself stepped forward, cheeks flushed with gratitude, ready to thank her savior at last. With international exchanges growing ever more frequent, I'm certain customs like this will evolve in time, Chou Chang's mother said with a warm smile. Please, call me Miss Dolly. I don't mind at all. As for calling him Mr. Wei... She broke off in laughter, her mirth utterly infectious. One by one, the guests found themselves laughing too. Everyone had known Chou Chang was British Chinese, but until her parents introduced themselves in person, most of the British attendees hadn't given the cultural nuance a second thought. Yet this moment of realization passed quickly. The Zhangs soon felt right at home. After all, they'd lived in Britain for many years. As conversation flowed, Mr. Zhang Wei revealed himself to be a witty, easygoing Muggle lawyer, while Mrs. Zhuge Dali shared that she'd trained at a magical academy in China. Before long, the couple had everyone enthralled with the tale of their winding, unforgettable love story. After overcoming the sternest test from his future mother-in-law, the earnest and kind-hearted Zhang Wei finally won Zhuge Dali's approval and her heart. The two married soon after and moved to Britain to pursue their careers. Their daughter, Chou Chang, inherited her mother's magical talent before she was even born. So it came as no surprise when, on her 11th birthday, she received her Hogwarts acceptance letter. Zhang Wei and Zhuge Dali had briefly considered enrolling Chou Chang at a magic school in China. Dali herself had been a standout student at her alma mater, and when one of her former teachers learned that her daughter showed magical promise, she urged them to send Chou Chang there. In the end, however, family ties and tradition led the couple to choose Hogwarts instead. That's when Hermione Granger, listening in with wide eyes, turned to Zhuge Dali in astonishment. "Wait, Aunt Zhuge," she said, "are you saying China has its own magic schools?" Hermione blinked, genuinely surprised. "I was under the impression that the only wizarding school in all of Asia was in Japan." Zhuge Dali smiled gently. "Your magical geography is impressive, Miss Granger," she replied, her tone warm but amused. "At your age, hardly anyone knows these details," Aunt Zhuge said, her tone approving as she looked at Hermione. Hermione tilted her head, curious. "But the schools I know are all registered with the International Confederation of Wizards, aren't they?" Aunt Zhuge smiled and nodded. "Indeed, most are. Yet in all of Asia, only one school holds official status with the Confederation, Mahotokoro, on the volcanic slopes of Mount Io in Japan." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's the only one? But I thought there were 11 schools registered worldwide." "You're correct," Aunt Zhuge replied. 11 in total, and of those, Mahotokoro has the smallest student body. Hermione absorbed this new information for a moment before Aunt Zhuge added, "However, beyond those 11 officially recognized institutions, there are other, more insular wizarding schools that operate without Confederation oversight. For example, China actually has 7 magic schools in this category." "What? 7? 7 schools in China?" At that revelation, everyone froze, Sirius, the Holmeses, the Grangers, and the Weasleys alike. Even Sherlock's usually unflappable expression cracked into genuine surprise. Chapter 457, China's 7 Magic Schools. Magical academies almost always draw students from their own backyards. Take Hogwarts, for instance. Though nestled in the Scottish Highlands, it admits young witches and wizards not only from England, Scotland, and Wales, but even from Ireland. Then there's the Durmstrang Institute, which Mycroft once mentioned to Sherlock. Located in northern Europe, Durmstrang enrolls students from the 5 Nordic countries, as well as neighboring Germany and Austria, and it even welcomes pupils from as far away as Bulgaria. Despite its lower profile compared to Hogwarts, Durmstrang is one of Europe's 3 largest magical schools. Yet even such a prestigious institution struggles with a limited local population and actively recruits international students, a challenge faced by virtually every magic school on the planet. So imagine the astonishment of the British ministry officials when Cho Chang's mother, Professor Juge Dali, informed them that one country in this very world actually supports 7 entirely separate magic schools under its own roof. China, she revealed, boasts 7 academy complexes, each with its own distinctive traditions and curricula, vastly outnumbering the handful of institutions in Britain and continental Europe. They stared at the map in astonishment. "You're all shocked, aren't you?" Juge Dali prompted with a wry smile. "If you pause to think about it," he continued, "it really isn't so strange." At that, Jiang Wei chimed in. "Honestly, you'd need to transplant every magical school in Europe just to house all the young wizards of China." That remark clicked for the sharper minds in the room. Of course, China is immense. Its landmass is roughly 40 times that of Britain, nearly on par with the entirety of Europe. Its population is even more staggering, more than 20 times Britain's, and almost double Europe's total. Even if the ratio of wizards to ordinary people matched Britain's, accommodating all China's magical students would demand at least a dozen schools. 7, it seemed, might actually be cutting it close. Harry Potter, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke out. 7 is the most magical number. Sherlock Holmes raised an eyebrow. He immediately recognized the boy's train of thought. Once again, Harry was fixated on the Horcruxes. Since Harry had viewed the memory he'd retrieved from Professor Slughorn, he'd been carrying that revelation with him. The idea of Voldemort fracturing his soul into 7 pieces, 6 of them stored as Horcruxes, had been simply too horrifying to ignore. Ever since, Harry found himself unnaturally alert to the number 7, the most magical number of all. So when he overheard a conversation about why China had exactly 7 magical schools, he couldn't help but speak up. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, of course, had no inkling of Harry's private thoughts. But when Jiang Wei noticed how enthralled the others had become by the topic, he decided to expand on it. "Perhaps there's a deeper reason for there being 7, Jiang Wei offered. "But it's important to know that these schools aren't all the same. Those along the southeastern coast serve densely populated regions, so they're built on a grand scale. In contrast, the schools in the northwestern interior cater to much smaller communities, so they're naturally more modest. And size isn't the only difference. In China, magical education isn't limited to broad all-purpose institutions like Hogwarts. There are also specialized academies devoted to broom flying, charms, magical creatures, and other focused disciplines. Comprehensive magic schools are divided into junior and senior sections. After 4 years in the junior section, young wizards must sit the academic test for junior high students, commonly called the Zhongkao, which parallels the ordinary wizarding level, OWL, exams. Their scores both determine whether they meet graduation requirements and serve as the primary basis for admission to the senior section. Students who wish to specialize in fields such as Quidditch, charms, or magical zoology may use their Zhongkao results to apply to dedicated institutions instead of remaining in a comprehensive school. Whether they stay on the general track or move into a specialized program, every student must also take the nationwide unified examination for admissions to general universities and colleges, the Gaokao, before graduating. Functioning much like the NEWT's, Gaokao results provide the official academic certification that young wizards need when seeking employment or further study after graduation. In addition to its magic schools, China even has its own Ministry of Magic, Jiang Wei continued, his tone matter-of-fact. Though a muggle himself, he spoke with the confidence of an insider, a confidence he owed entirely to his marriage to the witch Zhu Dali. As he described it, the so-called blood purity debates that obsessed European wizards barely register in China. There, magical families don't insist on secrecy, and a muggle who marries into the magical community, like Jiang Wei, simply blends right in. Pure-blood, half-blood, or muggle-born, it makes no difference. You either have magic or you don't. The guests at Grimmauld Place leaned forward, enthralled. Jiang Wei's clear, vivid storytelling painted a fresh picture of a wizarding world free from the old prejudices they'd always taken for granted. Never before had they imagined a society where lineage was irrelevant, where the ministry answered only to practical needs rather than ancient pedigrees. Just as Sirius and Harry were about to press him for more details, the front door opened and a fresh wave of visitors swept in. Mrs. Holmes's polite reminder echoed in their minds: no guest should be left unattended. With a rueful glance at each other, Sirius and Harry rose from their chairs, eager to welcome the newcomers, but regretting the abrupt end to their fascinating discussion. "It's all right," Cho Chang said, picking up on Harry's reluctant expression. She offered him a reassuring smile. "If you're curious about this, I can tell you all about it later." Harry murmured, nodding before he turned away. Ginny caught sight of their exchange and felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She had been just as intrigued by Cho's mysterious topic, but the way Cho and Harry were leaping into conversation made Ginny's heart twist with jealousy. Swallowing her disappointment, she took a deep breath and slipped away to join Harry and Sirius in greeting the other guests. As she fell in step beside them, Ginny thought about the different pieces of advice she'd gotten about Harry. Hermione had urged her to live her own life, be more outgoing, mix and mingle, and most of all, relax around him. Hermione pointed out that Ginny always nervously froze whenever Harry was in the same room, and she was convinced that if Ginny showed more of her true self, Harry would start to notice. Ginny had taken most of Hermione's suggestions to heart, but the part about letting her true self shine by chatting up everyone in sight left her uneasy. She'd half believed it might work, until Cho Chang swooped in and stole her chance. Now, with Cho deep in animated conversation and Harry's attention elsewhere, Ginny wondered if she could ever summon the courage to follow Hermione's plan. For the moment, she forced a friendly smile and helped Harry and Sirius welcome the next group of guests, silently vowing to figure out her next move soon. Ginny Weasley rubbed the worn cover of her notebook, trying to quiet the whirl of thoughts in her head. Ever since Cho Chang had arrived back at Hogwarts, Ginny had felt an edge of competition she couldn't ignore. Cho had charm, poise, and a grace that drew Harry's attention like a moth to a flame. If Ginny made her feelings too obvious, she feared Harry would slip right into Cho's orbit, and she had no intention of losing him to anyone. Hermione had advised caution: play it cool, bide your time, and let Harry come to you. Luna, on the other hand, argued for a more straightforward approach: pour out your heart and let the chest ipis fall where they may. But every time Ginny imagined confessing her deepest feelings at the next breakfast table, she saw Harry's surprised, kindly face. He still treated her like the little sister he'd grown up with. What if an earnest confession drove him away for good? In the end, Luna had found a middle path. "Don't stage a grand confession," she told Ginny, her dreamy eyes bright. "Just be yourself. Relax around him. Spend more time one-on-one and let him see what he's been missing." The idea of joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, another of Luna's suggestions, gave Ginny the perfect excuse to train alongside Harry. Flying together, sharing that rush of wind and broomstick balance, felt natural and fun without the pressure of romantic declarations. So Ginny wove her friend's advice into a plan of her own. Trust that Harry already liked her, and let him get to know the real Ginny Weasley. No grand gestures, no overheard whispers, no hidden notes, just ordinary conversation, laughter in the common room, and stray broomstick drills on the pitch. By the time the calendar flipped to 1994, Ginny's strategy had attracted a surprising side effect. She found a handful of love letters tucked inside her school books and slipped beneath her dormitory door. She'd never felt more flattered. Her red hair had grown wilder, her features more defined, and she could feel classmates casting admiring glances her way. Many at Hogwarts preferred the refined, exotic look of Cho Chang, but Ginny suspected that once she was fully grown, she might eclipse her rival in popularity altogether. And yet, and this stung more than any rival's disdain, it didn't matter. None of it would matter until Harry saw her as more than just the girl who happened to be his best friend's sister. Until then, Ginny resolved to keep things simple, be herself, enjoy every shared smile and laugh, and hope that one day Harry would look at Ginny Weasley and see something more than childhood memories. Harry barely noticed Ginny's eager leap to join them. He was a little puzzled by her forwardness, but Sirius, ever the indulgent godfather, had no objections. After all, the more popular his godson became, the prouder he felt. First came Cho Chang and her family through the doors of Grimmauld Place. Soon after, Sherlock arrived, accompanied by Harry and Ron's two other roommates. Neville Longbottom, whose round, cheerful face was unmistakable, and Dean Thomas, one of the few black students in their year, bubbling over with news of his latest rap track and plans for a pickup basketball game. Not long after, Luna Lovegood and her father drifted in, just as Ginny had requested. When the Weasleys accepted Harry's invitation, Ginny had begged him to include her best friend from Gryffindor, and Harry was more than happy to oblige. In truth, he probably would have invited Luna anyway, partly for Sherlock's sake, since Luna was one of the few girls who could carry on a smooth conversation with him. Harry had also reached out to Gemma Farley, but she was living in Romania and couldn't make the trip. She'd written her thanks in a birthday card and sent a small gift to mark the occasion. As expected, she turned her attention to Sherlock's recent affairs. By the time Remus Lupin arrived, all of today's guests were finally assembled. "I missed you all last year," Lupin said, smiling warmly at Sherlock and Harry. "But I'm glad I made it this time." He glanced between the two of them. "You've grown quite a bit." He swept his gaze around the room and then looked back at Harry. "Speaking of family, why didn't you invite your cousins? Padfoot mentioned you're not exactly on the best of terms these days." Harry shrugged, trying to look casual. Dudley actually wanted to come, but Aunt Petunia flat out refused when she heard everyone here is a wizard. He remembered all too well the letter Petunia once penned to Dumbledore, how she'd longed to attend Hogwarts herself, only to be denied for lack of talent. That disappointment had festered into jealousy and resentment, driving her to sever every tie with the wizarding world, including her own sister. She claimed she'd gotten over it, but Harry knew you couldn't undo decades of bitterness in one fell swoop. Besides, every inch of number 12, Grimmauld Place pulsed with magical energy, an atmosphere Petunia would never tolerate. Because Uncle Vernon's deep-seated dislike of magic and her own complex feelings stood in the way, Aunt Petunia ultimately turned down Harry's generous offer. Chapter 458, It's Just the Master's Task. The Dursleys might have skipped Harry's birthday party, but they couldn't resist sending a gift, an exquisite porcelain tea set. It was both ornamental and practical, and most importantly to Harry, completely silent. He'd long since grown tired of the enchanted cups at number 12 Grimmauld Place that skittered across the table and bounced off his or Sirius's head whenever their contents went cold. These new teacups, by contrast, wouldn't remind anyone to finish their tea. In days gone by, the Dursleys would never have shown such generosity. Petunia, Lily's sister, had once given her only a peculiar vase, one that baby Harry promptly smashed while experimenting with a broomstick. Fortunately, a well-aimed Reparo charm could restore most broken Muggle objects. Thanks to Sherlock's intervention, the icy relations between Harry and his aunt and uncle had thawed, so there was no longer any need for grudges. Even better, Harry's birthday gift to Dudley, a thoughtfully chosen present arriving on June 23rd, exactly 1 month before Harry's own, had delighted his cousin and smoothed away any remaining awkwardness. In the end, everyone seemed to agree. Sometimes all it takes is a little kindness and a silent tea set to mend old wounds. Chapter 12. A Most Unlikely Celebration. Harry woke on his birthday to the same familiar sights and sounds of Privet Drive, yet something felt different. For the first time in his life, he had been invited to a party, his own. Just the thought of it would have been unimaginable in past years, but now that invitation sat folded neatly by his pillow, and he found himself smiling before he'd even rolled out of bed. The day unfolded better than Harry could ever have hoped. He and Dudley emerged into the morning sunshine, sipping pumpkin juice from tumblers Vernon had reluctantly permitted. When Uncle Vernon handed Harry his birthday gift, a brightly wrapped box from Honeydukes, Harry's eyes lit up. Inside lay an assortment of new sweets, fizzing whiz-bees in flavors he hadn't even known existed, and a small bag of percussion peppers that crackled like miniature fireworks on the tongue. Dudley's face, however, fell the moment Aunt Petunia confiscated Harry's candy to redistribute among Dudley's friends. "You're on a diet," she reminded Dudley firmly, "and until you lose weight, we won't fit your school trousers. No exceptions." Dudley, whose waistline had ballooned so much the uniform shop struggled to find anything that fit, could only nod miserably. His diet, though, was already off to a shaky start. Just yesterday, Petunia had discovered a stash of jelly-filled donuts hidden in Dudley's toy chest. "No more sweets," she'd warned. "One more slip-up, and your pocket money's gone." In a rage, Dudley had flung his game console clean through the nursery window. Harry watched that outburst with dismay. Without his console, Dudley had no way to lose himself in Wreck-It Ralph, the one video game he truly enjoyed. And in Dudley's world, nothing short of electronic mayhem soothed his frustrations. So when Dudley slunk over later that afternoon, cheeks still pink from anger, and meekly asked Harry for help, Harry surprised even himself by agreeing. Pulling out his parchment, he wrote to Sirius Black at Grimmauld Place. "Dear Sirius, please send over another bottle of that slimming potion Dudley tasted last year. He's desperate. If we're lucky, it might actually help him stick to the diet." Days passed, but when a small, unmarked package arrived on the doorstep, no note, no fuss, Harry recognized the familiar green glass bottle immediately. Sirius never let him down. Slipping the potion into his pocket, Harry felt a curious thrill of hope. Perhaps this birthday, he'd not only been included in the world of the Dursleys' celebrations, but he might also do something truly good for his cousin. With the sun still high in the sky, Harry set off to find Dudley and quietly hand over their secret weapon. Whatever happened next, this was turning out to be a birthday neither of them would ever forget. It was technically illegal to use magic in a Muggle home. The Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts existed precisely to enforce that rule. But its current director was Rufus Fudge, nephew of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, and he knew all about his uncle's discreet arrangement with Sirius Black. Needless to say, he had no intention of intervening. In the end, it was a win-win for everyone involved. The slimming potion worked exactly as Sirius had promised. Dudley at last squeezed comfortably into the smelting school uniform trousers he'd bought, and he no longer had to follow the nurse's draconian diet plan. Sirius had warned in his letter that the potion wasn't without side effects, but knowing the Dursleys, any caveat would have gone completely unnoticed. "So that's how it all happened," Harry concluded, glancing at Professor Lupin. Remus Lupin gave a discreet shake of his head. Given how Harry had been raised under the Dursleys' roof, it was nothing short of astonishing that he'd retained his kindness and sense of self. Truly, he'd never let their dirt drag him down. With business concluded, it was time for the grand celebration. Dean and Luna exchanged a conspiratorial smile before launching into an impromptu duet. Their voices filled the hall, and laughter and applause followed in their wake. Magical proof that sometimes the best surprises come unplanned. Luna's ethereal voice floated through the hall just as Dean launched into his distinctive rap, punctuating each line with sharp, energetic dance moves. The audience erupted into applause. Almost on cue, Fred and George Weasley set off a cascade of indoor fireworks and crackling firecrackers, bathing the room in brilliant bursts of color and light. Sirius stepped forward, beaming as he raised a hand for silence. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy lives to celebrate Harry's 14th birthday with us," he said. "Let the fun and mischief begin." Just then, Creature emerged from the kitchen's shadows, staggering under the weight of a massive chocolate cake crowned with flickering golden candles. Under Harry's orders, the Black family's house elf had at last unleashed years of hidden culinary skill. The cake's rich, sweet aroma filled the air, and every delicate swirl of frosting was so perfectly executed that the guests gasped in admiration. But Creature wasn't looking at the cake. His cloudy eyes stared past the assembly, and in a cracked, muttering voice he grumbled, "That hateful old spendthrift, her and her brats, trampling through my mistress's home. If only my poor mistress could see the scum they've dragged in. Oh, what would she say to old Creature?" Creature's scorn bubbled up from the hearth. "Oh, what a disgrace. Mudbloods, werewolves, outsiders. Poor old Creature, what can he do but endure?" Harry cut him off with a sharp command. "That's enough, Creature. Take the cake and put it on the table, at once." Only then did Harry realize how completely obedient the elf had become since Sherlock's suggestion. In the weeks that followed that conversation, Creature had learned to answer every clear command without hesitation. Even when he grumbled in his own mind or muttered no, his body moved exactly as Harry ordered. Sherlock had been right. Harry's gentler tone made all the difference. Unlike Sirius, he held no prejudice against house elves and felt no instinctive aversion toward Creature. On top of that, Harry knew exactly how to speak to him, subtly praising the House of Black in Creature's hearing, despite privately scoffing at some of their more eccentric traditions. After all, in Creature's world, his only purpose was to serve the Blacks. And here stood Harry Potter, Sirius's godson and formally adopted member of the family. Who could argue with that? It was a simple tactic, but undeniably effective. As Creature scurried off to fetch the cake, Harry allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. After a period of adjustment, Creature had grown far less resistant to Harry's commands, and his Celeste muttering had nearly vanished. Part of the change stemmed from Creature's rigid belief in pure-blood supremacy. After all, Harry was the son of James and Lily Potter, both celebrated pure-blood wizards. Had Sirius asked Creature to serve a half-blood like Dean Thomas or Cho Chang, or a Muggle-born such as Hermione Granger or Sherlock Holmes, the house elf's obedience would have been far less enthusiastic. Today's gathering made that prejudice painfully clear. With so many guests assembled, Creature openly regarded mixed bloods as inferior, dismissed Muggle-borns with contempt, and treated pure Muggles, like the Holmes and Granger couples, as scarcely worth noticing, much less insulting. Harry hadn't realized how deep those biases ran. It explained the strange, unguarded remark he'd let slip in front of everyone. The moment he gave a terse command, Creature snapped his mouth shut, and with a disgruntled huff, placed the cake on the table exactly as ordered. Hermione stared in astonishment at the delicately frosted cake before her. Creature made this? His baking is incredible. Ginny shot her a warning look. Hermione, maybe, but Hermione had already congratulated him. Creature's gaunt face twisted in indignation. Mudblood, is it? This mudblood dares to speak to Creature as if she were a friend. If Mistress knew of such insolence, what would she say? Before Creature could go on, Harry stepped forward. Creature, I forbid you to call anyone mudblood again. At once, the house elf fell silent, shoulders sagging. He scowled at Hermione, disdain clear in his beady eyes. Speaking to Creature unbidden, this is forbidden. Mistress would punish me. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly irritated. That's enough. Creature, go back to your room and rest. You're dismissed. The house elf bowed so low his forehead nearly touched the floor. With a stiff, yes, master, he vanished in a soft pop. The room fell into stunned silence. Ginny and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Hermione looked as though she might faint. Finally, someone broke the quiet. Harry, what's going on? Creature belongs to the Black family. Shouldn't he only take orders from Sirius? Harry's words just now had the same effect on Creature as Sirius's had. The house elf's eyes widened, and he bobbed his head. It's the master's task, isn't it? He squeaked. Of everyone present, Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius being the only ones who truly understood what was going on, Jug Dolly was the quickest to piece it together. She shot a swift look at Harry, then at Sirius. It seems Mr. Black has given Harry equal authority. Precisely, my dear Miss Jug, Sirius said, beaming as he addressed the Zhangs, who stood by watching the exchange. For some reason, he was unusually effusive in his courtesy toward them. At Jug Dolly's prompt, he plucked up his voice. I've instructed Creature to obey every single command Harry gives from now on, without question. Creature bobbed again, his expression one of eager compliance, and the tension in the room eased. With the chain of command firmly redefined, Harry allowed himself a small, triumphant smile. Sirius gave a half shrug. Honestly, from everything I've seen lately, he's more suited to being that fellow's master than I ever was. Sherlock nodded. Before today, the poor thing had never even tried cooking. That's a brilliant idea, Hermione said, turning to Sherlock with genuine admiration. You came up with that? My dear Hermione, Sherlock replied smoothly, I merely suggested it. Harry did all the real work, and by the looks of it, he exceeded expectations. All right, enough about house elves, Ron said impatiently, standing up. My stomach's growling. Harry, make your wish and blow out the candles. Weasley shot a stern look at her food-obsessed son, but Ron was staring at the cake as though it were the most important thing in the world. Harry closed his eyes, made his secret wish, then took a deep breath. and with one strong blow, he sent the candle's flames flickering out. Chapter 459, Happy Birthday to You. Harry Potter had just turned 14, still too young to know fatigue from chores or satiety from food. So when he took a deep breath and extinguished all 14 candles at once, the room burst into applause. Bravo, Harry! Well done! You didn't disappoint us. Happy birthday, Harry! Amid the cheers and warm congratulations from family and friends, Harry lifted the knife and began to slice the cake. It was a mammoth confection. Creature had gone all out to make sure every guest could enjoy a generous piece. No sooner had the cake been served than Creature reappeared, this time bearing tray after tray of sumptuous dishes. Having been impressed by the cake's rich flavor and perfect texture, the guests awaited the main courses with eager anticipation. They were not disappointed. Every dish showcased Creature's surprising skill in the kitchen. 3 particularly discerning diners, Mrs. Holmes, Mrs. Weasley, and Juge Dolly, exchanged delighted looks. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Weasley were both accomplished cooks, and Juge Dolly, renowned worldwide for her research into Chinese and international cuisine, was not easily won over. Yet each of them nodded in approval as they tasted Creature's creations. It was clear to all. The house elf's culinary talents had far exceeded every expectation. Harry had learned from their last mission. This time, he'd quietly warned Creature in advance, asking him to remain silent and out of sight throughout the operation. The difference was immediate. Everything ran far more smoothly. Hermione, however, frowned. Harry, you can't muzzle him like that. It goes against freedom of speech. Harry waved a hand. My dear Hermione, freedom is relative. Unfreedom is absolute. Hermione turned to Sherlock for support. He looked up from his notes coolly. It's misguided to judge the behavior of an entirely different species by human standards. But don't you feel sorry for him? Hermione pressed. Ron, who was busy uncovering yet another roast chicken, chimed in between bites. They don't think they're pitiable. For a house elf, serving your masters is the highest honor. That sounds like slave labor to me, Hermione countered, raising an eyebrow. Luna, who'd been listening from the doorway, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. My father told me our family once employed a house elf. Back then, the mistress held views much like yours, Hermione, and decided to grant the elf its freedom. Hermione sat up. What happened? Luna's pale eyes grew serious. When her mistress informed her she was free to go, the elf was terrified. Even after lunch, Hermione couldn't shake the troubling conversation about house elves. Once the meal ended, the adults and children paired off for their afternoon activities. In the drawing room, 3 ladies, Mrs. Holmes, Mrs. Granger, and Mrs. Chang, gathered around a low table, each cradling a steaming cup of tea, and eagerly dissected the recent birthday party. British food really isn't much to write home about, Mrs. Holmes declared with a wry smile. It's a shame that our finest dishes here are actually French imports. I have a feeling the next big culinary craze in Britain will be Chinese cuisine, Mrs. Chang replied, her eyes bright with excitement. Is cooking in your country really considered an art? Mrs. Holmes asked, leaning forward. Absolutely, Mrs. Chang said. When you start with high-quality ingredients, you need only the simplest of techniques to let their flavors shine. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger exchanged approving nods, clearly enchanted by the idea. But at the edge of the doorway, Hermione lingered. Her thoughts still revolved around those house elves and the unsettling notion that they, too, might feel happy with a life she could never accept as just. Meanwhile, the mothers were deep in conversation in the drawing room. The men, however, had split into 2 groups. Zhang Wei was seated beside Arthur Weasley, animatedly describing his legal work back home. Arthur leaned forward, utterly absorbed. Ever since he'd discovered the charms of the Muggle world, he'd soaked up every story about its inventions and customs, and Zhang Wei's tales from a distant country only fueled his enthusiasm. A few feet away, Sirius Black stood between Sherlock Holmes and Hermione Granger, peppering them with questions about raising teenagers. As an unmarried man with no children of his own, Sirius was genuinely curious. After all, the Holmes and Granger households had produced remarkably well-adjusted kids. He glanced over at Arthur, now doubled over in laughter, wildly gesturing at something Zhang Wei had just said, and sighed. He'd clearly have better luck consulting Molly later. She's the expert on all matters domestic, he thought with a grin. Elsewhere in the house, Harry Potter led a small party through the shadowed halls of 12 Grimmauld Place. Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood, Neville Longbottom, and Dean Thomas were setting foot in the ancestral home for the very first time. Their eyes roamed over faded carpets, tarnished portraits, and towering bookcases. Each dusty corridor seemed to whisper stories of the Black family's past, and every creaking floorboard sparked their curiosity. As Harry guided them toward the next room, he couldn't help but share his own mixed feelings: fascination, nostalgia, and just a hint of unease at walking through these secretive corridors once again. The Weasley twins knew Grimmauld Place inside and out by now. After a quick wave to Harry, they slipped away without a sound. Off, Harry guessed, to tinker once more with their prank props. Ever since that clandestine Gryffindor-Slytherin skirmish before last year's Quidditch finals, they'd been refining every last trick. Over the summer at the Burrow, cramped quarters and Mrs. Weasley's eagle eye had kept them from going too far. Here, though, at number 12, the rules were different. All the grown-ups were busy, and Sirius had made it clear they could do anything short of tearing down the ceiling. It was like handing a pillow to someone half asleep. Meanwhile, Percy, Ron's third brother, was conspicuously absent from Harry's birthday gathering. He'd finally gotten his wish to work at the Ministry of Magic this summer, and according to Ron, Percy was now every bit the workaholic. If Mr. Weasley didn't force him home at night, Ron joked, Percy would gladly camp out behind his desk. Hermione paused mid-sentence, so absorbed in her thoughts that she'd completely forgotten about the house elves, and turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, you can't deduce who Voldemort's allies are either? Sherlock leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. My dear Hermione, making deductions without solid evidence is a perilous endeavor. Can't you at least hazard a guess? I never guess. Hermione frowned. All right, then. If Harry's dream really is a glimpse of the future, doesn't that make Professor Trelawney's prophecy real as well? Someone really did find Voldemort, and they're determined to help him return. Sherlock offered her a faint, inscrutable smile. My opinion hasn't changed. Prophecies should neither be blindly trusted nor outright dismissed. They're simply tools for inspiration, nothing more, nothing less. Hermione's shoulders slumped. So there's really nothing we can do right now? Patience, Hermione, Sherlock said gently, though his gray eyes glittered with a rare warmth. You, Harry, and I are still just 14-year-olds. He paused, then added with a cryptic tilt of his head. Oh, except you, of course. You're different. Hermione blinked, confusion flickering across her face. Different how? She leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. In another month, you'll be 15. Sherlock observed, his tone matter of fact. Hermione shot him a glare. Sherlock, he grinned. You really are the eldest of our little band, she huffed in exasperation. All right. Sorry for being a year older than you two. Realizing she wouldn't win this one, Hermione drew in a steadying breath and forced a smile. Okay, you were making a point? Sherlock's expression grew serious. Yes. I think you should understand why our headmaster, Dumbledore, so often keeps critical details to himself. He believes he can manage every turn of events, but by withholding information, he forces me into a reactive stance. If I'd known the full story sooner, I wouldn't have wasted so much time untangling those mysteries. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. She knew exactly what he meant. Had Sherlock been privy to every clue about the Philosopher's Stone in their first year, the Chamber of Secrets in their second, or Sirius Black's escape in their third, his deductive prowess would have resolved each crisis far more swiftly. Thankfully, she remarked, after what happened in the chamber, Dumbledore finally loosened the reins a bit. Sherlock inclined his head. Indeed, let's hope it stays that way. When I need information now, he doesn't hold back the way he used to. Whatever I ask, he tells me outright. The result speaks for itself. I exposed Peter in the first semester of third year, and by the end of that same year, I'd uncovered the secret of the Horcruxes. Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile. We've thought it through as far as we can. We're just a band of underage wizards. What hope have we got against a Dark Lord who's dominated the magical world for over a decade? Even if the Ministry of Magic is utterly useless, we still have Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. Let the headmaster and the grown-ups handle the big battles. Hearing that, Hermione's eyes widened in sudden understanding. Sherlock, Harry, and Dumbledore must have come to some sort of arrangement. She glanced over at Harry, who was happily giving their friends a tour of the old Black family mansion, then turned back to Sherlock with a tentative question. Sherlock, you and Professor Dumbledore didn't do anything else this summer, did you? She asked. Sherlock met her gaze without hesitation. Yes, Hermione paused, taken aback by his bluntness, but in Sherlock's world there was rarely any other way. Hermione folded her arms, her eyes narrowing on Sherlock. So you still won't tell us what it says? Sherlock Holmes shrugged. Frankly, I couldn't care less, but Dumbledore has made it clear we're not to discuss it. Hermione's mind raced. Of course, it was all Ron's fault. If he hadn't blabbed last time, Sherlock might not be withholding information now. Then we need to report Harry's dream to Dumbledore, right? Precisely, Sherlock replied. This secrecy is exactly what's delaying us. Whenever we learn something new, we must pass it straight to the headmaster. He picked up a freshly sealed letter. I've already written to Dumbledore, and to Professor Snape as well. Hermione's eyes went wide. Professor Snape? I believe he needs to know just as much, Sherlock said. Then, with a quick nod, he added, I'm sorry, but I can't explain further. Dumbledore won't let you? Hermione pressed. Correct. Hermione's cheeks flushed with frustration, but she said no more. After all, it was Harry's birthday. Everyone was in high spirits, especially the guest of honor. Harry had never felt happier on a birthday. His time at Sherlock Holmes's house and that wonderful outing with Mr. and Mrs. Holmes had set a high bar, but today just topped it. As the last of the cake plates were cleared away, Mrs. Weasley turned an expectant gaze toward Ginny, then addressed Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock all at once. You simply must stay at the Burrow for a while, she said with a warm smile. The Quidditch World Cup is coming up, and your father, Ron's father, has managed to secure us some of the best tickets through his contacts at the Ministry. You'll have a front row seat. Cho Chang, who had been chatting quietly on the edge of the gathering, looked over at Harry with a nervous flutter in her chest. Harry flushed, unsure how to respond. Before he could say anything, Sirius stepped forward. He offered Mrs. Weasley a polite bow and shook his head. Molly, that's very generous of you, but Harry and I hardly get to spend time together as it is. He's at Hogwarts most of the year, and I wouldn't want to take away our precious father-son time. Mrs. Weasley's cheeks flushed pink, but her expression softened when she realized Sirius was trying to help her avoid offending Harry. She gave a small, resigned nod and started to step back, clearly ready to end the conversation. Ginny's face fell. Harry watched her, sympathy welling in his chest. Then Sirius's eyes brightened. But listen, why not let the children come? Ron, Fred, George, Ginny, and Hermione, of course. That way, Molly, you can relax for a bit, and it'll be far livelier here for Harry and me. He winked at Harry, who couldn't help laughing. At once Fred Weasley sprang up, clapping his hands. Oh, brilliant, he exclaimed. Now that sounds like a plan. Mrs. Weasley hesitated only a moment longer before breaking into a delighted smile. Well, if everyone's agreed, then you're all more than welcome. And just like that, Harry's birthday celebrations promised to stretch on, this time at the Burrow, surrounded by friends, laughter, and the thrilling anticipation of the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius, I love you, George Weasley called out, throwing his arms wide. Come on, Mum. There's loads of rooms here, and the beds are huge and comfy. Shut up, Ron, Ginny snapped, rolling her eyes at her sixth brother's perpetual mischief. You're not helping. George froze. He'd meant to praise Grimmauld Place, not insult the Burrow's charm, and realized too late how it sounded. Ron fell quiet, cheeks coloring at Ginny's glare. Molly Weasley hovered by the fireplace, knitting needles paused in midair. Letting Fred and George bunk down at 12 Grimmauld Place would solve a host of worries, but was it fair to impose on someone else's home? Before she could answer, Arthur Weasley stepped forward. Now, love, he said, smiling at his wife. Bill and Charlie are due back in a couple of days. It's getting rather cozy at the Burrow, and Sirius isn't exactly a stranger. He's family. Molly sighed, recalling her husband's connection to the House of Black. If anyone could handle Fred and George's antics, it was Sirius. All right then, she conceded softly. Brilliant. The twins whooped in unison, hugged each other, and darted upstairs without another word, eager to set up shop in the drawing room and begin experimenting with their latest inventions. Ron threw his arms around his mum and dad, grinning. "Thanks, Mum. Thanks, Dad." Ginny, her cheeks warm with embarrassment, followed suit. "Don't worry, I'll be on my best behavior." Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny would remain at number 12, Grimmauld Place, while the others set off to spend time with their own families. Before they dispersed, Cho Chang caught Harry's eye. "Let's meet up again at the Quidditch World Cup next week," she said. "Just come straight to our box when you arrive." Sirius flashed a mischievous smile. "It's a small crowd up there. It'll be dreadfully quiet without you." Cho blinked, then felt her face flush at his teasing. Chapter 460, Settling into the Holmes residence. Hermione Granger finally moved into the Holmes household, and Mrs. Holmes could not have been more delighted. From the moment Hermione stepped over the threshold, the older woman fussed over her luggage, eager to make her new housemate feel at home. The change of plans that had brought Hermione here was perfectly reasonable, as Mr. Holmes explained over a steaming pot of tea. Originally, everyone had intended that after Harry's month-long stay at Privet Drive, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione would decamp to the Burrow. From there, they'd all join the Weasleys on their trip to the Quidditch World Cup. But when Sirius Black miraculously secured tickets through the Ministry of Magic, the itinerary shifted once more. With the added complication of Bill and Charlie, long overseas, returning for the Cup, the Weasley household was suddenly bursting at the seams. Mr. Weasley had chuckled as he outlined the issue. With 9 full-time Weasleys under one roof, plus Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, something had to give. Ginny wanted Hermione in her room, Ron claimed Harry as his roommate, and poor Sherlock would have been stuck bunking with Percy. None of it made any sense when the Holmes residence offered spacious spare rooms, comfortable beds, and a household that was more than happy to host them. And so the decision was made. Instead of cramming into the Burrow, the trio would live comfortably with Sherlock's guardian family. Hermione unpacked her books and parchment in a cozy corner of the guest suite, while Harry and Sherlock arranged their trunks in adjoining rooms down the hall. Mrs. Holmes bustled in and out, offering freshly laundered robes and assuring them that they need only ask for anything, extra blankets, hot cocoa, even a house elf if they dared. By the end of the afternoon, the 3 friends sat together in the Holmes drawing room, their boxes emptied, robes neatly hung, and homework spread across a polished mahogany table. Outside, London's late summer sun filtered through the windows, and for the first time in weeks, they all felt truly settled. With the Quidditch World Cup only days away, life was poised to get very exciting, and for now at least, they had a place to call home. In the end, Sherlock, Hermione, and Harry never had to move into the Burrow. Instead, Ron, Ginny, and Fred and George accepted Sirius's enthusiastic invitation and relocated to number 12, Grimmauld Place. The moment the twins, Ginny and Ron, packed their trunks, the Burrow suddenly felt astonishingly spacious. Percy was positively thrilled. As Mrs. Weasley had explained, he was preparing a report for the Department of International Magical Cooperation, some research on cauldrons, though he wasn't told exactly what angle he was supposed to take. Over the past weeks, he'd been convinced that someone at home, most notably the twins, would barge in on him at any moment. Now, with 4 younger siblings gone, he finally had the quiet he craved. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley admitted they felt a little odd without the usual bustle. Still, with Bill, Charlie, and Percy under one roof, the house retained enough life to keep the silence from becoming eerie. At Grimmauld Place, the mood was exactly the opposite. The arrival of 4 more young wizards transformed its cavernous rooms into a lively hive of activity. Even with all 9 Weasleys installed, there was more than enough space to spare, so much so that Sirius gleefully claimed a wing of the house for Quidditch practice. Under these circumstances, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley felt a comforting balance settling over their family. 2 homes, each filled with love and laughter, meant peace of mind and room for everyone to grow, whether they were curling up by the hearth at the Burrow or making mischief in the grand salons of Grimmauld Place. Hermione's parents had arranged for her to stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place, so she could join Sirius and the others for the Quidditch match. But as soon as Mrs. Holmes heard the plan, she flatly refused. Whatever she said to the Grangers convinced them Hermione would be staying at King's Road instead. "You'll be right next door to Sherlock," Mrs. Holmes told Hermione, settling a bundle of clothes into a spare trunk. Hermione smiled. "Thank you, Aunt Holmes." Once Mr. and Mrs. Granger's carriage had rolled away, Mrs. Holmes guided Hermione up the narrow stairs to the second floor. They stepped into a small, neatly kept corridor. "See that door there?" Mrs. Holmes nodded at the one across from Hermione's. "That's Sherlock's room." "Really?" Hermione peered down the hall. "Does he use it much?" Mrs. Holmes shook her head with a soft sigh. "Hardly ever. Between his cases, his experiments, and I don't even know what else, he's either in the lab or out chasing some mystery. He's as busy as a bee." A familiar voice drifted through the open doorway at the end of the corridor. "If Mother only knew how busy he really is, she'd probably insist he do more of it." Sherlock Holmes himself leaned against the jamb, arms folded, a half smile playing on his lips. "I'm not sure what you think I'm doing," he added, "but I'm fairly certain it isn't saving the world." Mrs. Holmes rolled her eyes good-naturedly, while Hermione felt a thrill. She'd shared classrooms with Harry and Ron, but she'd never actually met the great Sherlock Holmes in person. Clearing her throat, Hermione said, "I'll be in your care for the next few days, Aunt Holmes. Thank you so much." Mrs. Holmes gave her a quick hug. "Nonsense. You'll be more company than a trouble. Now, let me show you where you'll be sleeping." Sherlock dipped his head in a mock bow. "Should you require my assistance to solve some particularly baffling puzzle, do let me know. I do enjoy a good challenge." Hermione laughed and stepped into her new room. King's Road suddenly didn't feel so strange after all. Mr. Holmes feigned outrage, folding his arms across his chest. "Your mother and I have been friends for 4 years. If I let you bunk at Grimmauld Place when we live practically next door, I'd never hear the end of it." In that moment, Hermione's eyes widened. Of course, that was why she'd ended up here instead of at her father's or mother's friends' homes. Yet something still didn't add up. Whenever her parents had discussed her spending holidays at the Weasleys' burrow, or even at Grimmauld Place under the Black's roof, her father had remained perfectly calm. But the instant her mother floated the idea of her staying at the Holmeses' house on King's Road, he bristled like a porcupine. Grimmauld Place was only a short walk from King's Road, and the Grangers and Holmeses had been so close for so long that a guest stay would have seemed natural. Without any solid argument left, her father had finally thrown up his hands in defeat and reluctantly agreed. Now, Hermione understood why Mr. Holmes was putting on such a show. He was giving her a bit of playful grief for the very arrangement he'd quietly insisted on all along. Hermione finished checking into their rooms and glanced over at Sherlock. "So tomorrow, are we heading to Grimmauld Place first and then meeting up with Harry and the others?" Sherlock shook his head. "No, Sirius told us the Ministry of Magic is providing our transportation." Hermione brightened. "Well, that's quite the treatment. It's nice to see the Ministry finally doing right by someone who spent 12 years wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban." "Better late than never," Sherlock agreed, his tone growing serious. "And it's not just about clearing a name, it's about honoring the very person who saved the magical world." He paused, then added, "Harry Potter plus Sirius Black is more than a symbolic duo. It's a 1 + 1 = 2 situation. The Ministry's generosity is ultimately self-serving. Ever since that trial last year, its reputation has become entwined with Sirius's. The more favor they do him, the more they try to prove their original judgment was sound." Hermione let out a small sigh and shrugged. After everything she'd seen between Sirius and Peter, she'd lost whatever faith she once had in the Ministry of Magic. If it weren't for Mycroft Holmes leaning on the Muggle government, the whole affair would have been quietly buried. Now that time has passed, the bureaucrats have the nerve to call it their own triumph. Such is the nature of red tape. Over dinner, Hermione couldn't stop raving about Mrs. Holmes's cooking. "Honestly, Mrs. Holmes, this is even better than my mum's." "Oh, you're too kind," Mrs. Holmes replied, cheeks flushing with pleasure. "But don't overdo it, or you'll never sleep tonight." "It's fine," Hermione said with a grin. "I wasn't planning on turning in early anyway." She shot a glance at Sherlock. "Besides, I meant to ask him about my summer homework." Quite the diligent pupil, Mrs. Holmes teased, giving Sherlock a fond look. Then she folded her napkin neatly. But do try not to stay up too late. We've already had word from Mr. Black. You two must be on the road before dawn. Hermione nodded solemnly, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. When dinner was cleared away, she slipped quietly down the hallway to Sherlock's study. Pushing the door open, she found him seated behind his desk, waiting. He lifted his head, taking her in with that cool, calculating stare. "So," he said, voice low, "what is it you wanted to ask me?" Hermione stepped inside, closing the door behind her. "Didn't I mention it at dinner?" She perched on the edge of a chair, ready to begin her summer of mysteries. Hermione perched on the edge of Sherlock's bed, curiosity dancing in her eyes. "I want to ask you about my summer homework," she began. Sherlock cut her off with a skeptical lift of his eyebrow. "Homework, really? That's a convenient excuse to trick my mother. If there's one thing I know about you, it isn't that you come asking for help on essays." Hermione glanced at her shoes, as if assessing where she'd given herself away. "First, you didn't bring any homework, completely out of character for you. Second, you've been studying my room since you arrived. This isn't your first time here, so you're clearly searching for clues to test a hypothesis. Third, after you finished your reconnaissance, your gaze never left me. So no, Sherlock, I don't think you came to discuss quadratic equations. You want to know about my summer in Hawaii, don't you?" Sherlock's lips twitched in a half-smile. "Admit it, you're right. You always see more than you let on, although emotions aren't exactly your strong suit." Hermione shrugged, but her smile grew. "Fine. Then tell me about learning Barton arts in Hawaii." She settled back on the bed, propping her chin in her hands. Sherlock took a moment, recalling that he'd already given Harry a full account. This time he offered a concise version, ready to share how sunlit studios, grueling drills, and unexpected friendships had shaped his summer beneath the Hawaiian sky. Hermione's questions grew more and more focused, each one probing a new facet of Sherlock's latest case. They barely noticed the hours slipping by until a gentle knock at the door heralded Mrs. Holmes's arrival. "Children, it's time to set your homework aside. You need to get some sleep. You'll have to be up very early tomorrow." Hermione glanced at her watch and blinked in surprise. She'd been in Sherlock's room far longer than she'd intended. It struck her as odd that a boy and a girl could share a space so comfortably without a single moment of self-consciousness. "Good night, Sherlock. Good night, Aunt Holmes." "Good night," Sherlock answered, without looking up from his notes. Mrs. Holmes stood in the doorway a moment, her eyes softening at the scene. Youth, she thought, is a marvelous thing. Despite her usual restlessness in unfamiliar beds, Hermione drifted off the instant her head touched the pillow, as though she were back in her own bedroom. She slept soundly all night, waking only when Mrs. Holmes returned to rouse her. "Wake up, Hermione, dear," came the whispered summons. Blinking away sleep, Hermione rubbed her eyes and watched as Mrs. Holmes slipped from the room, determined to wake Sherlock next. She stretched under the covers, already wondering what mysteries the new day would bring. Mrs. Holmes stepped into the bedroom to find Sherlock already awake. She smiled and reminded him one last time, please look after Hermione at the stadium today. They made their way to the kitchen, where breakfast waited. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. Sherlock and Hermione's early riser habits kept them bright-eyed, and neither yawned once, thanks in part to Mrs. Holmes's gentle nudge the night before. When they'd cleared their plates, Mrs. Holmes placed her napkin beside her cup and said, "Your father's still resting. He didn't want to get up to bid you farewell." Sherlock offered a simple nod of understanding. Hermione caught the brief flush on Mrs. Holmes's cheeks, but said nothing as Mrs. Holmes continued, "Mr. Black thought it best you stay here until things are arranged." Before Hermione could reply, a firm knock sounded at the front door. Mrs. Holmes glanced at her watch. "That's perfectly on time," she declared, rising to answer it. "Harry, Mr. Black, come in. Would you care for something to eat?" Harry Black gave a polite shake of his head. "Thank you, Mrs. Holmes, but we've already had breakfast. The Ministry of Magic's car is waiting outside. Are Sherlock and Hermione ready to go?" Sherlock set down his teacup. "Absolutely." Hermione stood and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Ready," she agreed. Mrs. Holmes walked them to the door, smoothing the front of Hermione's jacket and tussling Sherlock's hair. She watched as Harry and Mr. Black ushered the two youngsters into the waiting vehicle. For a moment, the world outside seemed vast and full of promise, and Mrs. Holmes allowed herself a small, proud smile before seeing the car whisk them away into the pre-dawn gloom. Mrs. Holmes beckoned Sherlock and Hermione over. She gave each of them a quick peck on the cheek, then Harry received one too before she waved goodbye. "The Ministry of Magic has arranged 2 cars for us," Sirius spoke up in his usual brisk manner. "Sherlock, Hermione, you 2 will ride in this one with Harry and me." He held out his hand expectantly. "And hand over your school supply lists. Molly's going to Diagon Alley tomorrow and has offered to fetch everything you need." Hermione tilted her head. "Is time really that tight?" "Very," Sirius confirmed. "After the Quidditch World Cup ends, there won't be a minute to spare. Last year's final match lasted 5 straight days." Both Sherlock and Hermione had their lists ready in an instant, and they handed them over. Sirius studied their bright, eager faces and couldn't resist a tease. "You 2 look surprisingly perky. Did you turn in early last night?" Hermione nodded. "Mrs. Holmes insisted we get to bed early. She said we'd have to be up at the crack of dawn." "That's a good habit," Sirius agreed, then glanced at Harry, whose pale complexion and heavy eyelids told a different story. "Your roommate, on the other hand, pulled an all-nighter." He flashed a mischievous grin. "But don't worry, Sherlock. I'll spare them the kind of lecture your mother would give. They're only 13 or 14, old enough to be responsible for their own antics. Especially the twins. By next year, they'll be adults, and if they don't learn self-control now, they'll only make life harder for themselves later." "Well said," murmured Sirius from the passenger seat. Sherlock, settled beside Harry and Hermione in the back of the car, turned a crooked smile on his friend. "Dear Harry, I thought you'd mastered this early morning routine by now." Harry rolled his eyes. "I have, honestly. It's just that last night ran far too late. Ever since last year's incident, Fred and George have been running their own magician's joke shop, Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Back at the Burrow, they had to keep it under wraps. Here, they've gone completely wild. They've even printed a 5-page price list and order form. They want to send their products everywhere. They spent hours showing me samples and taking orders, and I gave them plenty of feedback. Before I knew it, it was 1 o'clock in the morning." Hermione stifled a laugh. Sherlock simply raised an eyebrow. Sirius shook his head, an amused smirk playing on his lips. Outside, dawn was just breaking as the car weaved through the quiet streets. Inside, the 4 of them chattered on about the twins' latest pranks, their excitement echoing that of children on the brink of a well-earned summer holiday. "Are we really driving all the way there?" Remus asked, peering out at the narrow country road. Sirius shook his head with a smirk. "Not at all. It's only a short hop." He settled back in the driver's seat. "See, the Ministry of Magic has a real headache ahead of them. They're expecting nearly 10,000 witches and wizards from around the world for this year's Quidditch World Cup, and they need to keep it completely under wraps from muggles. There simply isn't a magical venue that could hold so many people. Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4, they couldn't squeeze 100,000 wizards into those cramped streets or that tiny platform." Rolling his eyes, Sirius continued, "In the end, they found a deserted swamp and warded it tighter than Gringotts on a goblin strike. Arthur was saying the entire ministry has been working on this for months. Every department, every witch and wizard thrown into sealing, concealing, coordinating. It reminds me of my escape from Azkaban, all hands on deck, minds completely focused on one impossible task." He cast Remus a sly glance. "Honestly, it's the most effort the ministry's put into anything since I broke out of prison." His tone dripped with contempt, but his eyes sparkled with amusement as the car rumbled toward its hidden destination. Chapter 460, Moving into the Holmeses' Home and the World Cup Plans. Hermione's arrival at 221B Baker Street was a delight for Mrs. Holmes. At long last, the young witch was settling in under Sherlock's roof, and the household buzzed with excitement. Originally, the grown-ups had sketched out a different sequence of events. After Harry's month-long visit on Private Drive, the trio, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, would all relocate to the Burrow. From there, they'd join the Weasleys for the Quidditch World Cup. But when Sirius unexpectedly secured tickets through the Ministry of Magic, everything shifted. Mr. Weasley found the new arrangement entirely sensible. With Sirius in the mix, plus Bill and Charlie returning home for the event, all 9 Weasleys would be under one roof. That meant Hermione would share with Ginny, Harry with Ron, and Sherlock. Well, he'd have to bunk with Percy. It wasn't that they minded roughing it. It was simply unnecessary when more comfortable accommodations were available. So the plan was rewritten. Hermione, at ease in her new quarters, would remain in London with Sherlock. Harry would follow suit once his month at Privet Drive was up. Together, with Sirius, the Holmeses, and eventually the rest of the Weasleys, they'd all set out for the Quidditch World Cup. A little extra space at Baker Street was a small price to pay for avoiding a crowded borough, and Mrs. Holmes was only too happy to host. With packing underway and tickets sorted, the excitement mounted. Soon, wands would be packed, trunks would be sealed, and the entire party would head off to witness the greatest broomstick spectacle in the wizarding world. In the end, Sherlock, Hermione, and Harry didn't need to stay at the Burrow after all. Instead, Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George accepted Sirius's warm invitation and moved into number 12, Grimmauld Place. Their departure suddenly made the Burrow feel much roomier. Percy couldn't have been more delighted. Mrs. Weasley had informed him that he needed to write a report for the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The exact details were still unclear, only that it involved cauldrons. Over the past weeks, he'd felt constantly interrupted at home, especially by the mischievous twins, so as soon as his 4 younger siblings left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. and Mr. Weasley did find the quieter house a little strange at first, but with Bill, Charlie, and Percy still around, it hardly felt empty. Meanwhile, number 12 had grown decidedly more animated with 4 extra young wizards in residence. Fortunately, Grimmauld Place was so vast that even if all 9 Weasleys descended upon it, there would still be ample space. Given the new arrangements, Mr. and Mrs. Granger naturally assumed that Hermione would stay with Harry and Sirius at Grimmauld Place and join them all for the upcoming match. But when Mrs. Granger heard the plan, she paused. Sending her daughter to live in a former Dark Wizard's family home felt more than a little worrying. It took both Mr. Granger's firm reassurance and Hermione's promise to be on her best behavior before she finally agreed. And with that settled, the weekend's adventure finally seemed set to begin. When Mrs. Holmes first heard their request, she refused outright. No one knows what Mrs. Granger said to sway her, but before long she relented. "Hermione, you'll stay here," Mrs. Holmes announced. "Sherlock's room is right next door." After Mr. and Mrs. Granger had driven off, Mrs. Holmes led Hermione up to the 2nd floor. Hermione set down her bag and turned to her hostess. "Thank you so much, Aunt Holmes," she said, smiling. Mrs. Holmes waved her hand. "Nonsense. It's no trouble." Hermione looked down the corridor. "Is the next room Sherlock's?" "It is," Mrs. Holmes replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Though he's rarely around." She gave a little sigh. "He's always buried in one case or another. I don't even know what he does all day." From the stairwell came Sherlock's familiar voice. "If she ever knew what I actually do, she'd never let me out of the house." "And I doubt he's off saving the world," added John, appearing behind Sherlock with that wry smile of his. Sherlock and Mr. Granger exchanged a quick, knowing glance, one Hermione and Mrs. Holmes didn't notice. Hermione turned back to Mrs. Holmes. "I really appreciate you taking care of me while they're away." Mrs. Holmes plastered on a mock frown. "Oh, stop it. Your mother and I have been friends for 4 years. It's the least I can do. If you'd stayed at Grimmauld Place, when it's practically next door, I'd have been furious." In that moment, Hermione finally saw why her mother had been so eager for her to come here. It made perfect sense, yet it still struck her as odd. When she'd stayed at the Burrow with the Weasleys, or even at Grimmauld Place with the Blacks, her father had raised not a whisper of objection. The moment her mother suggested lodging at the Holmeses' house on King's Road, however, he'd bristled. And it wasn't as if the Holmes residence was any farther away, especially since the Grangers and the Holmeses had always enjoyed a close friendship. With no real reason to refuse, Mr. Granger had finally lost the argument and, though clearly reluctant, had given his approval. After they'd confirmed their rooms, Hermione turned to Sherlock. "So tomorrow, are we heading to Grimmauld Place first and then meeting Harry and the others?" "No," Sherlock replied. "Sirius told me the Ministry of Magic will send us straight there." Hermione's eyes flashed. "That's generous of them. I guess the Ministry finally found its conscience, giving proper treatment to a hero who spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he never committed." "Better late than never," Sherlock said evenly. "And it's not just about righting a wrong. They're honoring the savior of the magical world." He leaned forward. "Pair Harry Potter with Sirius Black, and you get more than 1 + 1 = 2. The Ministry's gesture isn't purely altruistic. Since last year's trial, they've been tied to Sirius. The more Sirius ingratiates himself with them, the more it justifies all the groundwork the Ministry claims to have done." Hermione shrugged, her expression cool. Ever since the betrayal involving Sirius and Peter, she'd lost nearly all faith in the Ministry of Magic. If it hadn't been for Mycroft twisting arms at the highest levels of the Muggle government, the whole affair would have been quietly buried. Now that the fuss has died down, they're shamelessly parading it as their own triumph, bureaucracy at its finest. At dinner, Hermione couldn't stop raving about Mrs. Holmes's cooking. "Honestly, Mrs. Holmes, this is even better than my mum's," she declared, spoon poised for another helping. "You flatter me," Mrs. Holmes laughed, though her eyes shone with pleasure. "Just don't eat so much you can't sleep later." Hermione waved her fork. "No worries. I wasn't planning on turning in early. Besides, I need every minute to pick Sherlock's brain about our summer homework." Mrs. Holmes beamed. "Oh, what a good girl you are." Then she checked the mantel clock. "But do try not to stay up too late. Mr. Black's letter said you two must be off bright and early tomorrow." "I promise," Hermione said, nodding earnestly. After the dishes were cleared, Hermione slipped up the narrow staircase to Sherlock's study. He was hunched over a desk strewn with papers. As she entered, he looked up and raised an eyebrow. "Well," he prompted, "what did you want to ask me?" Hermione perched on the edge of his leather chair, smoothing her skirt. With a teasing smile, she replied, "Didn't I already say it at dinner?" "I want to ask you about your summer homework," Hermione declared as she stepped into the room. Sherlock didn't even look up from his stack of books. "That excuse might work on my mother, Hermione, but not on me. You're not here to talk about worksheets." Hermione glanced down at her feet, as if searching for the telltale clue of her slip-up. "First, you didn't bring your own homework, which isn't like you. Second, you've been scanning my room since you came in, and this isn't your first visit, so you know exactly what to look for. Third, after examining the room, all your attention locked onto me. You want to know about my trip to Hawaii this summer, don't you?" Sherlock's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "So you admit it. Very well. Tell me everything about your training in Barton Arts over there." Hermione climbed onto Sherlock's bed, propping her chin in her hands and leaning forward eagerly. Sherlock, having already given Harry a full report, nodded once and began, this time keeping the details straightforward. Hermione barely noticed the passing time as she peppered Sherlock with questions about every peculiar detail that caught her curiosity. At some point, she couldn't say exactly when, the late hour caught up with them. A gentle rap on the door announced Mrs. Holmes' arrival. "Time to set aside your homework," she called, peeking in. "You two need your rest. Tomorrow starts early." Hermione glanced at her watch and was startled to see how late it had become. It was odd, she thought, how comfortable she felt. Just a boy and a girl in a room, yet no awkwardness at all. She stood and smoothed her hair. "Good night, Sherlock. Good night, Aunt Holmes." "Good night," they replied in unison. Mrs. Holmes lingered by the doorway, a fond smile on her face. Youth, she mused, truly is a splendid thing. Hermione climbed into bed and, to her own amazement, drifted off the moment her head touched the pillow. She slept so soundly that when she woke to a soft voice calling her name, she felt as though she'd only just closed her eyes. "Wake up, Hermione, dear." Blurry-eyed, she sat up and saw Mrs. Holmes slipping quietly from the room, off to rouse Sherlock, no doubt. But as the door clicked shut, Hermione realized with a start that Sherlock was already up, his trademark intensity bright in his eyes as he greeted the new day. The sky was still pitch black when Mrs. Holmes gently reminded Sherlock at breakfast, Don't forget to look after Hermione once we get to the stadium." Sherlock and Hermione, both early risers by habit, nodded without a yawn. Mrs. Holmes's warning from the night before had done its job. They finished their toast and tea in companionable silence. Mrs. Holmes cleared her throat. "Your father is still asleep," she said. "He doesn't want to see you off." Sherlock merely inclined his head, but Hermione caught the faint flush in Mrs. Holmes's cheeks. She chose not to comment. Then Mrs. Holmes added, "And Mr. Black told me to have you both wait here until he arrives." Almost on cue came a firm knock at the door. Mrs. Holmes checked her watch. "Right on time," she murmured, rising. She opened the door to reveal Harry, hand poised to knock again, and Mr. Black, who stepped forward. "Good morning, Mrs. Holmes," Harry said with a polite nod. Mr. Black consulted a small scroll. "The ministry carriage is ready," he announced. "Are Sherlock and Hermione prepared to depart?" "Absolutely," Mrs. Holmes replied. She called into the dining room. "Sherlock, Hermione, Mr. Black is here." Sherlock rose at once, and Hermione picked up her satchel. Mrs. Holmes watched them cross the hall, her expression a mix of pride and concern. Before they left, she pressed a single galleon into each of their hands. "For your journey," she said softly. "Stay safe." They exchanged quick goodbyes and stepped into the waiting black carriage. As the door shut, Mrs. Holmes stood on the threshold, her hand pressed to her heart in a silent benediction for her son and his friend. Sirius gave each of them a quick peck on the cheek, first Sherlock, then Harry, then Hermione, before waving goodbye. "The Ministry of Magic arranged 2 cars," he announced briskly. He turned to face Sherlock and Hermione. "You two will go with Harry and me in this one. And don't forget to hand over your school supply lists," he added. "Molly's headed to Diagon Alley tomorrow, and she'll pick up everything you need." Hermione's brow lifted in curiosity. "Because we're pressed for time?" Sirius nodded. "Exactly. Once the Quidditch World Cup wraps up, we probably won't have enough hours left. The last match dragged on for 5 straight days." Sherlock and Hermione exchanged a brief glance, then produced neatly scrawled lists and handed them over. Sirius, noting how bright-eyed and alert they looked, raised an eyebrow. "You two seem wide awake. Did you get to bed early last night?" Hermione smiled. "Yes, Mrs. Holmes insisted we turn in early. She said we have to be up before dawn." "That's excellent," Sirius approved, beaming. "Good habits are hard to beat." He gestured to Harry, who looked pale and bleary-eyed. Clearly, someone didn't get the memo. He gave a self-satisfied smirk. "Sherlock, don't worry. I won't lecture them the way your mother would. They're only 13 or 14. They need to start owning their mistakes, especially those Weasley twins. They'll be of age next year, and if they can't learn some self-control now, they're bound to regret it later." "Quite right," Sirius agreed. Sherlock grinned. "Dear Harry, I thought you'd adjusted to early mornings after all our Hogwarts drills." He was, of course, referring to the dawn exercises he used to lead with Harry and Neville. Harry stifled a yawn. "I have, honestly, but last night ran far too late." Harry settled deeper into his seat. "Since everything that happened last year, Fred and George have launched Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. You know, their prank wands, trick suites, that sort of thing. They kept the merchandise hidden back at the Burrow, but the moment they arrived here, they went a bit overboard. They even pulled out a multi-page order form with prices. I swear half of London wants in on their jokes, and spent the entire evening giving demos. That's why I didn't get any sleep." By then, Sirius was buckled into the front passenger seat, and Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione were settling into the back. The engine rumbled to life, and they pulled away, already bracing themselves for the day ahead. "Are we driving all the way there?" asked the witch in the passenger seat. "No, thankfully that would take ages," Sirius replied with a crooked grin. He turned back to her. "We only need to go a short distance. You see, organizing a gathering of this magnitude without alerting the Muggles is no small feat for the Ministry of Magic. They're expecting around 100,000 witches and wizards from every corner of the globe to attend the World Cup. Naturally, there isn't a single magical arena in Britain big enough to hold that many people. Where else could you possibly cram 100,000 attendees? Diagon Alley and Platform 9 3/4 are far too small. So, after months of scrambling, the Ministry settled on an old deserted swamp and cloaked it with every concealment charm they know. Arthur even told me the entire ministry has been working non-stop on this. Everyone, regardless of department, pitched in like mad. Sirius shrugged, a note of contempt in his voice. It's a miracle they managed it at all, given how they usually operate.